Good morning, everybody. We're getting started here on the World Crypto Network. The price of Bitcoin is down 0.47% in the last 24 hours. With a last of 50,853, a high of 51,822, and a low of 49,369. That's $1 for 1,966 Satoshis. Volume was at 5,845 Bitcoins changing hands. The market continues to lean long, with 93% of the market heading that direction. Bitcoin dominance was at 79%. So let's see what's going on here. We're starting to get a space going here on Twitter. So if you want to join us, you can go to @MadBitcoins on Twitter and talk to us here in the space. Let me see. Do we have a space? Share tweet. That's good. But what about person? Person. Add this person to my space. Why can't I do that? Following. Share. Okay, so interface isn't quite done yet. Still need to flesh that out. We're working on adding people to our space. If you'd like to join us on Mad Bitcoins, come join us. Let's see. Now, I noticed yesterday, at first I was like, oh, this is sweet. I can invite everyone. But then I quickly learned that inviting everyone does one of those gang tweets. And I don't know about you, but the only time I ever get any information from those gang tweets, it's always about, it's an ad. It's a spam, right? It's not the thing that I want. So I'm having to individually invite people because Twitter doesn't know that their gang tweet thing is just seen as spam. So, but we're starting it here on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, on Twitch, on the Google Spaces, the Twitter Spaces, all the spaces that you got. That's what we're running right now. I'm going to go and retweet this on the World Crypto Network account. We are cross promoting, we are sharing. And as you can see, we have a new feature today. You're going to be able to see what's going on in the space. I tested it out, and unlike Clubhouse, Twitter Spaces is not yet locking out the ability to show the image from the iPhone. So if I can show you the image from the iPhone, then I can make the chat much more public so you can see who's talking and what their little icon is and stuff like that. Dan, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. What's your name and where are you from?
Hey, Thomas, this is Dan from Grand Rapids.
Hey, Dan from Grand Rapids. Welcome to the future of talk radio right here. You won't believe it, but we did 9 hours on here yesterday. So it seems we're starting off
Can't
pretty
believe
small.
I missed it.
Oh man, and I'm still working on uploading the podcast. The podcast company said your file is too big, and I said that's absurd. Like it's a 500 meg file or something. And they're like, our limit is 300 megs. I'm like, who cares? If I let the people listen to a long podcast. But yeah, I'm trying to cut it in half here so I can update it.
That's so funny. Remember how much pain you went through to do a call-in show of any kind? Like Skype numbers and this number and that number, and it was just a big mess. And now you can just do a Twitter space and you're good to go.
That's it. And anyone from Twitter can just wander in. We can invite anyone from Twitter, and it's going to get better and better. It's very much a alpha or a beta software right now. But yeah, tons of potential. So easy. And well, that's what I felt about Clubhouse too. I was like, I do all this work to make a YouTube and make all this stuff so I can have a talk radio, and you guys just make a talk radio app, and you're just like, yeah. And this is
here's the only thing that I think is weird about both of these, right? Is that for so long, I was big into podcasting, especially back in like 2000 and stuff like that, early on. And I found that the biggest thing, what people wanted, was time shifting, right? That's what the miracle of TiVo is, that you could time shift everything, so you didn't have to be at a place at a specific time to do something. And now I'm finding that like I will listen to something on Clubhouse and be like, oh, this guy, this is really something interesting that I want to hear. And then my wife comes into the room and wants to have a conversation. There's no pause button. There's no put it on hold. I'll take my iPod out of, or my earphone out of my earphone, and it starts coming through my speaker, and I'm like, no, I just want to pause it. So it's weird that you can't time shift, but I guess that's the point, right?
Well, they're recreating ephemerality, right? They're recreating that moment of you've got to be there, and they're driving on that FOMO. And I agree. I think it's the same thing. It's a terrible for people in other time zones, because if this is the middle of the night for you, it's not reasonable for you to stay up in the middle of the night just to hear me talk, right? That's absurd. But if if you could time shift it, you could listen to this during your work. You could enjoy it later. But no, it's all about this now thing.
Sorry, I was playing around and I just got bumped out.
Well, that's definitely going to happen. But welcome
Yeah.
to the new folks here. It's supposed to be set where anyone can speak, but that seems to break really quickly. So if you guys want to join us here, we're just setting up for another really long test of Twitter Spaces. It's pretty much, this is what Clubhouse is like. So if you've never been in Clubhouse, welcome to Twitter's exact copy of Clubhouse.
So what do you think? Who's gonna win this? Because there's already a lot of network effect on Clubhouse, that's for sure.
There's definitely okay, just again for people in the chat, you can use this Twitter Spaces through your iOS app or through your Android Twitter app. You can't use it through any web browser. So if you're on Android and you're using a web browser, Twitter, you can't use this. Yeah, Twitter app, Android app, iPhone app.
And here's all I did, because I went out and looked for like the spaces in my Twitter app. I couldn't find it, didn't know what was going on. And when I saw your stream, I went to my Twitter app. I saw you up on the top, and I just clicked the Mad Bitcoin space, and bam, it came up. So it should just be that.
It's also being rolled out like slowly and in an interesting kind of pattern thing where not everyone has it, but if you know someone that has it, then you can join. Then if you join one of these rooms, there's a chance that you get it because they see that you've joined it. It's that kind of thing, but it should be rolled out to the general public in just a few weeks. No, I mean, there's a lot going on in Clubhouse, and Clubhouse is still cool. There's some communities there. I could see people going back there and it continuing to be a small place to hang out. But as far as startups go, I feel like Twitter has completely stolen their thunder here. This is so much easier to use, so much less intrusive. I didn't have to upload my address book. I didn't have to. I mean, you guys found it because you saw it on Twitter. It's just so much more discoverable. My followers are already here. I mean, over on Clubhouse, like I was kind of psyched that I had 200 followers. I was like, I am the baller. I got 200 followers. And I glanced over at like Jimmy's song, and Jimmy's got 10,000 followers. So you can definitely move your followers over there, and you can get involved in some large chats with other famous people and assumedly attract the followers by saying good stuff. But we've already got followers here that we got from typing cool stuff and doing good tweets and all the other things. So yeah, Twitter all the way. And more, I'm getting this Twitter is the only social network. Like I don't use Instagram anymore. I just put pictures on Twitter. I use Twitter for my text. I use Twitter to promote my YouTubes. I use Twitter for this talkie thing. And they're going to have video. They're moving Periscope inside of Twitter. You got to figure part of the new version of Spaces is going to be Spaces with video and all the things you loved about audio, but now you can see everybody's face. So it's definitely coming. It seems unstoppable. I mean, look, already here we've got a nice little crew going, and compared to YouTube, it's kind of surreal to see people kind of cycle in and out of the audience. But that's also kind of a more accurate human experience where you can kind of see the audience and you can be like, yeah, there's an audience out there, and they move in and out and they're interested or not interested. And what's great too is they have this emoji button. So if everyone's just trying this out, there's a heart button down there. And if you push the heart button, you can send me the fist. And what's super fun is that we can do audience interaction where the audience can like be fist, fist, fist. And we're like, oh, the audience is listening to us. And the other fun thing about that is if you tell a joke and you're pretty sarcastic or something, you don't know if that joke is landing at all. But now the audience can do the laughy face. So when I see that happen, I'm like, oh, I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm getting an interaction with the audience, right? So I think that could be really great for stand-ups and for all kinds of people. And obviously, I think Clubhouse could have stolen this emoji idea. They could have had this. They could have had their app a lot more developed. And I think they're trying to go public in a few weeks as well. So I think it's going to be hot, but I think Twitter is going to win in the end.
Yeah, there's another thing here as well, that you can actually message people on Twitter privately compared to Clubhouse. You have to jump off and go onto Instagram to message people.
Yeah, it seems like
that makes a huge difference. You know, I can't tell you how many times I've been in a Clubhouse and, you know, maybe had some direct input for somebody or something like that. But of course, unless you're a speaker, you really can't do anything but listen.
Yeah, I think that would be frustrating about Clubhouse. For me, it was interesting because I could go over there and, you know, people kind of know who I am. So I get invited up on stage. So then I can try to say some cool stuff. But a lot of times the stage is so busy, you never get a chance to say anything cool. And then you're just waiting on people to finish, and people don't really have an incentive to keep it short. They're not used to like being on radio or being on TV where it's like, finish your thought, like get out of the way, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot more of like, I'm stuck at home forever too, so I'm going to try to talk for an hour. You know, so not that we can avoid that here, but it's a matter of hosting and a matter of like being stepping on people a little bit, which sometimes you have to do as a host, but a lot of people in Clubhouse are not used to doing, and they're not thinking about broadcast. They're thinking about conversation. But again, people are listening. It's a podcast, you know, so.
I'm just wondering, what are the controls you have as a host? Can you actually stop people from being speakers and just make them listeners?
Yeah, right now I've got, when I click on you, I've got follow. I'll go ahead and follow you. It's also got send direct message, remove from speakers, block and remove your name, and report your name. So, I mean, yesterday I had a guy, he seemed kind of cool. He was asking lots of questions and stuff, but he was also being a little annoying and kind of stepping on people. So what I did is I removed that guy from speakers. And it's kind of mean, it's kind of rude and all that, but the nice part about it is I didn't get to hear him like complain and yell, and he wasn't physically removed. It was just like a silence, and the chat just continued, and we're like, okay, you know, he contributed, but you can't contribute forever, and you have to contribute in like a helpful way, you know? So, yeah, I could do that. And then he was in the chat afterwards, and he was giving me the emoji version of like, I'm upset and I want back in. and I was just kind of ignoring him. And that was kind of a fair way, I thought, to do it. The other way I think would be to block or kick him, which would remove him from the room. And I guess you can't get that mad in the emojis. It's kind of nice. Like there's no FU emoji yet, but I guess there will be. But yeah, that's it. And the other thing, the big down right now for Twitter Spaces versus Clubhouse is that there's only one host. So on Clubhouse, it was really nice. I could make other people moderators, and they could bring up other speakers, and the room could go on forever that way, which is my goal. But here I only have the one host. So that's a bit of a downside, but they'll probably fix that in a few days. So,
you know, it's funny. It makes me think that you can have all the technology and all the tools in the world, and if you're a bad host, then the room's not going to go well. And that's kind of, you know, sometimes it's up to the host and the moderators to make things interesting.
I do think there's ways.
Guys, there's something.
Go ahead, Daniel.
There's something really cool in this as well, where you click the three buttons down below. You can actually view captions, and you can actually see everything that's said in text. So basically, people that can't hear can actually read.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah, it's a really.
So tell me, guys. So tell me, if you're going to start. So how many of you guys are going to start up a startup company in a barbershop?
based on
That's a good idea.
yesterday.
Somebody's going to have to figure out what to do with all the real estate space, right?
I'm actually kind of making a joke about yesterday. For Mr. Mad there. Sorry, yeah. Bad comedian. I'll turn myself off now.
No, stay as a speaker. But
okay, I'm not. I don't know what's going on. What was going on?
Oh, we had this guy. He just kept mentioning barbershops. Like, you know how you do an example and you're like, you got a factory and you're making widgets. And like his example was like every time it's like, why would you buy Bitcoin when you could buy a barbershop that makes more money? And then he would circle back to like his favorite altcoin. And he's like, my favorite altcoin is going to go up 5 times and Bitcoin's going to go up 3 times. So you're really stupid for saying with Bitcoin, was what he was saying. And he said it like 5 times, you know? So.
Yeah, he was really focused on the short-term return, it seems like, of, well, Bitcoin's at 50K, so why bother investing in Bitcoin because so-and-so other altcoin might 5 or 10x or whatever. So he's really, really, really in a short-term mindset and really tried to kind of, I guess, initiate a sort of cost-benefit analysis of the idea of how else would you spend your money if it was not to be for Bitcoin? Would you rather do this or that? It really didn't make much sense, honestly, but it was really a fascinating kind of conversation nonetheless.
It was kind of like meeting a troll in audio, where like in the troll box, exactly. The troll is like, XRP is the standard. I love XRP. My cousin bought XRP and he's rich now. And, you know, story after story. But he couldn't quite do that, right? Because we were in audio, but he could kind of do that. And I don't want to say he had a script or whatever, because people getting excited about altcoins just kind of sound like troll boxes. It's not their fault. They're excited. It's their first day, you know, but yeah, he was well excited about it, but it was fun and he hung out. But yeah, we're on to our new day here. So what's going on with you guys? Maybe just say where you're from and I don't know what's going on today. You all stuck at home? Just go down the line, say your name and where you're from. Let's start with Daniel.
Hey guys, so my name is Daniel McSweeney. I'm from the southwest of Ireland, a place called Killarney. It's a small tourist town we have here. We have had no tourists in the last year, you can imagine, but it's still going fine. I run a business with my business partner called MonsterCom Marketing, where we help businesses grow and scale on social media. And we have a massive network of virtual assistants as well.
That sounds great, man. I love Ireland. I got to go to Dublin just a little bit doing the tourist thing. But yeah, it was a fun time. And yeah, it's definitely that way everywhere. No tourists, that kind of thing. Vegas is kind of popping off with tourists now, but they're crazy. I don't know. The whole virus thing, I'm on team human. I think the virus is real and we should avoid it. Why doesn't the do not disturb button work? When you like click the do not disturb button, you shouldn't get messages, right? I'm getting messages. But yeah, thank you, Daniel, for joining the chat. And yeah, let's just keep it going. Down the line, I can only see kind of the first parts of people's names. So just as a convention, everyone's getting called by the first part of their name. So Oroboro, what's your name and where are you from?
What up? This is Matt. I was actually on the thing yesterday with my crypto art ceramics project, and I thought I'd tune back in because I saw you guys were going again.
Good to see you, Matt. Welcome aboard. I enjoyed our chat yesterday.
You guys were going, y'all were going for hours yesterday.
Well, this is always kind of what I wanted here. I wanted the World Crypto Network to be a place where we could talk about Bitcoin and other people, especially, you know, not me all the time, could talk. Yeah. And this platform, as well as Clubhouse and other things, really provides that opportunity where we can get a bunch of random people that I don't know, and everybody's pretty polite and pretty positive and wants to make a good conversation. And as long as we're on the page, like it turns out really well. And you know, it's hard to make a half hour of content, but if you can make 8 hours of content, thanks to, you know, the power of this app and the power of everyone, you know, working together, being on good behavior and being interested in what the other people are saying, I'm all for it. Let's do it. I mean, I'm going to run out of steam in a couple days, but we might go live again all day today. I don't know.
Yeah,
I tried
it's
to
phenomenal.
set up everything nice. So yeah, cool. And yeah, let us know more about the ceramics and the art. You'll have to commentate there. And we've got Dan.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll be going.
And we got Dan from Grand Rapids. How's it going, Dan?
Good. Just running some errands on my lunch hour right now. But hey, you know, I was just thinking one of the things that either this place or the other one would be nice is if like you could have multiple owners of a room. So like if you wanted to, you could make a Mad Bitcoins room, or yeah, and then anybody who is in your admin list could simply start up and take over the room or whatever, and then you could pass it from person to person and just have it running 24/7.
I definitely think that's where we're going, and we're going to try to simulate that right now with me being the host. And yeah, it's a reluctant dictatorship. I don't want to be the boss.
Can you transfer ownership to somebody else?
Not in this app. In the other app, you can have moderators, which I think the moderators can make more moderators, which would solve the problem of getting more people up on the stage. But no, around here you can't. And again, it's because it's alpha or beta. So let's appreciate this magic time where we only have one host. It's just like the old days on Google Hangouts. We had to keep someone in the Hangout to keep the Hangout open. If your connection broke, your Hangout would close and your YouTube would close and everything would go away. So while we were helping our friend James Bang in Hong Kong film the umbrella protests in 2014, we always had to have a anchor, a host in that chat. And when it would break, as it often did, the host would say, oh, we're broadcasting from Hong Kong and here's the price of Bitcoin and all that kind of thing. So we'll just return to that for a little while. But I imagine Twitter's going to update this really fast. In the previous chats, we had some guys who were beta testers and who worked for Twitter and things like that. And they were saying, yeah, the programmers are ready. They've got more features. They want to put things that are missing right now is that visible mute button that they have on Clubhouse. So you could tell like if someone wants to speak, that kind of thing. And then the other thing that's missing is this multiple host or having moderators thing. But still, they launched a ton of working features outside of, immediately. It lasted 8-9 hours yesterday. The only time it crashed, it was human error. It was my fault. But
it's funny because I do wonder, like you see Clubhouse get stood up and then you see Twitter Spaces come up right after it. But I do wonder who started working on it first, right? Because these things are released, they must have been in the works for years. And I wonder if Twitter panicked a little bit when they saw Spaces and said, "Oh boy, they're going to get all of our user community. We better get this thing out right now, or we're going to lose the momentum."
I'll bet that was part of it. I could see Twitter polishing this privately for a long time and then seeing the competition and wanting to get at it. Daniel, did you have more to say on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think it's just one place people need to focus on, because every platform has a place in people's phones. So we have them all. We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, we have Clubhouse, but we use them all at different times and whichever mood we're in. So it doesn't really matter as long as they have all the same features. Everyone will still use them anyway.
Yeah, but I think like for content providers, like if Thomas is in Twitter right now today, so that's where I'm going to go. And I think depending on the content providers, if they find that Twitter Spaces has a lot more functionality, or boy, it's easier to get people in because you can, if they're already in Twitter, you can just tweet it. So I don't know. I think there is a network effect for stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Clubhouse would be very smart if they went towards the angle of podcast hosting, basically, and these types of platforms like Twitter and Facebook can focus on just the community aspect of it. And I think Twitter is a great place for that community.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about Twitter versus other platforms. Back in the day, Google Hangouts really had a lead on all of this. Google Hangouts was built into YouTube. You could use it to host video chats that looked really good. It was easy to use, and it had lower thirds, so you could identify the person's name and where they're from. It was great. Nothing has rivaled it, yet Google killed it for no reason. When you look at something this, there's no reason that Google could have had this. They had the Google Plus with the spaces and stuff. I mean, it could have been this, and they couldn't do it. No, why do you think they killed Hangouts? Go ahead.
Well, I think they killed it for the same reason that I think that Clubhouse is mismanaging is the perceived scarcity of its own user base, like the Facebook. They seem to have this kind of, they wanted to try to emulate the same kind of concept of only so-and-so can invite you, this prestige, this kind of elements, this aspect of it that try to be kind of like a boost into the ecosphere, the zeitgeist, if you will. And it's something that I think that Google Plus was really late for and mistimed. And I think Clubhouse is in the same kind of position where they're trying to have that type of prestige with all these celebrities and whatnot. But they're also cutting out so much of the market by being iOS only, or at least so far, that I think it really hamstrung them. And in terms of Google, I think that they were just too late to the game and they couldn't keep up. And I think network effects really take it to effect at that point where they just couldn't compete. Even if they had maybe a better product, it didn't matter at that time. As I think a lot of people would argue the same with all the coins and whatnot, saying, oh, it's so-and-so is a better, next gen. Like it doesn't always match up that way the way you like. It seems to me anyway. That's just my thought.
I get a lot of a Google Plus feeling looking at this product, seeing the circular icons for the people. It reminds me of Google Plus, and I just think it's interesting that they failed to innovate so much with their social network. It looked just like Facebook. It was a text box in the middle. If they had gone for a Clubhouse back then, an audio only social network, or a video and audio only, which they had the tech for, instead of a text only, maybe Google Plus would have been a cool place and people would have hung out there.
Well, audio is the best. Like audio is great because I don't know if you've been on Telegram yet and done the voice chats on Telegram, but you've got rooms of like 100 people all on the audio and everybody is self-muting themselves. There's nobody moderating and people allow another person to talk for and be interrupted as needed. And then if somebody's being out of line, people can mute them and stuff, but it's pretty interesting. It's completely sucked everything else is out of the space for me for like Facebook and that kind of thing. But it's totally different. Audio's its own thing, and podcasting, it's been around for a while. It's really taken off. And this is the ability, it's like to listen and pay attention to one person at a time. It's really interesting.
Isn't the Google thing kind of a pattern where they develop pretty cool stuff and just, I don't know, it seems like sort of an empire that got overstretched and there's so much. I don't know. They seem to keep dropping stuff whether it works or not. Do you guys know about that?
Oh yeah. Well, as a YouTuber, Google, well, first of all, they killed the RSS reader. I'm still mad about that, Google Reader. And recently they killed Google Inbox. That was a really cool product that I was using. And there's just on YouTube, there's a lot of features that have disappeared that were really useful for YouTubers. And I guess not enough people use them, so they took them out. Stuff like the ability to auto add a video to a playlist. So like if I had a rule like every video named Bitcoin group should be added to the playlist Bitcoin group. Like that was really useful. And they just removed it because not enough people used it. And it's like that kills me. The software was better and now it's gotten worse and my experience is horrible and they don't care.
Is that just because all their business is?
Yeah, really, I don't know what it is about the way Google has done those things. It's very interesting. If you looked at Google Reader back in the day when they bought FeedBurner, and if we would have allowed the blogging and podcasting space to organically grow without the giants coming in and kind of squashing things, like what level would it have gotten to? I think YouTube changed a lot of podcasting by bringing podcasters to everyone because it's not through a podcast player. So that's a different thing. But now the way things can be canceled, it has a chilling effect and you don't really get to the heart of different things. People are scared to say certain things, for fear of being canceled. And so things, you're only getting part of, you can't even like discuss or figure out where you stand on things because you're not allowed to say certain things. I think Twitter is one of those spaces. I think Clubhouse for sure. There's a lot of status in Clubhouse. And if you say the wrong thing, you can be canceled off of Clubhouse. So you're not going to risk that. Yeah. Any other platforms that people are liking or where they see this is
couple
going?
of things I would say. RSS was a unique example where by being able to separate the content from the website, it worked directly against Google's advertising product. So I think they had a little inside job there. And the other thing I'd say with the ads and everything is to look at what's happening now with everyone having their own app. Do you want to read this article or do you want to go to the Reddit app? Do you want to read this article or go to the CBS News app? And the reason they're doing that again is advertising. If they can control how the product is displayed on the screen, they can guarantee more accurately that the advertising will be put out there. But I also agree with you what you said on the second part about the chilling point. When I joined Spaces today, I got a brand new message that our audio recording here on Spaces will be saved for a little while. But what I hate, and I mean, first, as an historian, I hate the idea of ephemeral anything. I like the idea when we leave behind a bunch of journals and things so that later on someone can figure out what happened. That's a positive for humanity. And every time they make a Snapchat or whatever, they go against that. So there's that. But then there's also, why did they save the audio file? Well, not in case I said something really great, or not in case we accidentally did an interview with somebody on here and we wanted to, export it for later, or, not for a positive reason. They save the audio file in case somebody says something bad and we want to use the audio file to punish them. So it's a very negative thing. So.
Well, it's an interesting perspective, but I don't think that's why they're saving it. I think
that's exactly why they're saving it.
It said
okay,
I took a screenshot.
Exactly why they're saving it.
I took a screenshot of the file, and it said that they were saving it so that it could be used against people legally. I'll publish the screenshot, but it's hard because I'm on Twitter.
Okay.
But,
well, I'll give you that, but I also think that there's a larger play here. Same thing. Anything that records anything is the idea of the idea of machine learning, neural network, AI, the idea of you're capturing people's speech, inflections, or intonation. Everything about the concept of everything that they'll talk about, you're putting into some kind of schema or database. That, I think, is the larger picture, not necessarily for legal purposes of using it against someone or using it.
It's both. It's both.
Yeah.
Trust and safety. Yeah. Trust and safety wants to use machine learning to be able to shut down whoever they would like, and so that has played itself out. It's going to continue to play itself out, and things like Telegram are going to continue to advance. Like
not
the
to
real,
shut down.
Not
to shut
Telegram's
down.
Not going to.
Look, it could be misused, but I think that there is like the actual way in which I think there's two things going on, or maybe three things in terms of what's the goal, what's the plan, what's the intent, and what's the actual result of what happened. And I think that there might be some motive here in terms of collecting all this data. Everyone talks about metadata, etc., but you derive so much information about civilization and humanity in a way that cannot be described as of yet. That goes beyond just this type of blackmail. That goes beyond that. There's data, just like our data on the internet was something we did not think of as being monetized.
That's true. But if you watch the Joe Rogan interview with Tim Pool and Jack Dorsey and the lady that's in charge of their trust and safety legal, if you watch that, you see that Jack promises certain things, and that where we're at today is evidence that Jack is not in charge of things. Trust and safety is in charge of things.
I did watch that. I do know what you're talking about. Tim Pool is very annoying also, but that's okay. But I understand what you mean.
I'm not a personal great fan of Tim Pool. I'm saying he was able to actually have a conversation and draw things out of what they claim they're going to be doing. And they've proven that Jack is not in charge. Jack doesn't have the ability to rein in trust and safety.
I've also heard
that the problem no matter where you go. It's going to be a problem everywhere.
Feature was added because of shareholders. I heard that the shareholders said, we want you to copy Snapchat. And the Twitter people said, we don't want to copy Snapchat. And the shareholders did it anyway. But again, that's just a rumor.
As a long-term Twitter person, I have a real problem with memory holding an entire feed of different things. I'm very careful on Twitter because I don't want to lose the memories. I don't have them archived. And so I'm very careful, and I can see where people misstep and things can be construed as, whatever, hurtful or whatever, all the different things that get you deleted if you're a target. So I just try to not be a target at all. But, the ephemeral way of the voice thing on here, I think some people, if you go to, there's a YouTube channel, it's called Power Cosmike, like Mike as in Mike the guy or whatever. So like Power Cosmike, he just started the YouTube channel a couple weeks ago, but he's been screen capping and recording audio Telegram chats from Satoshi Street Bets Telegram, and he's been grabbing some really great content. And those are the kind of conversations that are happening all the time. And because they're happening all the time and ephemeral, it's up to someone to actually capture and save it if it's worth saving, you know? And so we had, anyway, you can go check out the YouTube, but.
Yeah, there's another thing about Twitter here, about what you're saying, guys, about them saving the recordings. They're actually saving the transcripts as well, because if they're showing us the subtitles of what we're saying, they're going to save that content as well.
Exactly. And I think they took a huge risk by showing us the subtitles, because over on Clubhouse, everyone was kind of pretending that it was, really being deleted. And they're saying lots of personal things, and it feels more personal because you give up your address book and you invite your friends, and there's a whole process. Whereas right here, you guys just walked by a link and then you joined the space. So you don't have any expectation, I don't think, or you shouldn't, of privacy or anything like that. But yeah, it's very different over at Clubhouse. So I don't think they showed the subtitles over there to not let you know how easy it is. Because just like the guy was saying earlier, it's not just getting the data, it's getting, all the data. Like, how do I think? What do I say? Like, if I say the same things over and over again, a machine could figure that out. And I don't know, they could replicate a copy of me and find out how I would shop. Unfortunately,
they made a copy of Joe Rogan. Christian was talking about Joe Rogan. They did a whole talking about strength of monkey apes, as if Joe Rogan himself was talking about it. Like, they used his own voice to create a simulacrum of Joe himself, to the point where it was indistinguishable. That, I think, is what I'm trying to get to, is this idea that there's a point of no return that we cross, where we no longer can identify. Like, hell, I remember 10 years ago, I was working in call centers, and I remember I was getting stuck in these types of monotonous phone calls to the point where someone actually asked me, "Are you a robot?" And I literally thought that I was, because I literally was performing the functions of a fucking robot. And it really made me think about the concept of the way in which I speak, the way in which I present myself, and also the way in which that we talk to each other, and how we almost assume that the other person on the other end, no one knows that you're a dog on the internet. That whole thing. That's what comes to mind. or a cat like me.
A cat with laser eyes.
My dog has laser eyes.
Tell 100K, bro. 100K.
Hey, so I don't mean to jump in and just change the subject, but since there's a bit of a lull, question for the room. I've got a friend, longtime business partner, who is suddenly very pumped about NFTs. And I'm an NFT skeptic, and I'm really trying to explain to him why they don't have value, but I think I need some more ammunition. So I was wondering if we could kind of open up the discussion to cover this topic, because it's only going to get worse as time goes on and more people start getting into this hype cycle.
That's a great topic. I love it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So I'll just give a little background. He's involved in book publishing, and he's a musician. He's definitely got the artist cred, and he's been doing this for a long time. So he's looking to do something in book publishing where individual titles are assigned to a blockchain signature, and they can be traded. And he's got this whole vision of how it's going to come together. I actually invited him to join the room, and I'm waiting to see if he accepts it. But I don't really understand the technology well enough to be able to speak negatively about it, other than that it just feels like 2017 all over again with ICOs, except now larger institutions are getting involved in this, and I think it's going to end up hurting a lot more people.
All right. Well,
Okay,
I want to kick it off a little with just a little bit about platforms. What these the current NFTs you're being offered are just about the platform. So if the platform is successful and the platform token is successful, then maybe you'll still be able to use the NFT in the future. Otherwise, if the platform goes away, you can't access the NFT. There's also, if the platform is shady, if they're printing lots of these tokens and they're using these tokens to buy the art, they could be creating a false market that's making everyone happy, but is really just a marketing facade. Again, all these things could be successful. I think there's no way to stop anyone. You're never going to be able to stop your friend. So he's definitely going to go into this thing and he's definitely going to lose money and you definitely can't do anything about it. But yeah, the best information I think you could give him is that it's a platform issue and that the platforms control everything and it's not decentralized like Bitcoin. It's not a token in the way that Bitcoin's a token. All this stuff with is a picture valuable? Is a baseball card valuable? This is all about collectors and collectors items. So of course, if a famous person releases something, it's going to have some kind of value, even if it's on a very strange platform that has all the problems that I said. But I want to open it up to everybody else.
Yeah, and I was saying something like that this morning. Like he was thinking that, well, the item itself can be validated and it would all be done through an app that he wants to develop. And, that's, again, like it goes against the whole premise of decentralization and ownership on the blockchain if you have to rely on a single app or failure. And so, that's kind of where I'm starting with this discussion. But then you've got people that I would be surprised.
But there's NFTs that are totally worthless and there's NFTs that have value.
No. Well, look, guys, look at what happened with Jack and Vent.co, the being able to monetize tweets. And the first rug pull of tweets that came out was someone who bought like a tweet for like $700 and ETH at the time that got deleted. Like literally the reference to the original was deleted. So you have to think about what are you really buying when you think you're buying some kind of NFT or a non-fungible token. You're buying a representation of a copy of a copy of a copy. That's the joke that I think that Peter McCormack and all those guys are talking about with this whole idea of like, oh, I'll just take a screenshot and upload it. Like there's a certain type of thing about the platform that Mr. Matt here is talking about the idea of, well, what is it really that you're really being part of, especially if the platform doesn't exist. So it all seems to me more like startups where it'll all just be built on Bitcoin eventually anyway on multiple layers, because if Bitcoin is the ossified layer of hardest money ever, then everything else will be built on top of it, just like side chains and layer twos and Liquid and Lightning. All those things exist on top of Bitcoin that don't have to be on chain all the time. That's the point. And I think that all these things are just more like exploratory ventures into the concept, and people are betting on just the virtue of that thing itself being the new platform, which at this point is almost impossible, almost like 99% impossible to me personally. So that's why I think it's nonsense.
Yeah, I agree with you from a maximalist perspective and all that, but I can say from a person that's been in the space a long time perspective, lots of people will still make money on this. Lots of people will still lose money on this. It'll get bigger than we think is possible. And there's nothing we can do about it though. Like there's no reason to get upset. In the old days, everyone was upset about everything. I want to be more like NFTs are happening. I hope you guys don't lose your money. But we'll see how it goes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, do I seem upset or like somehow?
No. I just think that the standard Bitcoin one is one of grievance, and the things that they the things they yell against maximalists for is they're always like, oh yeah, you don't like anything else and you dump on everything. So I think it's really easy to fall into that trap because you've seen so many scams, because you are like a PTSD victim at this point. You're like, I've seen so many people lose their money. I don't want it to happen again. And then the people make tons of money on Ethereum and they're like, oh, you're so stupid. And it's like, no, I've seen it happen on dozens of other ones. And I just don't know which one's the right one. To me, Bitcoin is a good one. And I'm okay with promoting that and saying it's okay to buy Bitcoin. But even then, Bitcoin could lose its value. and has before.
Mhm.
So
I mean, I'll be happy to ride the Ethereum wave up based on all this hype cycle, but I
Same.
just don't see long-term value in these tokens. Like I was surprised. Like, I don't know, did you guys see, like, Andreas was tweeting about NFTs a couple days ago, and he seemed really positive about it. His biggest complaint was the name. He didn't like that they were called NFTs because it's hard to explain. But he sees value in it as a technology, and maybe there is, but I caution anyone who wants to put real money behind this because of what I've seen happen. I was there from 2013 on, and I've seen so many scams in this, and been caught up in scams in this industry, that I've learned all my lessons. This is like going to grad school, and I feel like I paid for my time and ability to be able to just look back and say, yeah, these things just really feel like the next wave of something that is going to burn everyone.
Yeah. I have something there as well. Like, I have a client, and she is a bit of an artist, and she's looking at the NFTs and the platforms like art houses, where she can actually put her art up to her customers, basically her audience, because she hates to sell her physical art. She wants to keep it, and the NFTs are a way to actually sell her art to her audience at a certain price. She's not going to rob them or anything, but she can actually set them at certain prices. After that, then it's just the value of what someone wants to pay for them. But it's probably, for people like that, it's a good option to actually make some money from the stuff they create.
it's
So
good.
you're
It's good
paying
and
her to
bad.
keep your art in cold storage.
Well, yeah, that'd be good. Keep these at home. We don't want the original, but no, I mean the problem is, like, I understand everyone that's an artist, and it's like you put all this time and all this work into getting the ability to paint, the ability to play guitar, whatever it is, and now you want to get some money back out of it, and you're also broke. So I'm totally there with the artist. The only problem I worry about there is that you might be dumping it on your fans. Like if
Right.
REM, REM's my favorite band. If REM sells a CD or an action figure or a toy or something, I buy it. I don't have any intention that that's going to go up in value or that it's even going to hold its value, right? I'm just a fan buying a thing. But the problem around here is so many of these fans buying things think that the things are stock and that they're going to go up in value and that there's some kind of long-term thing. So I don't think it'll stop anybody, because I don't know that anybody in crypto. It's a little more about protecting your audience from scams. In like art, it's just like, I'm selling paintings. I don't know anything, so I think you could get away with that. But still, morally, you have to worry about your audience and like them feeling bad because they lost money or they paid too much for an NFT or something like that. So it's not going to stop anybody, but this is what you might feel afterwards.
And it's really up
Hey,
to
man,
everyone.
I didn't know you were I'm sorry, Danny, go ahead.
Sorry about that. It's up to everyone anyway to do their own due diligence. Even if they're buying a shit coin or some shit piece of art, it really depends on their education, and that's really the main thing.
Yeah, you can flip shit piece of art any time of the day. I mean, people make money, as Mr. Matt said here, any time of the day. But the question is, what are your goals? I mean, what do you want? I mean, do you just want more dollars? Do you want more fiat? What do you want, like, in this year, 5 years, 10 years from now? I think we kind of need to put that into perspective of what exactly is it that we think that we're holding and what it is that we hope to derive from it for ourselves, our community, and outwards from there,
Which is a really, really weird reason to buy visual art, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I saw a post about how it's kind of like a faux, a way for people to flex about their wealth. Like, hey, I'm willing to waste so much money on something. This is how little it means to me because I am so wealthy. Like, that is what I get the impression of what it means to me about how precarious it is.
I agree with Matt too. It's a very strange reason to buy visual art. Usually you buy it because it looks nice or you have a place in your house you want to hang it. There's a little bit of a wealth issue as well, where you think it's going to be worth value, like a Picasso or something. But mainly it's that visual attraction to the piece. And I don't hear a lot of like, there's some really pretty art going on. I hear there's some really valuable art going on.
Yeah, a couple years ago, I was on Jason King's Instagram, and I saw he had taken a picture of this beautiful piece of street art. He was on a trip to Israel, and the guy had put his Instagram tag on the wall, and so I contacted him. He actually lives in LA, and I commissioned him to do a painting for me. And at the time, I was like, well, the person who led me to you is like a serious OG Bitcoin guy, and he hadn't really had any exposure to Bitcoin at the time. And so I offered to buy the painting from him for Bitcoin, and it was like $400 at the time. So, this is 2017. So, you can kind of imagine what that value is worth now. And he actually held it, and he's been doing his own DCAing into Bitcoin since then. And actually, in exchange, in addition to that, I also gave him a little piece of crypto art that I had gotten from some of my friends at ChangeTip. And at the time, it had 0.001 Bitcoin on it, which is worth like less than $1, and now it's up to $50. And he's like, "What do I do with it?" I'm like, "Just hold on to that." So the value of Bitcoin itself is going to raise the value of that piece of art. And I just I know the technology has moved on a lot since just putting a paper wallet on the back of a painting, but at least that way you can own it yourself, and it's not something that you have to.
Yeah, I think
third-party service to.
When we talk about the art market, though, there's this tendency to sort of project ourselves up the market, and I think if you took the net amount of art sold and bought and lost and made again, it's not high value items. It's just things people make that other people value. Like art, it's all wampum. And it's all pretty things. So it's really odd that, I don't know, as someone who makes stuff, I find it a little dismaying that there's this really overriding financialization of it. It's icky.
Yeah, it does. I can see how you could say it devalues it. It makes it just about the money, not about the art or the visual or anything else.
And art comes and goes. There's artists that are recognized later that weren't appreciated in their time. That the value is just totally subjective with art, especially visual art, and visual art isn't reproducible like a song or something. So it's so strange to monetize those things and also to expect them to hold value or something like the Mona Lisa. Art builds value over time, I think. And then, of course, when an artist dies, all their work is either worthless and fun, or collectors come out of the woodwork because they've been waiting for somebody to die. It's a really weird world for the digitization and financialization of it to move into. I don't know. I feel like it's trying to sort of trick us all into pretending that we're gallerists or something.
You do have a good point. There's a lot of expectation on the first sale. The very first sale of these NFTs had better be a hit.
Yes.
And whereas you're saying the real art market is the opposite for a long, long time.
Yes.
Well, you're also talking about, physical goods like the Mona Lisa versus this digital sphere, which is obviously different, where obviously no one would have any kind of value that they would place on an MP3 that they can copy multiple times. So really it comes down to, at the bottom line, a robust type of platform that has value in and of itself, that connects cyberspace with meat space in such a way that these types of art discoveries of after the time that we think they're valuable, that they still have that value over time. It has to exist in a way that it's like a time stamp that we try to do today. It has to have that type of salability, I guess, over time, as they say.
If it depends on the platform, though.
Thinking that they're better artists than they actually are.
True.
I mean, you can look at some of the historical, artists. I come from an art background. I went to art school. I worked in graphic design for most of my career, but I studied art history. And Van Gogh never sold more than one painting during his whole lifetime, and Gauguin, I think, never sold anything. And they died never even knowing that they would become famous artists. And that's sad. And I think that if you work in art and that's your life, you should be able to make a living doing that. But there's no guarantee, and sort of like putting all your hopes on a technology to turn you into a successful, famous artist is not. I just don't. I think it's going to end up burning them and their reputations more than they'll ever be able to generate on their own just from their talent.
Right. If you're an upstart, especially. Right.
Yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm at with this. I just want to be able to come back with some answers to kind of talk him out of this, or not, but at least give him some of my reasoning why I think this is not going to be a successful business.
Yeah, well, think of it this way. Like think about things about that are important in time. Like think about the op return signature. I think it's called. I'm not really familiar, but think about the things that they can put in a block that's rewarded to a miner in Bitcoin in terms of, say, a headline of a newspaper article. Like that in and of itself can be considered art. Now, how do you monetize that, or how do you represent value in that? Like that's what I start to think about, is the idea of those types of coincidences that seem to happen that is created without the intent of it being art, that becomes art in the future.
I just like this article today that says you only need 0.01 of a Bitcoin to be rich in the future. I would just tell your friend, here's your 0.01, here's your million Satoshis, and tell them that these are a special million Satoshis that represent a cat picture, and then send them the cat picture. And there you go. Just hold on to that for 5 years. Don't touch it. Idea. Yeah, done.
So 10 of those crypto art paintings will make you top 1%.
Yep. And in the future, later on, like, because you're not gonna be able to stop them from investing. And I don't know that it much matters, but I guess you can make them feel bad. I don't know. I don't know why it matters to do anything. But yeah, if you just tell them, yeah, the money you're going to waste on these NFTs would be worth more just holding it in Bitcoin and doing nothing for 5 years. And that's the bet.
And the top's already in anyway. CNBC are just after talking about it.
They're talking about NFTs now?
Oh, God. Are they going to have the same kind of... I remember CNBC with those anchors walking people through on their big screen on how to buy XRP on Coinbase, some bullshit like that. Like people are being walked through to this type of slaughterhouse. And and it sucks to see and it sucks to hear, but it's like every cycle you're going to see it. And honestly, I've been around for a couple of years. I'm not a crypto millionaire, but I've seen what I've seen. And, like I think people expect, I mean, we're going to see a lot of people get burned. We're going to see a lot of people make a lot of money on some good crypto moonshots, as they call them. But shoot, man, like it's not worth it. It's not worth the risk. I mean, it depends on what you're playing with. I mean, if what you're playing with is just chump change and that happens to be $1 million and whatever to you, then fine. I guess that's up to you. But I think for the most amount of people, I don't think that's a risk worth taking in the long term in terms of what does it mean for me and my family in 10 years and 20 years and 30 years? Like, does it help me? Does it help them? That's the way I'm personally trying to approach it. As opposed to just, am I going to flip it big, because of popular, people just want to buy it because it's on CNBC right now, which is going to happen. It's going to happen. Like if you want to get in on that, that's fine. You just know when to get out. That's where all the stress comes from if you want to play that game. And that's not fun. I mean, to some it is, but to me it's not. So that's why I'm not part of it.
I agree with that. And it's a good perspective, especially after being here a few years and seeing it go up and down. It does seem like there's a line of people going off towards another ICO. And like they were saying, it's on CNBC now. That means you can trust it. I remember when Bitcoin was like 5,000 or 3,000 and it was getting pretty dire. It was getting pretty sad. People were bummed out and I was bummed out too, no doubt. And I was like, why doesn't CNBC report on Bitcoin now? And they used to have that little box in the corner and they would bring it up every once in a while through the ticker. And they didn't design the box like it was here to stay. it was a big white box coming off from the rest of the well-designed CNBC interface. And they're like, yeah, right now we're covering Bitcoin because it's like 20K and we're excited. And as it went down and went down, and so did all of our hopes and dreams, they took the box away and they stopped covering Bitcoin. And it drove me crazy because I was like, I mean, I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to go back up and this quickly and this much and all that. And if I did, I'd done different things and all that. But I did know that Bitcoin wasn't going to go away. And I knew that I wasn't going to go away from Bitcoin. I was like, Bitcoin's still cool. I want to talk about it. I want to tell more people. Like, it's a little hard because, you know, it's so expensive and you can't get a whole one anymore. And, you know, the situation has changed. But they completely stopped covering it. And then, bam, Bitcoin breaks 20K again. Not only did they bring the little box back, they brought back a nicely designed one where Bitcoin's in with like the Dow and the yen, and it just mixes in. And I was like, oh, so maybe they're going to keep covering it this time. But yeah, I do find it very disheartening the way that whenever we're hot, CNBC is covering us. But whenever we're not, which is probably when you should buy Bitcoin, I can't tell you what to do. I don't want to give financial advice, but it does seem like whenever it's down and everyone feels terrible, like China, like there's not many news events we have left that are negative. But if there was a negative news event, like China bans Bitcoin is a classic, and it drives down the price and all your friends are sad, that's when an investor buys. That's when a good gambler buys. Like, the problem with these people is that they're not good gamblers, they're good followers. So they're like, I heard on CNBC that Bitcoin's worth a lot of money, so I want to buy it now. That's not how you make money. Like, you make, you make money on a risky investment that sometimes pays off, and that's never going to be just following what they say on TV.
Yeah, they're dumping on they're dumping on retail. That's what they're doing. I mean, that's effectively what that is in terms of that type of channel of communication. But go ahead.
Yeah, if people were educated about this, they wouldn't be buying right now. They would have bought over the last year and a half to 2 years.
Exactly.
All right, if there's anyone in the audience that's like to join, you can go ahead and request to be a speaker. I did set this room up where it said everyone could speak, but that doesn't seem to work. So welcome to Maddie. Sorry, I can only see the beginning of your name.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Yeah, Twitter let me be a beta tester too, and it seemed like it worked to let everybody be a speaker once, and then it stopped working. So I'm sure they'll fix that soon. Is this Thomas Huntley?
This is Thomas Hunt. Yep.
I am such a fan of yours, and I really appreciate you. You put together some Bitcoin panels back in the day that I listened to, and that really helped me out.
Very cool,
Thank
man.
you.
Thanks so much. Glad you can be here. Thanks for listening.
Yeah. This Twitter Spaces is really exciting, and I've been enjoying the conversations that I've just been listening to. I think one of the things that we have to remember about non-fungible tokens is that they're not fungible. So like when you try to get out, who's going to buy, right? Because they're not like a coin. They're not like Bitcoin where, all of them are equal, right? And you can sell to somebody who wants to buy into Bitcoin. You have to find someone who wants to buy into that specific piece of art. And so the fact that they're non-fungible actually makes it harder to get out of the investment. And so people who are, like you said, led to the slaughterhouse, they're not going to be able to get out of there as easy as they would with a fungible coin, right?
It is funny how far they're going out of their way to get a unique token, and what a disadvantage that is. What you're saying, like if you had a quarter or a dollar, you could easily spend it. No one cares. It's a dollar, right? But they want a special dollar that's been cut into 3 pieces and redesigned and has someone's art on it and all of these specific things which make it more unique, but they also make it hard to sell again. And they also want a digital one. And it's just getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Like I can see it visually in my mind, like the fraction of what they're buying. So yeah, it's a mighty strong risk to buy any unique NFT. It's a mighty strong risk to buy any NFT currency from the platform. But I think it's probably great for artists to try to sell this stuff as long as they cash out. And also, there's a moral issue if they want to sacrifice their audience, and it'll happen accidentally. It won't be on purpose. It'll be accident.
What I've been doing, so I want to learn as much as I can about the crypto space, and back in the day I learned how to program a Bitcoin node in Python, which is a language I didn't know. And now with the NFT thing, I'm a mental health therapist, and I really like hard money, like Bitcoin. I also so basically I'm working in a community now where I've launched an NFT and programmed it so it can't be resold. And they're meant to be badges that people can get as rewards for doing things that are mentally healthy. And so, for example, I had to come up with something that was verifiable at first. And so, even though, I hear like there's a lot of disagreement in the community, like I've been working with the Hex community because these are people who are locking up their coins for 15 years. And that's a behavior when you lock up your coins where you're saving for the future, right? And so whether it's Bitcoin or whatever it is, right? Whenever you're doing something that's mentally healthy, that's something with NFTs we can do that it's not gambling. It's like, it's not going to cost you anything. And so when we go on the Theta network, it's even better because Theta.tv is a platform where you can create NFTs for free and you can give them to your viewers for free, rewarding them for certain behaviors. And so I think there's a lot of exciting stuff happening in the crypto space.
I think it's fine to give people a reward for mental health, and it's kind of like a badge on the iPhone or a badge on the Xbox app or whatever. You get a badge. And as far as giving them an NFT, that's kind of like just giving them a homemade gift. Like here's something I made, a little woodworking craft, but it's digital. And that's fine as long as they just don't think it's going to have any value. The problem comes when you start holding on to like my little homemade gift and you're like, this is a unique homemade gift and it has value. And yet at the same time, there's kind of 1,000 other unique homemade gifts that I made because it was digital and it's an NFT and they all look alike. And that's where it gets a little fishy. And then the other thing you just want to watch for is it's just about the platform. Whatever the Theta platform is, I don't know anything about them, but I assume they have their own coin. And as soon as they've printed their own coin, they're in control of it, and things just get really complicated after that. So
it does. Absolutely.
There should be, since we're talking about art losing value, there should be some kind of NFT goodwill, because you could walk into any thrift store in America and find something you like, for pennies on the dollar, right? Like art is so come and go, and like, you don't try to sell a ceramics collector a painting. It's just so funny that, I don't know, these guys better be ready to deal with a very finicky and specific market, which is visual art, Or maybe I'm confused. Is there a goal with these things to actually acquire anything that you can look at in your home?
So you can, with a lot of them, like on Rarible, they're integrating with the MetaMask wallet, and so you're able to see it under the collectibles tab. But no, I mean it's not to the point where it's physical or it's going to be anything like that.
Well, back in my day when I tried to build these things, the reasons that I wanted to build them is what he's saying there, the collectibles tab. It's just a card collector's album. Right? There's all my baseball cards and I own 7 out of 10 and I need to get the last 3 because ... And it's because I'm a collector, right? And because I want more stuff. I was just watching a movie yesterday and the guy was talking. Oh, it was Elton John. He was reading his audiobook to me. And Elton John was like, yes, I just kept buying things because I'm a collector. And then he's like, then I got into photography and I started buying photos. And I think people I don't know. As long as the thing that you want is to be happy now and to be happy with your purchase. So if I'm happy now and I buy a book, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be happy continued. It's going to keep going. But the problem is they think that these NFTs are going to increase their happiness by increasing in value. So they're relying on the external object to increase their happiness rather than just being happy with the NFT. As long as you are happy with the NFT, the collectible that you are getting, and you are not expecting a gigantic return or even to hold the value, then it's great. But sadly, I don't think there's many people that have a kind of a Buddhist value to their NFTs.
It's gambling on a JPEG, and right. Now, if if anybody did ever create an NFT and you listed it on any place like Rarible, there was a snapshot that was taken, and I like to joke that you're entitled to damages and or airdrops because basically if you had bought or sold anything on Rarible prior to November 15th of 2020, then you can claim a $3,600 airdrop from Merle.art, and you can dump the paint tokens that they give you, and you can buy Bitcoin. And
see, already my
cool.
head's spinning. I have no idea what's going on. There's so many different types of tokens, and they're all from this and that, and you had to be there at this time and that thing. It's just, I don't know. Again, I'm 1,000 years old as a Bitcoiner now, so I don't care. Like, I wish everyone the best. I hope everyone doesn't lose their money. But yeah, a lot of you might. So.
Well, the thing about NFTs for me is that when if it feels like picking a number on a roulette wheel, it probably is. And so, like for me, for example, I thought it was interesting. I thought, oh, I've always actually wanted to like not just buy art, but maybe invest in art. But I have the same problem I always did. I don't know what's good, what is quality and what is not quality. And I simply cannot wrap my head around the idea of an animated GIF holding any value at all. Like somebody's first tweet, it really feels like you're just waiting for the bigger sucker. At the same time, I see some modern art stuff that's going for millions of dollars, and I think, did a kid paint this? I just don't get it. And so when I don't get it, I gotta stay away from it.
I think high-end art, that market, if you want to like translate it, it's basically all a momentum trade, though. Like the people with the money to buy that stuff, they don't know either. They just trust gallerists who are hot and that everyone else believes. So there's sort of this circular aspect to it, I think. But so in that sense, it doesn't sound different.
Yeah, they say if you want generational wealth, though, it's gold, real estate, and art, and that's what keeps wealth through generations. But the art thing just
not any art, old art,
right?
You know, no one during the pandemic recession, for instance, you know, anybody who's a modern, like I worked for a very high end ceramicist here, and he makes new work. His whole market just died because buying his stuff is speculative, whereas the market for established value art that, you know, has a number behind it for years and years didn't really suffer.
That's a really good point. You know, somebody that I talked to always said, never buy any. If you're looking at art, and this isn't, you know, this isn't NFTs, this is art. Make sure it has changed hands at least 2 or 3 times before you, and has a well-established price to it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you should buy things that you like and you want to look at and possibly give to your kids or whatever.
Well, you know, and I look at the other side too. Like if you say, oh, this card that has printing on it from a particular company that has, you know, little tiny monsters with numbers, that's never going to be worth anything. And you get them selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I can't remember who said it, but to me, it feels like the NFT market is rather niche. So if you're a player of a particular game, or you like art in this particular sector, or this is your club or your crew, and you want to buy stuff for that club or crew or subculture or whatever it is, then that NFT might be valuable in that subculture. But if you're not one of the members of that subculture, then you simply won't know what to pick, and really you are then it's purely gambling.
And even then, I think there's the problem that Mad Bitcoin's mentioned, where it's centralized, whereas an art object doesn't require anything except to not be destroyed, to just exist for years, or get rediscovered, like the famous anecdote where someone finds the $30 painting and then brings it to Sotheby's.
Okay. I think here's a way to bridge this. What if someone were to auction off? What about those Bitcoin coins that were not scratched off for over 10 years?
Coins?
Exactly. Those are worth more unscratched than the actual value itself, right? So that itself, I think, is the art that we really want to aspire for. Where I think what's really actually truly valuable, I think, in this case.
Right, but the thing is that
a clean CXO. That's what I'm saying.
There's just a
boom.
Virgin coins.
Exactly.
There's going to be a forever divide between the digital world and the real world. You can't. The only way we've figured out to bridge that gap at this point is the expenditure of energy and the proof of work, right? So bridging the gap between the digital and the physical is what gets really hard. So you can sell shares of a painting, and that's fine, but it all comes back to the person that owns the physical painting. And if that person wants to scam you and run away, they can't. So then you have to go back to trust them. So if you talk about, okay, an NFT in an all digital world that does not bridge to the real world, I just, like I say, unless there's a subculture that thinks of those things as valuable, I don't know. Like, I don't know. What if the Pokemon people decide to print 10 million super expensive Pokemon cards? I don't know what that does to the Pokemon trading card industry.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at Magic the Gathering or any kind of like Pokemon physical cards. I mean, people are willing to put money down on decks and the probabilities and stats, and they just, it's a transition into this kind of VR space where now it's tied to you in some way, in some identity or whatever. It's the same kind of equivalency. It's just like it's going from A to B. I think is the problem I think people have is as we go from day by day.
Don't you still have to trust the originator of that?
So you're talking about are you saying that because it's so ephemeral, as I think we're talking about the digital Nifty space? I think that people want to call it Nifty, like GIFs and GIFs and NFTs and Nifties. Like that's, I think, the term they want to use. Yeah, Nifties, right?
No, I think
saying with the Pokemon
NFT.
I've seen it both ways, but whatever. Anyway, where were we?
Anyone here remember Counterparty?
Yep,
No?
and Counterparty had its own NFTs, the rare Pepes.
They did.
And they're still around. And yeah, this whole thing, it always gets salty for me because it's hilarious to hear everyone with their like eyes open now. They're like, it's a scarce thing and we can make it and all this stuff. And I'm like, 3 years ago, maybe more, I tried to do a startup on this and I tried to like make NFTs and we made 20 of them and they're out there on Ethereum and they still work. And again, we delivered on what we said. And they are rare, but no, it didn't take off. And now it's really taking off. And I don't know. I just think it's another one of these FOMO crypto things. I didn't get in on Bitcoin early, so I'm going to get it back with the NFTs. And I like all
I think
the
that's exactly what it is.
righteous indignation from the fans. They're like, "You Bitcoin people are old. You don't understand what's going on. You're just from another era." And we'll just wait. So
That's what they're saying to Dan Held right now. They're like one of the foremost experts in the space being ratioed by NFT fans.
When I heard you guys talking, I must have joined the conversation late. I was super curious. You brought up the Mona Lisa, and so I quickly Googled like how much is the Mona Lisa worth, and of course like it's not for sale, but it's insured, and it's like insured for $900 million. And so if we look at like, well, Bitcoin started trading a little bit less than a penny, but let's just call it a penny, and now it's up 5.5 million x, or wait, 5 million x, right? Because it's 50,000, and but that's 500 million %. So I think if my calculation is right, you could have put $170 into Bitcoin 12 years ago, well, 10 or 12 years ago, and then you'd have enough to buy the Mona Lisa.
Yeah, but that's all nonsense. Why? Man, I hate that kind of the equivalency of saying, oh, if you only had done this 12 plus years ago, as if you knew what you knew now, then it's like I hate that shit.
Well, so that's one question that I have. I actually wanted to bring it to the group and ask, who's the person, like anybody that you know personally, how low did they buy Bitcoin and they're still holding it today? I bought in when the price surpassed an ounce of gold. That's when I recognized the value of Bitcoin.
Yeah, see, it's generally it's not cool to ask people questions like that. It seems too personal, at least in the Bitcoin thing.
I'm sorry.
Most people I know, they're like, because you just don't want any to be like, oh, you should have this much or you should have that much, because a lot of times it doesn't matter what you bought it for. When it doubled, you sold. Like when it doubled,
Sure.
You sold and you thought you were the best investor in the world. And I know a lot of other people that bought Bitcoin just because they wanted to use it on the internet because it was neat, and that neatness made all of this possible. So everyone's like, I never would have spent it. I never would have done this. You don't know what it was like in the time. It was worth nothing and people spent it and it was fun.
Exactly.
But no, I mean, I think
no way to know how high something is going to go.
Yeah.
Remember Ethereum came out, it was like 30 cents a coin.
There's nothing. It was like,
yeah. But then when the DAO got hacked, like I had some ETH from the crowd sale, and I like immediately dumped it because the DAO was hacked, and that now we're going to go to zero. And of course we didn't, but you don't want to. Yeah, don't give away your OPSEC.
Well, yeah, and things used to mean something. News used to matter. Whether something scaled or not, like that's something that we thought mattered, but it turned out it didn't matter. Hype matters. So that's why, again, everyone can call me old-fashioned. I'm not saying nobody's going to make money out there. Somebody's going to make money on these NFTs, but unfortunately, it's just like any other lottery where you're out there saying, like, I'm going to be the lottery winner, whether you're the artist or whether you're the buyer or whatever. Sorry, go ahead, Dan. I don't know. You were kind of breaking up there. You want to try again, Dan? But yeah, anyway, we'll see what happens with all these things. I think it's exciting and fun. So the price of Bitcoin is 50,920. We've got 36 live viewers on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up. We got 16 likes over there. That's pretty good. We've got a good chat going. Someone has showed up to sling an altcoin. So that's always a good sign of a good chat. It's getting popular. And you can share this Twitter space if you want. You can share it, and you can also join. Even if you have Android, you Android people are so salty. You have to update your app. So update your Twitter app, get the latest version of the Twitter app, then try to join and complain to me that it doesn't work. Yes, it doesn't work through the web page. It doesn't work through the web browser, but this is a beta software, and Android people can join too. You're super salty because Clubhouse excluded you, but you're welcome here. So what's going on, guys?
I want to air one of my biggest complaints about Twitter Spaces. So when you're on Clubhouse and you don't look down at your phone for a while, it doesn't go dark. So like I notice if I'm just listening and not talking, it immediately, after a minute or two, just goes to a black screen, and I have to unlock again. But that's just one of the many things I think they need to fix.
It also the app that when the screen stays open on Clubhouse, it keeps like shrinking itself down to show me tweets behind it, where it's like, you should be looking at Twitter. You should be looking at Twitter. and I don't want to look at Twitter. I'm actually, sneakily displaying this on my screen with QuickTime and making it so people can tell who's talking. But it keeps moving down and it keeps moving down. It keeps moving down. So that needs to be fixed too. Shout out to GBU Professor Wally in the YouTube chat. He donated $9.99 with the super chat. And Wally says, just as there's more to Bitcoin than trading or price action, there's more to NFTs than trading or price action. It's about what it can do, not just about what it's worth. What do you guys think?
I still don't quite know what it does.
I think they're always kind of referring to that like it could be a ticket for a concert idea, which to me is just dependent on so many external variables. It's not quite as cool as a digital thing where I'm like, when I send Bitcoin between here and there, it's sent, it's done, it works. Same thing for like Lightning. If I want to use Lightning to turn on a light, it's like click, turns on, done. But yeah, I think they're always about this, that it's going to unlock other things, which you could do with a database.
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of it is just hanging on this sort of future potential. Like it's going to be real cool one day. Just hold on.
Well, and again, as a one who wanted to sell the shovels, and they are selling shovels, I mean, the shovel makers might raise enough money where they're able to build one of these for you. But I got to say, even just in the last few years, what happened to CryptoKitties? CryptoKitties was a big, successful NFT implementation. They raised a bunch of money. What happened? I think they were going to make their own version of Ethereum, which is something we had definitely thought about. First, you make your own version of Ethereum, then you print all the Ethereum, and use it for CryptoKitties Ethereum. And I think they did some contracts maybe with the NBA and the NFL. They printed a lot of NFTs there or something. But still, I guess it's back again. But no one remembers the CryptoKitties. If there's nobody else from the chat here, I'll read what Wally's saying.
So how are they doing? I mean, what's the status? I mean, I remember CryptoKitties. I remember the whole Ethereum gas spike, just like people complain about fees now, like they did then. So I personally never cared to look at it. So are CryptoKitties still being traded? Like, what's the stats on that? Because I mean that's a good data point, right?
I don't know. Somebody's got to Google it right now because I've got too many screens open. And the new people don't even know what CryptoKitties are, so they're just like puzzling their heads at you. They're like, "You mean crypto punks?" And I'm like, "I've heard of that." And again,
that's hot too, right? And obviously,
sure. CryptoKitties was special because it like crashed the Ethereum network, and not crashed, but I mean it overloaded the network and made the fees go super high back in 2017, right? And so that was one of the signals of a top to the whole crypto sector. CryptoKitties was an NFT where like any other NFT, it's got a special serial number attached to it, but with these, they're like, you can like breed them together and create a different unique kitty. So they were selling for tens of thousands of dollars, and everybody who paid that much lost their money.
So it's almost like this exact thing happened in 2017, and now it's happening again.
We tried to warn you.
But this time somebody bought a Banksy and they set it on fire, and that makes it all different.
I think as well it relates to general frothiness. I mean, it's become status quo for regular equities to be huge multiples of revenue, and people still buying and making up stories around it and just not even caring about the story, just pure momentum. So I think there's sort of a widening acceptance or a cultural kind of thing right now where it's just like, hey, let's do this. There's liquidity. Like, let's play.
So what's this in chat I see about how they created the NBA Top Shots, like the thing I'm also seeing about this whole different platform, that it's still going in a different direction apparently, which I guess you got to keep it going. You know, people talk about Ponzi this and Ponzi that, but I mean, this is, I mean, I think everyone's going to try to have their own whack at the same kind of attempt at creating their own token, just like when Ethereum became big. This is like the next level, but now it's exponentially multiplied in all these different blockchains of different types of sorts that are different in so different ways. But I think ultimately what it comes down to is if you cannot, I think what this guy Gnosis says here is, can NFTs represent physical goods? And I think that's really the question, right? Like what is the link between, you know, cyber and meat space? And that's where we come back to, it seems like always, with the value of what does this mean? And is it ephemeral, or is it something that is persistent in some way, or can be recovered, or is some way immutable, as we all want for a blockchain to be in its purest form? You know, there's always that. I think Andreas had that checklist. You know, I'm sure someone knows it better than I do about, you know, if you're running down a list of, is this thing worth, you know, looking into? Does it follow the checklist? And one of it, you know, was immutability. And that's what I'm thinking about in response to that.
When I hear physical NFT, I think of like the huge train wreck that Uniswap are. So Uniswap, a perfectly good decentralized exchange for the Ethereum platform, like they, I guess, wanted to make a joke, or I'm not really sure what the whole history is, but Uniswap are like an NFT. They made 314 of them, and then they started selling them, and they quickly went to $500, and you could redeem them for a pair of socks, like literally, like, you know, cotton socks. And okay. I stopped following.
Not even alpaca socks. Come on. Correct.
Yeah, which is what real Bitcoiners bet each other, or bet economists that don't know anything. And so I stopped following Uniswap whenever the price of one pair of socks surpassed the price of Bitcoin at $50,000. But I just quickly checked, and it looks like now each sock is worth $50,000 because they're trading for $111,000. That's insanity.
That's awesome. That's great.
That's a hell of a trading pair.
I remember there were a lot of fun ICOs back in the day. So I'm sure there's a lot of people right now that are saying they could just copy that ICO and put it on an NFT. What was the one that was like Jesus Coin or something like that? And it was all just a big joke. But then they actually released the ICO and they sold it and they made a bunch of money. And there was another one that was like, do not buy this coin, or scam coin, or some kind of thing. And just the same thing. Coin. It's things get so wild. The guy earlier said frothy. It's out there, and I guess it's out there for the NFTs. So I don't know. Maybe we'll start putting in the titles for clickbait or something. I don't know.
You know, this will have jumped the shark when there's a Bob Ross NFT.
I found a directory full of Bob Ross videos recently, and it was fantastic. You just turn on any one. He's so calm. He's so relaxed. And then he paints this incredible masterpiece, the same way they used to do those cooking shows, where like they have the thing pre-cooked and they're like, whoop, 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 here's the thing. He could do that live. It was amazing.
Oh, and speaking of all the ICO craze, I think the guy that was like the art historian, and I don't know if he's still with us or not, but the idea about how people became like self-referential in their concept of okay, so we have this whole new crypto sphere. People think like 99% is scam. Okay, well, how do we create this new scam of a scam that people know is a scam, but people are so excited about the scam that becomes a new hype cycle of its own, that becomes its own pump and dump. You know,
are you reading from the EOS pamphlet right now? Did somebody give you the EOS pamphlet?
No. I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
The way EOS was sold, it was a crowd sale that took an entire year. And like every month they would reset the price of the token that they were selling for the thing that they hadn't made yet. And even Ethereum, the reason a lot of people were critical of it is because they had a crowd sale before it was released. And everyone was like, do you actually have the software? Does it actually work? Does it actually run? And they're like, give us millions of dollars and we'll give you the software, maybe. And that's all of this stuff. It's like as a computer geek, I guess it's just the old stodgy Unix computer geek thing where you're like, I prefer people that just publish code and then get money later. Or you make a company and you show it to VCs and you do the whole traditional thing, which again is about accountability. It's about what happens when things go wrong. Doing all these extra steps and all this like making a company and getting on the stock market and all that stuff, that's about like when things go wrong. All these other things where things are going right, they're like, we skipped all the rules and everything's going right and it's great. And that's great for the ones that go well. But for all the other ones where there's a bunch of aggrieved consumers and investors and gamblers who are all upset now, that's why it's nice to have the paper trail and the accountability of the traditional system, which again, we can make a copy of. We can mirror that, but it has to have that accountability.
And the EOS people, they like recycled their funds to pump their own price to mislead investors, and then I think they ended up buying Bitcoin.
Spoiler alert! Don't tell people that that's how the platforms work. Don't tell people that the more money that's put into the platform, the more the platform people can buy their own currency and use it to buy their own art. Don't tell anyone that. You're going to blow the whole thing.
Oops.
There is an infinite amount of cash at the Federal Reserve.
So wait, but what about, but isn't that the whole EOS BTC Treasury Fund whole debacle? Is that what we're not supposed to talk about?
Well, no, that's how the NFTs work, is that you can have that platform and you can keep buying it with the money that people keep giving you. And you can just keep buying it with the money people keep giving you. And you can just keep buying it with the money people keep giving you. And one of the things that people don't understand, like normal people, they don't understand recursion, right? They just don't understand. Like if you haven't made an if-then loop or a for-do loop and you haven't broken it, right, where it runs forever, then you don't understand recursion. Like once you've broken it a few times, even just as an amateur coder here, not claiming anything, but I've broken a for loop. I've broken things, and you just have to watch out for that. And all these other scams, they're all classics from the 1920s. Like all the things that were outlawed in the 20s and 30s are just coming back in every new version of crypto, and it's fun. I mean, it's sad. Lots of people lose their money in BitConnect and OneCoin and all these other things that have happened that have been forgotten. But they still happened.
No, this time it's different.
Yeah, this time it's different.
Is there a tonic? All I want to know is there like a new 21st century tonic that's now being peddled in this new, well, not so new, but ever so ongoing space of debauchery.
There was that one point where Long Island Iced Tea changed their company name to Long Island Blockchain. That was pretty close.
No.
And then there was Kodak Coin.
Yeah, Kodak Coin was going to save the day. And that was another great one where Kodak, the original thing with the imaging and the photos, was a great company. But it's just like Polaroid now. It's a name that's been sold to someone that owns names. and they just put it on things. And so they were just going to put it on a coin. So it didn't have the gravitas of the original Kodak. But I guess people, they just still drink Coke and they still drink Pepsi. So they still were going to buy Kodak.
Part of this whole trend of duct taping things onto each other. You know, when you duct tape art onto a serial number that's provably unique, you know, I mean, that's the theme here, right?
You're like a startup entrepreneur. You're ahead of your time here.
I mean, if a banana duct taped to a wall is art, then, you know, you can duct tape a blockchain to anything.
True.
Yo, dog, I heard you like blockchain, so I put a blockchain on your blockchain.
You should sell a picture of that. According to what I've read, and I refuse to talk about on the show, Jack Dorsey is selling a picture of a tweet for $3 million or something. So I guess you could do that too with a picture of a stolen meme. I don't know.
I took a screenshot of his and I posted it for sale to see if he would buy it, because that's the only meta loop I care about.
Well, you know what? But you know what? Even better than that, if Jack goes back and deletes it, and that shows up the way it has already this past day or so, then that becomes itself even more valuable.
That actually reminds me, there was an artist a couple of years ago who took screenshots of Instagram and then sold them as art in galleries for $100,000 a piece. So, I mean, there's a market for anything.
That's awesome. And that again makes me want to tell my story about modern art. So I've been to lots of modern art galleries, and I find them valuable because even though I might not like, say, like 80 or 90% of the art, that 10% that I like is going to be amazing, right? It's going to blow my socks off, something I never thought of. But when you wander around and you look at stuff like in the San Francisco MoMA Museum of Modern Art, they have like one painting. It's a color wheel, right? And it's a big color wheel, and it's like the rainbow colors. I'm like, how did this get here? How did this ridiculous color wheel get here? They had a gallery down the hall with like graph paper, where the guy had drawn graph paper, and that was it. And it was really pencil lines, like graph paper. And I was like, how did this get here? And I asked a friend of mine once, and he was in an avant-garde dance troupe in Berlin, and they were serious artists. And he said that he talked to the guy who ran the art troupe because they made kind of ridiculous like experiences. Like they had one event where you would enter the concert hall by climbing through a limousine, and you'd be interviewed in the limousine first before you were allowed in. And they had another one where they were bouncing tennis balls in the dark and dressed in black like soldiers, and they had rifles and tennis balls, and there's always some religious implications going on. And it was really avant-garde and bizarre, and I read more about it, and I don't understand it, but it's amazing. And so he asked this guy, he's like, why do you do this? Why do we make this art? And what is it all about? And basically what he explained is that right now, this period of peace that we've had since the end of World War II, where there's really not a major global conflict in the same way. We're not drafting up normal people and dragging them in, and this doesn't affect you. Like I don't know anyone in my family who's been drafted for war, since the 70s, that kind of thing. But he said this global period of relative peace allows him to make meaningless art. Right? So it's the global peace that is represented in the meaningless art. Now, unfortunately, I feel like we're coming out of the period of global peace, and it's going to be harder and harder to have the free time and the organization and the ability and the money and the wasted money and the grants and all the rich people's money and all the nonsense that gets burnt in creating that color wheel. But because of the peace, it's possible. Now, when we go back to more of a war footing and things get more dire, art becomes more revolutionary and more political and more useful in the way that it actually transmits an image and actually gives you an idea. But by giving you no idea, by transmitting no image, by serving no even metaphorical or religious use in any way, that kind of modern art that can be made during this period of peace expresses that. So there you go. Modern art has
is a
value.
reflection of its time, right? That form of art came out of a world where consumerism was becoming the global religion, and it was all about buying meaningless things, and there was no purpose behind any of it, and that was just a reflection of the times people were living in. And I think it changed during the Vietnam War, and then kind of rolled back to another period of relative peace up until 9/11.
Yep, I'd agree with that. Anybody else want to comment?
Well, it sounds like we're also kind of like missing forest for the trees, because I mean, really, how many people in the world really even, one, know about Bitcoin, two, know about Ethereum, three, know about NFTs, blah 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 blah. Go down. I mean, 0.001%. Like, can we really judge anything about any of this, about art in this context, knowing that it's so niche of niche of niche? Like, it's almost like nothing. It's not even. Or is this the way that it's born? Is this the way that it becomes something, because it's almost nothing? Just like the way, Bitcoin came from nothing to what it is today, Because, I mean, how else is art being represented, in terms of medium, in terms of art gallery? What is modern or postmodern art now in terms of how it's being presented? Like, and you're saying, is the peak time, you're saying, in terms of the simplicity, as if to say that the next 10 years will be rife with difficulty? So what is it about that art then that, what kind of art then symbolizes, or what kind of art then acts in a way that you say that kind of gives you the idea to act in a way? I think is what you're saying, like it inspires people, right? Like during times of struggle and strife, people act in a different way that counterbalances it towards some kind of balance, so to speak, right?
Well, the main piece of art that I would think about is think about Picasso's Guernica, right? It's a huge painting. It's black and white, designed to look like a newspaper, and there's red because there's blood. And it's about, I forget the exact, but it's about like the beginning of a war or a revolution, and there's violence, and there's blood in the street. And during one of the wars, they covered it up in the United Nations. They felt that they could no longer look upon this painting while they were doing what they were doing. And then later on, they uncovered it. And when the painting was released, it was a uproar. Everyone was like, "Oh my goodness, look at this painting. Look what he's represented here," because he showed violence and he showed all kinds of other things, albeit in a Picasso comic book kind of format. But something like that's an art with kind of a purpose, where Picasso was intending to speak out about the horrors of war, presumably with the goal of reducing those horrors. Other times, artists are just paid. For a lot of the times, artists were all religious art, and it was meant to deify, and it was part of the religion and that kind of thing. So it's interesting to see the motivations behind things. But I would say, yeah, more with the peace going away, more political art, more nostalgic art, the way it used to be, dream art, that kind of thing. Because it's to where society's focused. Whereas I think in the 50s and the 60s, the art that I really like still today is like futurism, right? Like we're going to go to the science future and the Jetsons and anything related to that. That's all positive art. But do we have that today? Do we have that right now? Does anyone have a modern positive version for the future? No, it's all looking back at that retro 50s vision.
I think you nailed like that big divisions in society, right? Is you've got people who sort of want to live back in that time, and they idealize the present through the lens of 1950s. And then there's another segment of us who want there to be a more optimistic future, and it's something that we're going to have to struggle to build that if that's ever going to happen, because of all the potential calamities that may lay in our path at this point because of the things that happened in the city. So it's
I got to say that you talk about cycle. That actually, I just came to mind. I saw some other folks in the crypto Twitter space, the philosophers, if you will. You know what I mean? There was a book that I came across in their conversations called the Fourth Turning. Is this something that have y'all come across that? The Fourth Turning by William Strauss.
I swear
William
we
Strauss
just had a guy on here yesterday talking about that, and I think
I
don't want to speak against him, but I think he moved his whole family to Australia because he was afraid that the United States and the world was going to collapse. And
I was probably because of that book. That was the book.
Yeah,
that was the book.
I might have been, man. It sounded like the same kind of thing, at least, unless I'm wrong. But yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay.
I mean, I think we go through some hard times. Generally, I've always thought of the world as like the Roman Empire, and if we were living in the ascent of the Roman Empire, if we were living in the decline. And I've been kind of pessimistic, so I think we're in the decline for a long time now of the American Empire.
Yeah, well, exactly.
But
exactly.
Then,
and
there's good times in the decline. Like it's not like let's not give up everything, right? It's there's good times in it. So.
Well, I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm not saying to give up, but I'm saying to kind of zoom out, as they say, and to look at it from a perspective where numbers seem to just permeate throughout history. You know, you seem to have repetitions of sorts, and it seems valuable to kind of approach it from the perspective of, you know, if there are hard times today, that you know that there's going to be a spring tomorrow, just like there are like cyclical, seasonal pattern changes. You know, and I think I don't know if you're talking about or not, but that's what this author is talking about, is the idea of how you have different turnings of time over the course of a course of a human life of 80 to 100 years, divided in 4 quarters, 4 turnings. So every turning born to different types of generation of people that counterbalance that previous generation. So there's always a type of cyclical nature, and it kind of counterbalances that idea with linear time, where we just seem to just think of it from a rational perspective of just everything having its own linear perspective of going from, you know, A to B, and it's not perceived from the perspective of seasonality. And so that's what this guy's talking about. So I don't know if that really means anything to y'all, but I think that's very important to consider, because what he was saying is that around the year 2025 is that's when we're going to go through a different upturning or a different upheaval, where you have a different type of raised consciousness of the population of the people to then, you know, go into the next cycle. And that becomes part of how we look at history, just like the Roman era, you know, all these eras, you know, there's always eras, but what era are we part of now? And are we part of an end of an era? And that means different things for different people. Like if you're in America, as I am in, like that could mean more to me now than to someone else across the world, where maybe they're gearing up to be the next superpower. You know, those types of concepts of these types of different shifts and balances on the world stage, so to speak, you know, and how that affects people's livelihood and trajectories of education and all those types of ways in which people, how they choose to spend their time and their money, you know, for the you know, for their own self-interest, and also hopefully for the better of their society. But, you know, we'll see how that goes. So that's what this kind of book is talking about, is what that means for us as a destiny of civilization, and how we can embrace that instead of getting squandered in the, you know, it's like you say, it's not all negative. There's always a positive and a negative. I mean, that's the point, is as long as you know your history, you can hedge against it, you know, in a way like okay, you know, this sounds familiar, you know, like let me gear up for this, you know, in a better way. And that's why I think that this book is something I think people should check out. It's I think it came out in 97 actually, and it's just like people talk about the sovereign individual, for instance. I think this book is in that list. So yeah.
I love 1997. It's a great time.
Yeah, for some reason I keep thinking about 97. I'm thinking like 95, because I'm thinking like 12 Monkeys. Like I love that time when that kind of movies came out. That type of
It was
It's
an
because there's a certain type of
amazing string of films in the 90s, right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
We had no idea.
Ending with
But yeah.
Matrix of '99. It was Matrix of '99. It's like that. That's like last 5 years. That itself can be a period of historical significance that could be studied in terms of how people saw the world. You know, think about how people look at this stuff we're talking about now, 100 years from now. Like, what the fuck are these people doing? You know, with these movies. You know, like, what were they saying? How do they see themselves? You know, that kind of shit. You know, and how accurate is it or would be? You know, just like we look back now on what we know about the past, and what kind of new reality does that create for them?
And very often, though, those are through lenses of nostalgia. Like, we're always looking back. We're writing stories about the past in the light that we prefer. So, you know, we can't look at works of art being like truth saying about the time that they're talking about, even if it's the past. Or, you know, there's always a lens. There's always a push to put yourself in a good light, stuff like that.
There's a meme written by Douglas Copeland, the author of Generation X and a lot of other books, that goes, "I miss my pre-internet brain." And in many ways, like 1995 was kind of the end of that phase for a lot of people. I mean, that's around the time I started going heavy into the internet and never looked back since. And, you know, all the noise and information that we've swallowed in the years since then is probably more information than most humans encountered on a lifetime basis prior to that. So just interesting to kind of think about, like, when's the last time you had a quiet moment to read a book or listen to music without thinking about, oh, what's happening on this or that social network, or, you know, what's going on in this other part of the world that I need to follow up on right away. And it's that sort of information FOMO that I think has changed our brain chemistry. I mean, I can see it in my own kids who've grown up in this time where they've never known a pre-internet world. They've never known waiting for a TV program to be on before you can watch it.
That is so spot
on. Did y'all ever see that that documentary, The Social Dilemma? I think that's what comes to mind. Yeah. What you're describing right now. You're creating attention deficit, ADD. Like, you're creating attention deficit people just purely based on this overstimulation and the control. Like, you become you're being gaslit from day one. Like, you don't even know who you are anymore. It seems
like ADHD isn't even a disease that you can classify, especially when you think about the people who came up with it are the ones who existed in that time prior to ADHD children. And you know, it's really a product of our entire society. It's not something that can be medicated into submission.
Exactly, because I remember, like, in the '90s when I was growing up, like, I was one of I didn't have any friends that had any computers or any kind of, like, internet or any kind of stuff like that. Like, I just happened to be part of a family who my father was a computer engineer, and we happened to be exposed to it from a very early age. And I think that was part of the interesting kind of onset, was when it became more popular and became more unleashed in people's houses. That becomes part of the boundary that gets broken, is the exposure to all this information, and it becomes unbounded. And the effect it has on someone who's is called unmodulated. You know, you're unable to modulate your own ability to understand or to create a priority of what is more important, or is this actual information? So misinformation, as we see today, becomes part of the problem. Is you cannot trust your own senses, and that
you
becomes,
lose you
everything else. Everything is gone. Boom, done.
I'll tell you, a good test is the next time you go for a sit down in the bathroom, don't take your phone, and find out how much you freak out with 4, 5, 10 minutes of silence with nothing to do. Sitting with your own brain is very hard.
Well, there's plenty of shampoo bottles next to me, so I can read the bottle
right,
back of that.
Especially if you got Dr. Bronner's, yeah. Dr. Bronner's has.
I'll read the ingredients label.
There,
the ingredients, all the sulfates and the disodium phosphates and all that stuff in the ingredients.
But
label.
That's telling in itself, right? Is that
exactly.
You just can't sit in your own headspace for more than 5 minutes.
I think there's a swing back too, though. Like, I make craft art ceramics and wooden stuff, and I think people are craving real things that they can sit with, don't have to throw out.
That's actually what I kind of love about this. This sort of room that we've created, and the rooms that we've created through Clubhouse and will be created in the future through Spaces, it's a chance to really explore the way you actually think in a format that's longer than a tweet or some sort of Facebook diatribe where it's really one way. And we have this two-way mode of communication now that I like to think will expand our horizons and allow us to interact with people who have differing opinions in a way that isn't so much of like a bumper sticker kind of slogan. And
here's the problem, though, is that like even on this right now, how many of us are just doing this?
Right.
Like
Self-serving assholes. Hey, y'all join in. Can we get more speakers in here?
And it's probably because a lot of the listeners are just listening, right? They're doing something while they're listening to us talk. And I know that for me, like I'm a software developer. I've talked to other developers that like don't have a podcast going in the background. And I think, how can your brain be quiet enough to just simply focus on the work that you're doing? That's crazy. Because I have to have something in the background, or I don't know. Like you say, ADD isn't a thing anymore because everybody has it now.
That's so true. And at the moment right now, I'm a professional graphic designer, so I'm creating images right now, and this is something that's going on in the background, and it sort of associates with the visual input that I have from my screen, and it's this sort of like the idea that when you're studying for an exam and you have music on in the background, if you listen to that music when you're taking the exam, you can recall the information better. So there are those associations that are made between you and when you're speaking and when you're working, but I think it can be done effectively, but it does sort of cause distraction. Like if I have Twitter or some other thing going on in the background when I'm working, it requires my visual attention as opposed to just thinking and hearing. So
yeah,
you don't always absorb all the information, but the substance comes through.
I did my master's thesis on ADHD and brainwaves, and studying how nicotine and tobacco can influence that, which we know that it does. And but that helped us to understand more about people's attention. So not necessarily that it's something I was specifically studying in my experiment, but in general, being familiar with the literature and with the neuroscience of behavior, is that people often underestimate really how little traits play in versus their environment. So if you're in a social environment that involves your phone and involves dopamine hits coming out only when you get enough likes, or only when you're constantly being fed information, right? Then that's creating an environment where you're training the brain in order to not like silences and to be constantly searching for the next thing that's interesting to your attention. And so your tolerance for stimulation, right, really it increases to the point where you really need more and more stimulation. And so that's kind of why I'm glad you brought up the example of the social dilemma, and even the Matrix. I rewatched that last night, and those are good examples of kind of what's happening to our society in the terms of environment versus attention.
Yeah, you just blew my mind a little bit. Like that so makes sense to me, that your brain gets conditioned to a certain amount of stimulus, and then without that stimulus, your brain sees an empty space and has to fill it. I'm an ex-smoker as of New Year's Eve, so hopefully that sticks. But it's the same thing. Like, I jump in the car. Yeah, thank you. I jump in the car, but the first thing I want to do is put a cigarette in my mouth. And it's not because I have that chemical reaction. I mean, that chemical reaction is gone now, but like I need, like, what do I do with my hands if I'm not smoking a cigarette? It's that kind of thing. And like, if I can't check on the price of Bitcoin in the middle of the night, like, because I need that stimulus. So yeah, maybe there will be a backlash when people start putting their phones down.
Talk about Bitcoin price. I mean, personally, for me, myself, the only time I check the price is if I'm overexposed in terms of my personal equity. But that's it.
So what should it say about me that I check it every 5 minutes? That's not
even. I mean, as in to suggest to say that if it were to drop 5%, are you liquidated? You know, like, are you that exposed, or does that not even matter, or are you not even part of that equation? You know, because for me, it's like the only time I'd be considered about price is, am I going to get liquidated if I'm going to even be trading it, which I'm not. But I'm saying if I were, that's where I would be really concerned about price.
That's a very good point.
So I don't know what that means in your case in terms of your personal, like, are you just buying in like DCA, like auto DCA, like that? I love that. Personally, I'm a little bit of a hobby miner. Like, I have a couple of RX 580s just sitting in the bedroom, just kind of as my own little, just obviously it's ETH, you know, obviously that, but I just converted to Bitcoin naturally. And so that's kind of like my DCA right there. Is like, okay, like I put some money down. Obviously, if I just put that $2,000 or $2,500, if I just put that down instead on Bitcoin at the time, you know, obviously in terms of a financial outlook, I would have come out ahead. But it was just something to do at the time, and it took me business.
Yeah, so there's always a better decision that you can make. You know, you can't ever evaluate the decision you made against the best decision anyone could ever make in time. Because that's not realistic.
Exactly. That's why I hate all these types of, even all these quote unquote thought leaders in the Bitcoin crypto Twitter sphere, that they seem to have this tinge of this type of guilt or shame that they want to impose on people about. If you only did this at this point in time in 2000 so-and-so and did so consistently without fail, with as much conviction as we have today, like what is that? Like, I'm trying to.
The psychology
so I know where
what
that
is
comes
that?
from.
Could be related to sudden wealth syndrome, where you feel guilty that people are left behind, and so then you blame the victim and say, oh well, you know, you should have known. Like, it was so obvious when it really wasn't, right? And
so I know what part of that is, and honestly, part of that is that, you know, you've been telling people for years that this is something that you should put 1% in, right? You've been telling people for years to get off of zero. And then when they say at 50,000, oh, well, you're only into it because, you know, you've got a bunch of money now, or it's too late for me, or it's this frustration where anyone you ever tell about it always has an excuse, right? I don't have enough money to invest. I can't buy a whole one. Well, you can buy part of one. Yeah, but I kind of want a whole one. Well, it's too high right now. I'm going to wait till it goes down. Oh, now it's going down. Oh, are we sure it's going to be around in a year? Like, it's been dropping. So part of it is, you know, it kind of, to me, it goes along with the, get used to being poor. I don't know what that meme is. Have fun staying poor.
Have fun staying poor.
Have fun paying. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Part of the I don't know, the bad feeling, the negative energy behind that meme is, I am tired of you telling me that I am stupid for buying Bitcoin when I am obviously the smart one.
Oh.
And that, I think, is part of where you see that mentality shift of, okay, you got tired of me talking about Bitcoin at every family gathering, so I just stopped talking about it.
Okay, so while I was studying the blade, sir, while I was studying the blade, if he were doing this, and here we are today, and he's asked me for help, how dare you? You know, that thing comes to mind.
Yes, it is exactly that. You know what? Screw you. Have fun staying poor. But at the same time, I do think that, you know, like for me anyway, I am still willing to talk somebody through it. In fact, I had a friend of mine not too long ago. I gave him a couple years ago, I gave him $50 in Bitcoin. And he and I talk almost every day. And he said, "Oh man, why didn't you tell me to buy more of this?" And I said, "Well, I gave you that Bitcoin so that you would then engage and investigate and research and maybe come back to me with questions, which you didn't do any of. So I am not going to hold your hand through this thing, especially financial stuff. Like, buy it, don't buy it, totally up to you. Do your own research. I don't want you to get mad at me if it goes down. But at the same time, like, don't come back to me a year later going, you should have told me to buy more. Well, I'm not going to tell you to do anything. You have to make your own choices. And so if you're going to be salty about not getting into it for a couple years, that's on you, you know?
It goes both ways, right? I mean, if you try to do IT support, like imagine being the guy trying to fix the computer of the family. Like a year later, something goes wrong. It's your fault if you fixed their computer a year ago. It's the same kind of nonsense, you know?
Yes.
It goes both ways because
you've been telling them to do their upgrades. Like, oh, have you updated your OS? Have you updated your OS?
Or say if you told them to buy and maybe you were overconfident at the time and mistimed your pitch and they bought at the top 17 and you had to review or adapt for the next 4 years until now. And maybe they capitulated, maybe they didn't. And then you're at fault either way because you didn't convince them to stick around, or
probably what they did was sold it, and then they're going to blame you for them selling it.
Yeah, there's no way to win. There's no way to win, man. So just yeah. So at some point,
I've tried gifting crypto to people, but now I almost worry that it's like signaling that it's not worth anything. So now I try to take the more reverse psychology approach. Like, this is what I've, look at what this did for me, or, look at what it's done. And, I'm not going to give you any of mine because I'm not selling mine, but I'll walk you through. And I like, Dan, that you said that you still walk people through that process. I think that's really important.
It doesn't work on the other way either, because if you're giving it to them, it has no value. But if you're selling it to them, you're a con artist. Because I used to be like, hey, I could use $20. Will you give me $20 for your wallet? And I probably would have given them like a 0.2, right, for $20. And I would have done that a dozen times. And then I would have bought, new Bitcoin for $20 or whatever. And I would have gotten the $20 to buy food or whatever. They won't do it. They won't invest the 20 out of their wallet. They're like, it's a scam.
Two stories related to that. Mad, you probably remember some of these. There was, back in 2015, I was working, directly with homeless people in New York City. And I had this brilliant idea that we could, cure homelessness if we could just get enough people to, download a Bitcoin app on their Android phones that they had and give them a little bit of crypto to hold on to for a few years. And, I would do that. I would actually go to, back when ChangeTip was still operating, I had people all over the world donating, 10 cents, 25 cents, $1. We'd use Fold app and buy them coffee and food and, shoes and all sorts of things. And I was really trying to help individuals understand this, revolutionary technology that could help them improve their lives and get back on their feet. But, it never worked in the long run. And at one point, I actually collected through a small group of people, just a tiny amount of money at the time. It was $20. We put it on a paper wallet, and we walked into a homeless aid organization in New York City and handed it to them. And to my knowledge, they never cashed it in. And that was, 6 years ago, and it's $5,000 just sitting in a file cabinet probably somewhere or thrown out. I have no idea. So, stories like that kind of convinced me that there is no way to give people crypto.
Yeah, I think that
The classic article I remember, and this was back when Bitcoin was like $300, and it was 30 before that. Is somebody had gone around and they'd given these homeless people some Bitcoin, and they'd been like, "Hey, here you go, you got some Bitcoin," and then they showed them how you could buy pizza with it. So they're homeless, they're hungry, they bought pizza, right? Then a month later, somebody comes around and they say, "Hey, remember that Bitcoin I gave you? It's worth $300 now," and now they all feel bad, even though in reality they needed the money, they needed the pizza, they had it, they spent it, they used it. So yeah, it is a bit like a monkey's paw. I worry about it because yeah, you give it to your family and they're like, why didn't you give me more? Why didn't I buy more? Why didn't I sell them at the right time? Why didn't I hold them at the right time? There's all kinds of ups and downs to this. And everyone out there, they're like, that won't happen to me. I'm going to see ahead of that. I'm going to do the right things. I'm going to tell everyone in my family or not tell them, or I'm going to convince them. I'm going to hold their hand to the fire and say, you must buy. Right. And you're like, the ones that you do that on, they lose money almost instantly and come at you. The ones that you like give $1 and you're like, hey, you're well off, you should put 1,000 in. They always come back to you like, why didn't you tell me? And it's because you had all these failures with the others. And yeah, there's no way to win with it. Even I look back and I'm like, why didn't I do more to get my family in? Why didn't I do more to get this person in or that person in? And then why don't I have more myself? All of those things happen to everyone, I think.
It's very important. It's very important. And I feel it very salient because I just have the same kind of thought myself, thinking whenever I get to thinking like that, I think to myself, well, what was I doing that year? Like, where was I working? What was I dealing with? Where was my headspace? Did I even know about Bitcoin that year? Like those kinds of thoughts, because that's the way to kind of maybe equalize it a little bit for myself of, if you were not in a position to even be aware of it, just like people might be not conscious or not aware of it, like some family or whatever that you're trying to convince, blah, blah, blah. Same kind of thing, At the time, it was just not possible. And, hindsight being 2020, being what it is, obviously it has, it's not worth it. So it's to kind of go back down that road, it's not. It's because for me, I remember personally, I graduated college a couple of years back in 2008, and that was right during the recession or whatever. And it was a traditional type of, issue for me. And I remember, 09, 10, 11, 12, I was more worried about paying my fucking loan for my stupid ass, education that was worth it was worth nothing. It was worth zip nada. I was fleet, I was in that camp, and so I spent a lot of years trying to make sure I had consistent employment to pay that back. And even though I knew about Bitcoin, say like around 2013, 2014, so kind of like in that kind of camp, even then at that time, I didn't think of it as an investment vehicle. It was more of a kind of an exchange. Like, oh, okay, so maybe you could use it for something else online. Like it was more of a kind of like whatever the price is currently, but the dollar is still my unit of account type of thing. That's where my thinking still was at the time. And I accept that because that was really honestly living paycheck to paycheck at the time, trying to make ends meet, trying to make some kind of headway. That became its own struggle. So who the hell, so when people talk about these stimulus checks, like, do they honestly think that many people are going to be fucking buying Bitcoin? Like, no, they're going to be paying back their fucking debt, their loans, their credit cards. It goes back straight to the bankers, which obviously exposes the problem of these stimulus checks. I'm sure we can talk about. And so that becomes kind of the interesting kind of thing to think about the time and place, the set and setting of where you were at the time as a means to, center yourself and be like, look, it was not going to happen. Because, hey, guess what? Even if you were in there at a penny, you would have sold at 10 cents. You would have done it. You would have been gone like a bandit in the night. And you would have thought yourself the victor, It's all like, think about like the micro and the macro when you zoom in and zoom out about the types of victories that you think you have. And that's kind of what the way that I'm trying to frame it for myself to keep the peace, within.
No, I think that's right. And it isn't until you really do what a lot of us have done and take the time to understand what not just Bitcoin is, but what money is and where it comes from and why it's important and really go down that rabbit hole, which you have to do on your own. You can't take someone else's hand and go down that rabbit hole. You know, people can get you started, but if you don't feel that spark, then you're not going to learn anymore. You're not going to take the time to really investigate it. You know, there's always that moment. Like, I think I was exposed to Bitcoin 3 times before I actually ever
It's usually the magic number.
to get into it myself. And it was, you know, 2012 and 2013 and then 2014. And that's when I think that moment clicked in my head. But it took that amount of time for me to really understand what I was doing and why I would want to hold something for so long to see it turn into what it is today. And with a lot of people who are just discovering it now, they have to go through that journey, and it's going to take them 2 or 3 years at you know, maybe longer, but you know, at best, let's say 3 years, you know, and they're going to miss out on the price appreciation between now and 2024, but they're still going to have an opportunity to join into this experience that we've all had, but it's on their own scale, on their own time frame, and we can't be the ones to force other people to do something that we know is the right path for us.
Well, and I think too that, you know, one of the most basic investing principles is risk and reward, right? And then the greater the risk, the greater the reward. And the bottom line is that if you wait until Bitcoin is $50,000, yeah, there's going to be a lot of confidence in that investment. It's a lot less risky. The idea that, you know, that when I first bought, the big question was, okay, this technology is great and amazing, but will anyone really care? Like, an immutable blockchain. Is that something? Yeah, that's a great tool. That's awesome and cool. Will anybody care? Will anybody actually want to use this thing? Is this a solution?
I also thought
it
was obvious that the early people would be crazy rich. And when I looked at it, I was like, this is great. This is a trick that we could fool everyone. We as the geeks could pull one over on everyone. That's fantastic. But I thought the people that got it at a penny had already won. And I was like, I'm so stupid. I should have got it at a penny. And then it was like $1. And I was like, I'm so stupid. I should have got it at $1. None of these times did I think I should actually buy it at $1. I thought that $1 was the top, and I was stupid. And then it went back down, and then it went to 30, and then it went to 300. And once that happens to you a few times, you know, your expectations change, and then you try it out, is the theory. And it might be $3,000 and 30 grand and 300 grand for you. But it's the same.
Well, and
same
I know
experience.
that for me, I wasn't about to send a cashier's check to some unknown company across the ocean that, and that was the only way to buy. And I'm like, well, that's madness. I'm not going to do that. And I honestly, I had to wait until Coinbase was a thing. And then as soon as Coinbase was a thing, I was like, okay, I can connect it to my bank account. And Coinbase is a US company. I feel a little more comfortable.
But imagine if you'd
that.
gotten wrecked on Mt. Gox.
Exactly. That's the other
500
thing. People
Bitcoin.
say, oh, I wish if I had been able to get it for pennies, I'd have bought, 100 million. Yeah, you'd have lost it all in Mt. Gox. You'd have also sold it when it was $1. So, so I'm glad.
Here's something that you don't want to do. If you have a Coinbase account still, go back to the first day that you opened your account and they gave you that $1 worth of Bitcoin, and then cringe.
Yeah, never do that. Yes,
I did
that. Do not think of the elephant. Do not think of the elephant in the room.
It's so funny because my friend DJ Booth built this website that my other friend Ben called
I love that guy.
He called him it's the most horrible website ever made. It's the most wretched and evil website, and it's called xSATS.net. And it's a really useful tool where you can convert how many Satoshis are worth $1, right?
That site is evil.
But he added in an extra new feature, again, on my suggestion, that he added in a time travel function. So you can see how much that xSATS worth $1 were in like 2014. And that's how I found that my $8 refrigerator magnet is worth $600 now.
Yeah, I had that same experience. I had one of the first Bitcoin debit cards, which, by the way, you should never get a Bitcoin debit card. But I had one. and it was in 2014, I think. And I remember buying coffee at my local coffee shop and going, "This is awesome. This is the future." I bought a $3 iced coffee and drank it in about 30 seconds, and it was going back and looking at the price now. It was probably $500 I spent on one coffee, and that wasn't just the only coffee I ever bought using Bitcoin. There were many other purchases, and now looking back on that, I wish I had never used it and never sold, because you never.
No. But we can't do that. We can't do that though. But but here's the thing though. We have to do that though. Just like the Laszlo pizza story, like that has to come through this
part of the
emergence of the self-emergence of the network effect, where you must have that type of trade at some point. There must be that kind of pain. I guess it's almost like it's part of the whole. It's part of the equation. It's part of the requirement for it to become what it is now, is to have those types of stories, I guess you can call it.
Well, and how boring would this be if all anyone ever did was just bought it and sat on it? Like, I think you have to live with it, and you have to exchange stuff, and you have to give people tips on their tipping address, and
because there's always the other side of the person of the trade. The person who received that Bitcoin, hopefully they held on to it. They made out like a bandit, like I said, like a bandit. So either way, I think like what Mr. Mad was talking about with Spaceship Earth, everyone benefits from Bitcoin. Everybody, it's not something you lose out on. Everyone can always participate. It's a opt-out, peaceful type of system, and that's all it is.
It might be the kind of thing where you're like, oh, Bitcoin didn't make me rich, but it made it so I could sell my graphic art online. Or, Bitcoin made it so I could have a Craigslist deal with someone and I didn't have to carry a big pile of cash. I bought the car with my phone, and the person who sold you the car also got a good deal. It's good for everyone. But it's all about learning how to use it. Like right now, I'd say learn how to use the Lightning Network. Get the Strike with the K, Lightning Strike app on your phone, and get that. Do your KYC, put your debit card in. Then you can buy Lightning Satoshis from them, and then you can send them to like a Lightning wallet, like Wallet of Satoshi, and then you have Lightning, and you don't have to know anything. Like there's a lot of stuff happening underneath the hood that you don't have to know about, in my opinion, and they've done it. The programmers have done it. So if you do Strike app, and if you do Wallet of Satoshi app, you can practice sending around Lightning Network, which is pretty much like what I used to say in the old days, practice sending around Bitcoin. Because learning how to use this, learning how to accept it from a QR code, getting used to scanning QR codes, like that's the work you need to be doing. Everyone's looking for the triangles and how am I going to get rich tomorrow? But the real thing is learn how to use it. And that's how you get rich, with knowledge.
By the way, just as a note, you can send to Wallet of Satoshi on chain as well as off. So if you already have some and don't need to buy them, you can skip the Strike part and just go right to Wallet of Satoshi.
So if you were like
international,
but can you send Bitcoin in, and they'll convert the Bitcoin into Lightning Bitcoin?
If you hit the request button in Wallet of Satoshi, it has an on-chain as well as off-chain option.
Yeah, just be mindful because you don't have as much options on Wallet of Satoshi that I've seen, because there is a 0.3% fee as well built into that mechanism.
And it's purely custodial.
Yeah, and so you have to really be mindful of whatever fee you pay on top of that with your balance if you want to keep a zero balance. That's always been my gripe with wallets, is that dust. But that's really what I really kind of think about sometimes about, the one that you leave behind,
Just a quick question.
Today's dust is tomorrow's millions.
Just a quick question. Do you guys know if Strike is working in Germany too?
I don't think it is yet. I think it's a US only right now. I'm looking for international options, but does anyone have
I use the Blue wallet. There's also an option for a Lightning wallet. I use also the Wallet of Satoshi. And in the Switzerland, there's now you just have to give your bank account and do like send from your bank account then like a weekly 50 euros or 50 francs. And if they receive the money, they change it and put it on your wallet. And this is the way for dollar cost average, what I offer right now to the people here in Germany.
That sounds great. Definitely going to check out Blue Wallet more. I think it's BLUU, right?
No, it's like blue like
the color. The color.
Very
Yeah,
good.
no,
Blue
I've
like
checked
the
it out.
color. Okay.
It's very easy because you can create both BTC and Lightning wallets like on the fly. The user experience is very friendly.
And if you get deeper, it's also possible. You can dig deeper and change many things, and if you want to, but you don't have to.
Sounds cool. I'll have to check it out.
I think too, you can point Blue Wallet to your own node if you want, so you can make it non-custodial.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
We should do a whole Lightning education day. I'd love to do that if anyone wants to host that, because I'm trying to learn myself. I actually can't use Strike because of my location, but I do want to learn it better. I have Blue Wallet, but I'm having trouble getting like the nodes to connect. And,
we should pick a day where Thomas sets up a node and we all do it with him and we all curse at the screen together.
I would love that.
Yeah, right now the part that I'm stuck on is I need kind of the shopping list to buy stuff for the node. Like I need to get a hard drive and a Raspberry Pi and a ... And I don't know exactly what those are. And also I have to make the commitment to spend the money on the thing and all that. But
yeah, you don't have to necessarily do that. What I'm trying to do is I do have Raspberry Pis and all that crap, and I have set up various different types of OSs that are pre-built. Like I think Umbrella is something that's very popular now these days, but there are very different types of offshoots of
I did Umbrella in the virtual machine, and it was fun. And it was a nice Linux learning experience, as it is every time. But I think you really need like an external box to keep it running. Personally, as a computer user, I'm always crashing everything and turning it off and on and unplugging things and all that. So my node never synced. But if I had a little box that I could like keep away from myself, maybe my node would sync and I could get to the second part of this.
I see what you mean.
Actually learning to
do
these things.
I'm trying to keep it all like in one window so I can monitor it, and I don't want to do any kind of like special setup with. I just want to have it all in one. So what I'm trying to do at least on Windows 10 is to use Docker to try to install it in that kind of environment within itself. And because I know at least for my own purpose of trying to visualize it, because if it's remote, that's one thing, that's great. And then I can understand that. But if it's in front of me, then that's just my personal kind of preference, how to at least try to learn it and then expand from there.
Yeah, for me as a non-IT guy, I start searching for something that helps me a lot to get more and set up my own node, my full node, my Lightning node, everything. And so I've met the guys from Nodl Keto Miner. I don't know if you guys know it. I think Matt, you should know him because he was also in Malta at this Understanding Bitcoin Congress. I think you've been there too.
Is it the
this is really
Nodl
easy
guys? Because I know the Nodl guys. Yeah.
And this is the back office is perfect. I'm a non-IT guy. The only thing I have to do in the command line is like changing my password on the box, and it runs since 1.5 years perfectly, and it's a really good user experience.
Yeah, I think buying a pre-made node is a good idea, and there's not that many companies that make them. Casa makes one, I think, maybe still.
The pre-made ones are just so expensive.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. I know Chris Ellis was building them out of Raspberry Pis back in the day, so I'm not to say it's too impossible or anything. You think you screw the case together and plug in the little things. I'm sure we could all do it. It's just a matter of the necessity to do it. So anyone who has the node running, can you describe what it's like on the other side when you're making the Lightning channels and when you're signing your own transactions, and why it's so good and why we should all follow you? Is anybody?
That's going to be tough. That's tough because I myself, like, I got to the point where I had everything set up. I had my own node. Everything was synced up. And I have my own wallet, and that's where I stopped, because I'm like, okay, well, I can trust this. I can put, coins into this, this whole thing I have set up. But in terms of lightning channels and balancing and all that kind of stuff, that's where I kind of drop off, because I don't know if I really have the capital or the wherewithal or the desire or the patience, or, I mean, what am I really doing it for? Is it for play? If it's for play, then I have a test net, right? So it doesn't matter at that point, right?
Well, I think people, they want to be completists. They want to know the whole technology, and they don't want to use the dummy version that I'm suggesting. So there's a theory that you want to be able to make your own Lightning channel, which my understanding is like putting $20 in one of those old tube things, the pneumatic tube system. So you put the $20 in a container. Now that container is the Lightning channel, parentheses or whatever. So now we can send little parts of that $20 all over. But when the channel is empty, then we have to refill the channel, which is a complicated process that they barely invented, or we have to make a new channel. The other thing is that these channels have to be connected to other people so that I can be useful and send the Lightning. And that's where it gets difficult, because you have to have one of these well-connected channels to really be able to send the Lightning.
Yeah, and to inbound and outbound.
You have a mesh network you have to create basically from scratch, like from a word of mouth, but in Twitter or online, to create like we are creating now. Like if I want to create a node and y'all want to create a node, then we can, I guess theoretically, if we all are here for the same reason, we should all be running fucking Lightning nodes and connected to each other and have something in the mix, because we all have skin in the game, right? I mean, that's part of the whole fucking program. I mean, I'm not trying to like trivialize it, but I mean, what are we here for? I mean, are we not here for implementing and making like being pioneers and being the people that are symbolizing that this works and this works and this works, and we are able to conduct this kind of business and blah blah blah. And I mean, shit.
There's a question about, I mean, should we all be mining too? But mining is kind of more of a specialized high intensity operation. Node running is kind of a less intense operation, but it doesn't have any kind of rewards to it. So it's been a thing for a long time where you say, oh yes, a Bitcoiner should run his own node, and you should have running near your computer center or on one of your old laptops or that kind of thing. I'm always moving around, and I don't really have a computer center. So that's not been a great option for me. And it's also about building up the advantages. For a long time, everyone would just say the advantages is you can sign your own transaction, and this is good if you send lots of Bitcoin or if you want to be more anonymous and that kind of thing. And now the advantage is that you can make these Lightning channels and you can learn how they work. And I think that's great, but I also think that the fact that we can abstract that out with Wallet of Satoshi and custodial Lightning, I think can solve the problem for small amounts of money, not for large amounts.
I totally agree. Like, I think for small amounts of money, custodial is just fine. And when people were complaining about fees and speed and things like that, I remember I continually had to tell people, look, fast and cheap is not a market advantage, because fast and cheap is easy. And with this custodial stuff, even a custodial Lightning node, right? Like, who cares? It's no more money than you'd keep in your physical wallet, and you're just going to top it up like at the end of every week. So what does it matter? Who cares if it's custodial or not?
I think it's going to come down to the audience. Like I think really, yeah, exactly what it comes down to is what solution or what problem needs to be solved. And based on that will dictate the terms of the arrangement of the transaction. So if it requires Lightning because it's either innovative or you're trying to do something new or something cutting edge, or not, it goes a different way. And so it seems like it's just based on needs, and just like it should be.
Well, and I don't know. For me, I see a future where the block space will be so outrageously expensive because it is in such high demand
Yes.
that really only, countries, large governments and big institutions will be using the main chain because, and even if you blow that out to a terabyte per block, you're still going to have the same problem. All you're going to do is you're going to move that threshold down from governments and the largest organizations in the world to governments and medium-sized organizations. You're never going to get it down to this is a few pennies per transaction. It's just impossible. The demand is going to vastly outstrip anything that you can do otherwise. So fast and cheap, not a market advantage because you're never going to get uncensorable and fast and cheap at the same time. And the fast and cheap stuff, you generally don't need that to be uncensorable. You don't need that to be trustless because
or something to keep over time. It's something you do quick and easy, get done and done.
Yeah. And normally you're doing it with, if I'm buying a coffee from a coffee shop, I'm standing in front of the person. Like they don't need that trust because they just gave me a cup of coffee. If it's the company I work for and the way my paycheck gets to me, that doesn't need to be trustless, right? I just need it to get to me at some point. And if there's a problem with that transaction, I pick up the phone and call my HR rep. So those transactions don't need to be trustless. They don't need to be immutable. They don't need to be on ledger for the rest of time.
Yeah, and that seems to be what people get kind of mismatched now, is this kind of like time and space getting mixed up, thinking like, oh, well, why would I use this for a cup of coffee, or how could it be used? Because it can only be so many transactions. Because really, at the end of the day, if you look at 100 years, if you're talking about 3 to 7 transactions per second, say if that's ossified at 10 TPS through whatever kind of minimal sort of changes that could be made through a soft fork and not a hard fork, over time, like even if that's still the case, if that's ultimately going to be the settlement layer that banks, et cetera, will use at the end of the day of their transactional financial day, then you're going to have these type of branches of the type of custodial type of wallets that people will use because you trust that your company, your employer is going to be there next week, next month. There is trust that's the bridge of the personal space. It seems like is that idea of I don't need that. I don't need those type of 3, 4, 6 confirmations on the blockchain, on-chain, layer 1, Bitcoin style, OG gangster style. Like you don't need that. You don't need that.
And I would like to come back. I would like to come back to the problem Matt mentioned before. I see the future. I named my channel Disruptor because Bitcoin is disruptive as fuck. It will change everything, the whole game. And like I said before, when I remember back the first time I used email, I have to get a CD-ROM and load down the client. And the first email, I think, at least 2 days to get to the other person. And and the same will happen with Bitcoin. The infrastructure will build and will follow. And like with the first cars in the mud, they doesn't work. But in these days, we have infrastructure for cars. It's incredible. And the same thing will happen. Bitcoin will get into all kind of our lives, in all, everywhere. And it's hard to imagine, but I don't see Bitcoin over the price. The people like you, all of you guys experience, they all come out of the holes when the price climbs up, and then, hey, why you didn't tell me? And I say, hey, I'm the guy with the Bitcoin shirt and the Bitcoin button and talking about Bitcoin all day. Yeah, and
but they're mad because you didn't explicitly tell them to buy it. What day to buy it and how much to spend on it.
I'm turning 50 this year, and I give a fuck. The people they're worse that I explain it to them. They're coming to me and they ask me, and this is I love to teach them about Bitcoin and how they can use it and how it's safe. But it's so hard when they come in 2 days later and I heard you about this coin and this coin. I said, hey, I'm Bitcoin only, and we can talk about this maybe in 5 or 10 years, because then there's no matter of time that it's gone. These stories, they are not existing anymore.
You know, I have a friend who says this is not financial advice. This is a financial command.
Right.
And by the way, everyone listening, I think it's important to mention. I think what we're trying to get at here is, at least what to me comes to mind, is this concept of a double bind. Not a double blind, but a double bind, B-I-N-D bind. A situation in which a person is confronted with two demands or a choice between two courses of action that are undesirable. You can't reconcile the differences between the two. I think that's where it comes to defensive action, because you can't make a decision either way. That's the point.
Yep, that is very true. And when the other thing is, when people ask me about altcoins, and they say, "Oh, some of these are really, moving and blah blah blah," and I usually just say, with Bitcoin, get off of zero. You want some, and once you lay the path of getting some, you can get some more at a whim. With the altcoins, if you're not doing at least 10 hours of research for each coin that you invest in, then you're gambling. And generally what happens is no one's going to do that research. They're not even going to do an hour of that research. They're not even interested in that. So if you give them a task, then generally they're not going to do it, and then they won't bother to invest anyway.
I used to work in an office with about 10 people, and we had a little investment club going. And it was like the fall of 2013, maybe a little earlier, and we all like went in on some penny stocks in the marijuana industry because we knew that Washington State and Colorado were about to change their laws and make selling marijuana legal. So we all jumped on tiny stocks. I think I put maybe $1,000 down across the whole spread of them, and I 10x, and it was the first time I'd ever had a successful experience with investing. And of course, what did I do? I rolled all that money into Bitcoin, and I lost about half of it, and then kept it going for like another few years. And I remember I would have the charts up on my screen, and people would walk by my desk, and it was I remember very vividly. It was Bitcoin Pizza Day 2015 when the price was like $230. And someone walked by and he's laughing at me. "Are you still buying Bitcoin?" I'm like, "Of course, it's the best time to buy." And I was having pizza parties. I would bring pizza into the office and put the price on a piece of paper inside the box, and people just kind of rolled their eyes and didn't listen to anything I was saying, but they enjoyed the pizza. 2 people in my office ended up getting in at around $500. And wrote it up, and they're still hodling. But now I'm on a text thread with all my former coworkers, and they're all asking me questions. Now that we've hit 50K, so it takes time.
Yeah, and to their defense too, the higher the price goes, the less risky the asset is. And there is something where you think, oh well, sure, now you want to get into it, but at the same time, it's understandable to say, look, as the risk decreases, I realize my reward is going to decrease as well. But hey, at $50,000 and Tesla buying some and these big companies buying some and things like that, I'm less worried that this is all going to vanish tomorrow. And therefore, I'm more comfortable being able to invest some of my money in it. So at the same time, though, they need to be prepared. They're not going to 10x. They're not going to 100x. A buddy of mine said, "Oh, I've got $500 to put in, and I'm hoping that at some point in a few years I can pay off my credit card debt." I'm like, "Well, what's your credit card debt?" And he said $40,000. And I'm like, if you think you're going to turn 40 grand or turn $500 into 40 grand, you're kidding yourself. you're not.
Okay, wait, what if I set up a shop right outside West Fifth Avenue somewhere in New York as a barber shop on wheels, and then I take
conversation yesterday.
I'm going full circle, bro. I'm going full circle. Full circle. Barbershop.
like it.
We got to do barbershop.
Like it.
Barbershop on wheels, okay.
Barbershop token. And then
I was like, because he was slowly reeling us in. He was like, I was out in New York. I was on 52nd Street. And it was a shop, and they're like, it's a barbershop, isn't it? It's a barbershop.
It's also the problem I run into, and everyone's probably experienced this is once the price gets to 1,000 or 2,500 or 20,000, then everyone who's like interested in Bitcoin but didn't buy when it was lower is like, well, what's the next coin I should get in on? Can I just make my money off of Stellar? Or they're looking down the list of Coinbase coins, going, well, what should I buy? And I'm like, dude, you should buy Bitcoin 5 years ago. But I can't say that, right? Because that's a joke. But the truth is, there's really no sure thing. And I'm not going to lead them down the path of a shit coin where maybe they'll 10x and maybe they'll lose it all.
Well, and part of what they want is they want the reward without the risk.
Right.
They want to be able to invest risk-free and see a bunch of money at the end of the thing. And it's just like, that's not the way it works. And if you want to experience my pain over the last few years, like, that's fine, but it's not been easy. This journey holding is not easy. It's very difficult. And it's almost as difficult when it goes to 20,000 as when it drops to 3,000. And
I think, Dan, one of the things you were talking about earlier that you're struggling with is that for a person that's never had any money that invests a little bit in this, eventually you're going to have to make larger money decisions, and you're going to have more money than you've ever had invested in Bitcoin. And if you want to get to that higher level of being that crazy rich, those crazy rich people have been able to hold on to insane investments without touching them longer than humanly possible. So they make special tricks. And the same thing
Delayed
for
gratification.
Yeah.
There's a problem though. When you go from A to B and you all of a sudden see your account and you're suddenly, say, a crypto millionaire all of a sudden, overnight, as it has happened before. I mean, it's no different than lottery winners. All you have to do is look at what happens to lottery winners, and you have to put that into effect if you're going to be putting any money into stuff, though, because you have to be prepared for what's going to happen when it does 2, 3, 4, 5x, say, in Bitcoin's case, which I stay with because to me, that's all it is. And it will always be, and sure, maximalist, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I'm just saying, like you got to look at it from that perspective. Is what's the big picture, and keep that in mind. That's it.
It's funny how rare it is for people to use the time locking feature that's built into Bitcoin, because that would really give you strong hands if you programmed it to not be able to sell your Bitcoin.
Dude, okay, hey Matt, hey man, is this about hey? Is this about Richard and about Hex? Is this what this is about? Is this what we're talking about?
So
is this about Hex? Is it, bro? Is this about Hex?
I love the idea though.
Is this about Hex?
No.
Are you trying to pitch us Hex right now? Are you trying are you trying to troll us some Hex right now, bro? Right now.
Like Thomas can look in our DMs and see that I messaged him 3 years ago. I've been a long time fan. Like I'm not trying to do a pitch here.
This guy sounds cool, and I agree with him. Time locking is a cool thing, but it is hilarious how the Hex guys start showing up, and it's so funny because I want to let everyone up on the stage, but just like yesterday, there's this potential for a brand new form of like trolling. Whereas before you'd be like a text troll and you'd be like, buy WRP, buy NRD, buy blah, blah, blah. And you just say it over and over and maybe it works, right? Or maybe you're paid to do it. But now you could do that in audio. So yeah, it's a whole new frontier of audio.
It's the new
Thank you.
Baba
So, yeah, thank you for the experience. Thanks for the experience. Very, very pleasurable to experience this in my audio cavity.
It is like, so there is a function in Bitcoin where you can time lock, right? And another experience that I have is, for me, it helped me to hold my Bitcoin whenever I had the physical Bitcoins. I didn't get in as early as the xSATS. But with the BTC China coins and stuff like that, because there's a premium on those, and because I actually paid Bitcoin in order to buy them and have them mailed to me, like I paid over the price of what is contained on the coin. And so I never want to, like, break open those coins and claim the Bitcoin, and I don't really want to sell them in a physical place, right, where I could get robbed, or I could pay all my money to eBay or something. So I think, like, there probably are, like, different things that have helped people hold in certain situations, such as myself. If I have weekends, I have no idea what's going on.
One of the things I like to tell people is, if you have a lot of money in Bitcoin, you should go ahead and buy a second Trezor or a second ledger. And you could even hide it in a second place, or you could get a second safe deposit box, or a second friend's house, or a second laptop, or whatever you're doing to store a little bit of money. And you could at least cut it into fourths or halves. And a lot of people haven't thought of this. It's kind of outside the box, as it's really simple, but it's second ledger, second Trezor. But go ahead.
I'm seeing a lot of hex symbols here. Oh my God. Oh, we're good.
I definitely would make sure that you trust that friend with your life if you're going to leave your cold storage of any of their lives. But I think that it's important that the culture that we, or like the example we set for the Bitcoin culture, is self-sovereignty, self-custody. So you shouldn't really need a time lock on your Bitcoin. I recommend everybody picking up the Bitcoin standard and really understanding why certain people say things like they're never going to sell. Yes, because if we're promoting the discipline of self-sovereignty, keeping your seed phrases, you should understand that Bitcoin warrants the respect of do not touch this. And when you have the kind of background knowledge, it's not going to be hard for you not to sell.
I think there's a bit of a note too, though, right?
There are also cases. I have loads of Bitcoins and don't love them all, but it's really hard, and it's like in these days. But I have to live, and and
that's why you should always put into Bitcoin what you
right now I would do everything in what's possible for me. And I do everything right now to do my business. And if the people give me Bitcoin for the salary or for the cost, this is the greatest thing I can receive right now. And I lost them nearly all, but it's opened my eyes. And I'm still a Bitcoin maximalist, but I think everybody is in a different situation. And
that's what I mean about the culture of Bitcoin, is that the culture of Bitcoin, and the example we set should be that you dollar cost average in, so that you don't get yourself into a position where you have to sell for everyday life things.
A lot of the time lock that I think people are talking about here is like, I wish I had a lock on the refrigerator. Because I keep going over there and eating food, but at the same time, I gotta buy more food, right? And like the guy said, you gotta sell your Bitcoin to get food sometimes to pay rent. And if you had a real time lock on it, you wouldn't be able to do that. So you'd have to do something else. So I think it's more of a self-control time lock than anything else. But go ahead, the discussion is really good, guys.
So I have heard with the credit card, you can essentially freeze the credit card in a block of ice. You could do the same thing with the Trezor, right? Just put it in a baggie, freeze it in a block of ice.
Serious cold storage.
At least that way, you have to wait until it melts to spend it.
Whoever said cold storage, that's fucking hilarious.
Cold storage, there you go.
Yeah, I think it's important to not bite off more than you can chew, right? I think it's important that you make sure that your bills, your groceries, and things of that nature are, and emergency funds are available, because you do need fiat right now to take care of a lot of the everyday things. And that's why dollar cost average into Bitcoin. And then even like Mad Bitcoin was saying yesterday, when you buy your Bitcoin and you put it in the cold storage, don't look at it. Don't look at the price of Bitcoin. You're just adding to the pot so that you're not looking at this price go up. And then you're like, man, I should shave some off the top.
How many times?
Okay. So I think I need to interject here, because it seems like we have a very eclectic group of individuals from different parts of the world. And I think we all have different experiences when it comes down to, day-to-day life, in terms of what it means to say to someone, hey, buddy, why don't you just buy $10 worth of Bitcoin every day? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, that's not real. That's not real for some people. And I think that that's something that needs to be kept in mind, because we have to remember, what is it that we're getting involved in? At what layer? And so it seems like we have this type of idealism that we want to impart upon the world about what Bitcoin can be, without realizing what it is now and what it can be today. And there's kind of a dissonance there between the two ideas that I think causes that kind of strife between people about, it can't scale, it can't do this, it can't do that, or layer this and layer that, and all this and all that. I think that's where it seems like we all fall into that trap of arguing against each other about these types of nonsense, where, quite frankly, no matter what technology comes out, Bitcoin has already become the victor. Like, that's already become the fact of the matter of the case. And everything will come from beyond that, just like the myrtle tree of its own. Like, that this immaculate conception has already been created. It's been done, So we just need to proceed from there. And anything outside of that, I think, is exploratory. And yes, like we talked about, people make money off that. Yes, blah blah blah. But I think we all have to keep in mind what it is that this means and what we're trying to do. Are we trying to gamble? Are we trying to really explore this idea of 21st century, civilization of finance? And what does that really look like outside of this all these types of hypes and all these types of this?
Yeah, I think
it's really hard to have that kind of creativity or like elasticity in your mind. And of course, y'all have heard of the marshmallow test, but there was a tweet that said, Bitcoin is the ultimate marshmallow test. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and I think it's important, I guess, for me to preface the way I see it is Bitcoin. I see it as a store of value and a way to create generational wealth. So when I speak about things like, the culture of never selling, it's because I believe that fiat is going to continue to depreciate. The more they print fiat, the more we're losing buying power. So when you come from a lower socioeconomic status, like a lot of marginalized people do around the world, in America specifically, it's important for me, and I think other people who are seasoned in this arena, to just let people know that we need to store our wealth somewhere, because the value of all of our hard work is being stolen from us through inflation.
Yeah, and it's funny.
Hey, whoa. If anyone out there, hey, by the way, I'm sorry, I feel like an asshole right now, but time out. Anybody out there listening, recording to that, capture that shit right there, like that last 30 seconds right there. Capture that right there and put that out there.
We're recording. We're recording and broadcasting this, but you got to put a timestamp down. So if anyone's watching, you can timestamp it in the comments just by going like 2:31:25, something like that. Timestamp it.
Okay, go ahead. I mean that was important. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was all I had to say. I just, because, you know, a lot of people are seasoned in this arena and a lot of people are just kind of new to the to Bitcoin as a whole. I think like setting that foundation for the newer people is important because then they have, you know, it's a little bit more disciplined. They're a little bit more disciplined and they're unwilling to sell. And I'm a bit newer to Bitcoin, but if I had got in back in 2009, I would have probably been one of, you know, the silly people who sold when it hit 10K because I didn't understand or have a foundation set for me like I do now. So I just think it's important that we kind of explain that to the newer people in the space.
Yeah, but also the good thing is always that it brings me back to this game theory. Bitcoin does everything well because there are some or many people who hodl Bitcoin and keep it for their wealth for the future because they understood they invest in Bitcoin is they invest in the future, and there are always people who try to pump and dump and try to get value out of it and sell it, and or they have to sell it, and so this is all the things are quite good for Bitcoin, and they have to happen.
Yeah, and I don't want to like give off the air that if you have an emergency and you need to sell that, you know, you're a bad person for doing so. By all means, you have to take care of yourself first, of course.
It's interesting. I recently got into buying some silver as well, you know, just to have some precious silver. The friction of selling is so hard that I can see why it's easier to hold physical goods. And I think it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, one of the amazing things about Bitcoin is that it's very easy to liquidate, right? You can just click a couple buttons, bam, done. But again, that's a double-edged sword. It is that easy to liquidate. At the same time, I think Bitcoin is different for different people, right? So it depends on what your socioeconomic group is. It depends on what your goals are. When I talk to people about Bitcoin, I usually focus on goals. What is your goal? Is this an investment for you? Is this a part of are you going to replace this as your savings account where you're going to maybe come in and out based on emergencies? Is this more of are you thinking about putting this as a part of your retirement? Like what is your goal with this? What are you trying to do? Because I know that one of the things that I thought was very telling was Peter McCormick has a show where he goes to Venezuela, I think it is, and he said that he went down there thinking, oh man, Bitcoin's going to be great for everybody and everybody's going to love it. And when he got down there, exactly. Right, he realized these people don't need Bitcoin. Like
they don't need shit.
They don't have two pennies to rub together, much less buy some
Bitcoin.
What I was. That's crazy.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah,
and I'll push back a little bit on that because we're seeing big booms in Venezuela, Colombia, Argentina right now because they actually see with their eyes hyperinflation. A lot of people are storing their wealth in the Bitcoin right now.
Okay, and I think probably the middle class Venezuelans.
Middle class, exactly.
Exactly.
I think the question is, what are the routes of the administration of this type of funds? Like, are people doing this cash-to-cash transactions? Are people doing this through some kind of reverse 401k in their own Venezuelan currency? I mean, how is it that people are trying to actually convert their funds into Bitcoin right now in the country in question? That's the question I think that we all need to post.
I just posted a link up at the top for some of the charts on that.
Through mining?
So you're saying through mining. So you're saying through mining is
I think
primary.
There's some of that, yes.
I think a lot of nations, they skipped certain steps, right? They didn't go to the house phone. A lot of people didn't go to the tower and a monitor. They just have cell phones now. So a lot of these places can literally just download a wallet. They can find someone who's maybe visiting. They can sell a piece of art and they can receive Bitcoin for it. And they can actually store their wealth while, trying to basically survive hyperinflation because I think Venezuela is printing a bunch more of their currency.
Okay, so, but I think you're conflating a couple different things. You're talking about selling art. You're talking about someone that's trying to survive. I'm not saying that. Okay, starving artists obviously are a thing, but what I'm saying is the idea of Bitcoin being an option of payment versus traditional form of payment in the current currency.
Got you. Yeah.
Two different things, you know?
Yeah. I mean, as far as just storing your wealth to survive hyperinflation, not necessarily as a payment method. But I see what you're saying.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, so it's going to mean different things to different people. I think that like, what is I listened to some of the Clubhouse beginner Q&A for what was it, Black Bitcoin billionaires or millionaires?
Yeah, best
Bitcoin
room
billionaires.
in Clubhouse period. Yeah, Black Bitcoin billionaires.
Yeah, and like some of the people asking these questions, you know, I grew up in Detroit in a relatively low end part of town, and it almost brought me to tears. Like these people desperate for information about how the hell they're going to get out of where they're at. And I think to myself, in these communities, and these people are giving this information away for free, right? And the lady that was on there is on there every time I look at that Q&A section, and I'm thinking that is time and money that she is spending informing these people, and good information too, not BS, not like, and it's not even maximalism. It's more like, look, get your house settled around Bitcoin first, and then do whatever the hell you want, but get Bitcoin first. And so
you're talking about Naja. That's her name, I think.
Naja, thank you.
Yeah, Naja and Lamar actually started
like
the Black Bitcoin billionaires.
And I think this is how people get. This is how they gain generational wealth. And you know, I was all for the marches and things like that, and Black Lives Matter and all that jazz. And I thought to myself, if all these people marching like spent that time researching Bitcoin, they'd be so much better off, because you can march and you can virtue signal that, hey, I went out and marched and I did something and I can feel good about this. But did you actually change anything in your community? And probably the answer is yes. But if you want to switch from making money to generational wealth, these are the kinds of mindsets you need to shift. You can't, you have to say, I value a tenth of a Bitcoin more than these new clothes that I want to buy. So you have to reset from this, oh, well, screw it, I'm never going to have money anyway, so I might as well go into more debt, to, hey, I can get on top of this stuff. I can win.
It's about marching with your money, right? And I've heard this said before, and you know, I live in an area that's very, you know, racially mixed, and you know, I don't hear people around me talking about Bitcoin, but you know, if just the, you know, a segment of the African American community in the United States were to switch away from saving their money in banks and moving into Bitcoin, that alone would be an earthquake across the economy. It would break records.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of came in here and talked about the foundation that we set in these spaces, because that's where I got my foundation. Like, even in my About Me section, I tip my hat and I link Naja, Lamar, and Fred, some of the founders of that room, because it is important to understand that we're not looking for short-term gains. We have a 10-year plan of storing our wealth and creating generational wealth for our future.
And I would also like to mention, now that we're just on the topic of that group, that there is nothing racial about that group. It's got black in the name, but it's got nothing to do with it. Like, it just does not matter. You can be a dog and ask a question in that group, and they'll be happy to answer it. So I don't know. Do they take donations?
Hey, bro. Hey. As a cat, I take offense to that, man. I take offense. and I want to cancel your
Sorry,
ass.
this was a safe space for dogs.
Yeah.
Safe space for cats.
Yeah, damn it. These laser eyes don't mean nothing, all right?
I have laser eyes too.
They do have a nonprofit, and you'd have to reach out to Lamar or Naja. And again, they're linked in my bio, but they run a camp for kids, and they teach them how to mine, how to code, and just different things around Bitcoin. So, and their nonprofit also accepts Bitcoin and Satoshis. So yeah, feel free to reach out to them. They're super friendly.
Thank you. This guy sounds a little too friendly.
Well, that's the beautiful thing. So when you watch, people like Max Kaiser, and it's funny because you realize that the Bitcoin community, at least the Bitcoin community I'm involved with, the whole premise is, when we become the quote unquote 1%, governments are going to have to be nicer to us. They're going to have to stop waging these wars. And I think that it's just it's the atmosphere. It's the everyday, all of us who are just regular people that are actually going to be in power in the future. And yeah, your character and your integrity in these spaces matter.
Whoa. Okay. So that's kind of the question. Is the idea, the kind of question of the expectation of this type of power as well, as if to say that you're going to be the tycoon of industry of some kind in some future, whether you know it or not yet, because you have the wealth now that you don't. Well, that the rest of the society doesn't know. Like the whole question of the whole ethos or the whole mythos or whatever the case may be is the idea of this Bitcoin being like that golden ticket for the common man. That seems to be the question here at play. Is the idea of someone who, puts up everything that they have, as they do every day, like going to school, going to class, going to work, any kind of breakdown. That's the kind of thing they talk about. The idea about people breaking down from very basic things in life that they don't have a cushion for. So it seems like there is a type of creation of this type of myth, Bitcoin being that type of cushion that people could possibly rely on in the future. I mean, that really, literally, at the end of the day, it seems to be really why people want to hopefully see the same thing. That's where I'm trying to kind of square the circle. Like I see the future, as I'm sure most of y'all, but we have all these different Venn diagrams. It seems like we all have, just based on who I see in the chat program, there are so many different types of views that seem to be mutually exclusive from each other. Yet somehow we're still here. And what I hope to explore is where those intersections lie, because it seems like we all have some kind of goal that's similar in mind across all of us. But it seems each of us have, or some of us, most of us, we all have our own perspective of how it is that we want to see the world in the future. And somehow it's going to be some kind of aggregation or some kind of combination of everybody's perspective over time. And it seems like these types of spaces, times and places that we come together and maybe figure that out. And maybe we act out in the world on our own, wherever we are in the world, the next day that coincides with those values. And I don't know. It's something that comes to mind for me right now because I've been very thoughtful about this over the past month. Maybe because of daylight savings time, coming up next week. That's something I think it fucks people up so bad, and it's something that fucks me up. It seems in my it's jet lag for people of the entire world, at least in America, as far as I know. So, anyway, I'm just rambling, but
no, you're good. I think that where I see this going as Bitcoin becoming a store of value and some of the hard money for starters and the most valuable resource on the planet right now is that eventually us in this space, we're going to have to interact with each other because we're only going to be able to use our Bitcoin in the future together. So your integrity and your character is really going to matter, because eventually we're going to run into each other. And just on your part about intersectionality, when you remove the political rhetoric and terminology, we can all agree that human beings only need 5 things, which is clean food and water, education, healthcare, and a home. And I think that that is literally going to be the foundation that we build upon.
And other people.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, you're definitely going to need resources from other people.
Just trying to play devil's advocate here. Have you guys considered the possibility of, because we're living in this bull market currently, and people tend to think of the Bitcoin's success as inevitable more easily?
Well, so I think that when it comes to Bitcoin specifically, let's the quote unquote 1%, for instance, has spent generations hoarding wealth. And now in our time, we have a nation that has the ability to print unlimited amounts of fiat. So if you had a 1.9 trillion company last week, this nation just ruined the buying power and overall value of your company. So it's almost, and on top of that, they're already talking about spending another $3 billion on infrastructure. And I don't disagree with that, but I think companies will want to store their value somewhere. And there is no better place than Bitcoin, because you can't make any more.
Do you guys know the parable of the elephant? This famous old saying?
No, I haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
There's five blind guys who are like all very wise or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
They all run up to the elephant and they're touching different parts of it. So one guy's on the leg and he says, this is a tree, and one guy's on the trunk and it's a snake. And that's always reminded me of Bitcoin, because there's this huge thing that, it's impossible to completely understand. And then we're all finding these different parts and calling it a different animal.
Well, and even more confusing, we have Bitcoin the network and Bitcoin the asset, and we've called them the same thing, and even though they're two different things.
Right.
Oh, and Disruptor, if you update your Twitter app, you'll get other cool emojis like this. Just saying.
Okay, thanks. We'll look for that.
But there's still this question.
What was the question?
Can you ask your question again?
Go ahead.
Somebody replay the tape.
I mean,
I think he was talking about
about
Bitcoin inevitability, and that maybe because it's 50K, we all believe it's going to be here forever and all that stuff, but it's just euphoria from the 50K.
Yeah,
I think that
it is, right? I mean, probably whatever the top is when it comes back down, there will be, I don't know, let's say 40% of the people that you onboarded in the last year left, and that just happens every cycle. You get 100% of the people that come in, and then 40% of the people that stay, and every cycle you just get more and more. So yeah.
Here's how I kind of feel like we're not at the top of the cycle yet, is that there still aren't enough people talking about it. And my wife hears me talk about it a lot, and no apologies for that. And I've actually made her into a holder this year, reluctantly, but she's done it. And she keeps saying to me that she's not hearing anyone else talking about it yet. It's sort of still on the fringes, and I think there's still plenty of time left in this run, because I think that if that were the case, people that we haven't heard from in a while might be getting in touch with us, but I still haven't had that many. I've had 3 or 4 in the past few months ask me, hey, what happened to that $1 you gave me in 2016? But it's, I actually gave a gift to a cousin of mine several years ago, and I got in touch with him, and he couldn't remember receiving it, and his mother couldn't remember receiving it. And, it's worth
quite a bit of money now, and he has not gotten back to me yet, and it's been over a week.
And I wish that guy would actually come back. Oh yeah, he's still in the audience. So this is what I meant by the foundation and setting it for newer people. And you're right. So it's only like something like 1% of people are actually involved in Bitcoin right now. But when you read the Bitcoin standard and it explains stock to flow ratio and hard money and other currencies that have collapsed because of the oversaturation or the unlimited supply being created for, you see that Bitcoin becomes inevitable at the very least as a store of value, even if it doesn't become an everyday currency, because there is talk of a USD crypto, but it's important that we explain some of and the Brent Woods agreement. So I had someone who was confused and he thought, well, what if I just transfer my money into this currency, not realizing that all global currency is held up by the US dollar. So we just need to set the proper foundation for the next people up so that they know that when the price goes up to 100,000 and then it drops back to 60 or 70,000, they don't sell in a panic. They know that they're going to hold on.
I read the Bitcoin standard as well, and I can also recommend Safety's classes. He offers them himself, and you can the 3 that I've taken, they were, I think, a little bit longer than 10 hours worth of material that was delivered in an audio format, and you can listen to it at any time.
Yeah, I like the Bitcoin standard. I think one of the things maybe that we need more in the culture is the ability to question ourselves, the ability to say, okay, maybe what would it take for me to think maybe I'm wrong about this? What would happen if the dollar became pegged to gold? That's a good question. Would we still have a need for Bitcoin if the dollar became pegged to gold? Well, you'd still have to trust the U.S. So there's, again, if we kind of steel man some of our arguments, I think we have a better perspective on it. We just hype in that we're actually have thought of these considerations, and we're not just saying we're not a bunch of moon boys. I think the moon boy mentality it makes it feel less legitimate as well.
Well, yeah, and that's why the Bitcoin standard is so important, and Bitcoin is so important because it will show you that if the dollar was pegged to gold, you still need a trusted third party, and those third parties always inevitably get greedy. And that's one of the things that institutions cannot come into Bitcoin and change the rules and print more. So, at least for now, until the next 100 years or 50 years, when something way better comes along, we can almost guarantee that Bitcoin is a store of value at the very least. And then when you have a country that is going to be printing another so we'll say $5 trillion on the low end this year, we can absolutely guarantee people that their dollar will have less spending power next year and the year after.
Yeah, and I watched the Max Kaiser documentary, and he said something also really, really important. Sorry, now I lost my word. I'm coming back later.
Take your time, bro. I feel like I'm talking way too much.
The other thing is I think have people work out. Okay, I don't know what are the checks from this last 2 trillion dollars.
1,400 gets you about 2.8 million Satoshis.
Okay, what does that 1,200 times the population of the U.S. get? Because when I look at when I look at the number that isn't going to U.S. citizens, that's what really disgusts me.
As it should.
Yes, 17 million less people will have stimulus checks this round in this administration.
Well, not even then. I mean, think of it everyone else.
Yeah.
The idea is that you have basically, if you look at it, like you zoom out, we're talking about zooming out. That's the theme here, man. That over the past couple hours here, it seems like we're always trying to focus in on something, like zooming in on something, and we have to zoom out at some point to be able to get the bigger picture. Like we have to do that. If you don't do that, then you're lost. So that's what I'm saying here in this. That's just my spiel.
Yeah, and that's why I think that it's so important, again, back to the foundation of just, us, which I would consider are the leaders in this space because, we all have Bitcoin right now and it's still relatively early.
Wait. Who you say we? Who is we?
We on the stage speaking right now. I assume that we have some amount of Satoshis or Bitcoin on here. Am I safe to say that?
I think you're probably pretty safe to say that.
Yeah, so I would consider us people that can educate the next person because there's only about 1% of people involved in Bitcoin on the planet.
But are we? But are we educating people the same way? Because it seems like we have some people who have the idea of blockchain and the idea of Bitcoin and the idea of Bitcoins, types of Bitcoins, being better than Bitcoin. Like that's what I'm saying is like that's what I'm getting at is the idea that there's no one simple message, but there really simply is really one message.
Well, we're doing that right now.
There can only be one.
We're doing that right now. Everybody on this stage so far has been pretty measured, in my opinion, and I think that we'll all come to the conclusions of what we like from these types of rooms that we're now getting the chance to be a part of, and we'll deliver the information as best as we possibly can. Unfortunately, people will be duped into different altcoins and all. You can't save everyone, but we can talk about Bitcoin is a proven scarce asset. There's only 21 million, so not even every millionaire in the world can own one full Bitcoin, and we just need to educate people on the value of holding even something like 1 million Satoshis.
Yeah, so I see here the marathon continues. So you're saying that Bitcoin is the answer. So we're not talking Ethereum. We're not talking any other type of token. Are we particularly talking about this one? Because this makes a difference. Because people seem to come into the same conversation with the same sort of mindset. And I think people have the same understanding of the same thought process, but they have a different type of desire for implementation of what that could look like. And I think then that becomes an issue because then we have people like people who love Richard Hart and Hex. I will call that shit out any day of the week because that is the type of shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, absolute nonsense. I'll never argue against the utility of altcoins, but I will say that in order to quote unquote receive value from altcoins, you always have to transfer them back into fiat, which is the losing game because fiat is depreciating and losing its buying power. And Bitcoin, you don't see that. You can shop at Whole Foods now with Bitcoin. You can buy a Tesla with Bitcoin, and we're still so brand new. So in the next 3 years, we eventually would come to a place where if you can't at least buy things on an everyday scale with your Satoshis, you can find a bank that'll let you take out a loan against your Bitcoin.
Well, and I think too that it's just a separate and different conversation. If someone wants to have a conversation about altcoins and investigate the value of Ethereum or Hex or whatever they want, I think those conversations are fine to be had. Like, it's okay. I think if people are getting together to discuss Bitcoin, then that's what you discuss as Bitcoin. If someone says, hey, I want to bring up XX coin, you go, oh, that's fine. You can go to the XX group and talk about that there. And this is the Bitcoin group. And that's what we talk. It's just like if you went into a gold group and said, hey, I want to talk about silver. They'd go, well, there's a silver group over there. We talk about gold over here. Now, I agree with you. Like, I would love to go into those groups and start bashing stuff and say, hey, this is just ridiculous and dumb, and you get our interest in this useless coin, then I don't care what percent interest I get. It's still, a million times zero is still zero. But I just think they're separate conversations. And I think as a maximalist, you can say, yeah, I haven't really done any research. I don't know about those things. You're going to have to do your own research if you want to look into it. Or even, I think they're all BS. I haven't really done my research on it. And the conversation is done.
We can always agree that you always have to transfer that back into fiat to see any sort of quote unquote gain. So when you have an understanding that fiat is losing its buying power and will continue to do so, you can at least stand on that principle. Like I said, I don't ever argue the utility of these altcoins because they all probably can have some sort of utility for smart contracts. But at the end of the day, you have to transfer them back into fiat. And I'm completely against fiat.
Well, although they can transfer it into Bitcoin, right?
But the idea is
because
at the end, result.
Because it has to be transferred into fiat first, they're still losing their buying power. All the other altcoins are going to zero when you try to transfer them back into Bitcoin because you have to do fiat. You have to go to fiat first. So yeah, you can trade them for Bitcoin, but because they're valued in fiat, you're still in that losing game.
People should never value them in fiat. They should always value them in Bitcoin. And when you show them the chart of whatever their coin is versus that, instead of whatever their coin is versus fiat, they have a much different perspective on it. People are all geeked about Forex gains and stuff like that, and you show them the chart against Bitcoin, it is not very impressive all of a sudden. And if you look at Ethereum right now, and the Ethereum people go, oh my God, Ethereum is at all-time highs. Well, it's not even close if you do a ETH versus Bitcoin.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I think we are safe to say that, just look at the all-time highs of all these coins. And then when inevitably these retraces happen or the corrections happen, we'll see that they're nowhere near Bitcoin. And that makes it not the best store of value, in my opinion, because again, fiat is rapidly depreciating. So I think that we're safe to stand on the principle that Bitcoin will continue to be the best store of value for generational wealth, not short-term gain.
Now I have back what Max Kaiser said. I'm so. He said if the people find out that it's the first time in the whole existence of the human beings that you can store your value, digital, and no third party can touch it. It's the first time. In the past, we have gold. They can steal it. They can take it, whatever. And this is the first time. And if the people catch this, then they're in the rabbit hole.
That's why I like to call Bitcoin science fiction money. Yeah, because it really is that in a nutshell. It's the kind of money that you can only imagine existing in some distant future, except that we've managed to build it now. And it's the money that will exist into the distant future because, as you know, the block rewards will continue to have and until the year 2140. And I can't imagine any of us here will be here to see that, but we certainly hope that our descendants will. And, by that point, the amount of wealth that we as a, group, as a society, as individuals could accumulate will put us in the realm of this sort of science fiction world where you don't have to need or want for money to enjoy your existence. And I think that goes back to, I haven't heard from Mad Bitcoins in a little while, but that goes back to the quality of life discussion that he often, brings up, which is really, how do you want to live? Do you want to live in a world where you have to work for 40 years in order to retire, and your children have to work for 50 or 60 years in order to retire?
There's no need to.
There's no need for that. But you have to be prepared. You have to start now to get ready for that future time, that science fiction future that we want to bring about.
Yeah, I think Ross Stevens said that if time is money, when money is printed, your time is stolen.
Absolutely.
Oh, nice. I love that.
That's great. That's super profound.
Yeah, him and Michael Saylor are amazing.
I mean, the question is how do we, on an individual basis, at this point, I mean, what does one do? Because I think about all the feeds of news on Google and Twitter, all this kind of stuff that pisses me off, and all I'm
you unfollow all of that bullshit.
Build your own bubble.
Yeah, I literally unfollow. So I used to really be into politics. I unfollowed all of that shit because a lot of people like to complain and it makes them feel informed, and you're just constantly sucking in this toxic information to feel like you're in the know. Fuck all of that. Follow the people that inspire you, and let's build this shit. Like, that's what we're doing right now. Like, we have the opportunity to rapidly exchange information, and apps like Cash App are allowing people to rapidly onboard into Bitcoin. And it's just like, let's just make sure we keep this momentum going and fuck all of that negative bullshit.
Hey, I respect that 100%. I can only wonder, respectively, what that looks like effectively on a day-to-day basis, especially over these types of channels. You know,
bro, I'll come into this room every day with you. That's what it looks like.
Okay. I hear you.
Focus. Mad Bitcoin. Well, you were just on for 9 hours yesterday. Like, so like we're here. I jumped into a room where they were talking about universal basic income and universal healthcare, and just connected with all of these like younger dudes that are running for political office. And it's because of these, audio rooms, we're able to share ideas rapidly. And it's just like, let's just build. If you want to troll, like, find a troll room, but let's build.
No, I'm with you. No disrespect. I mean, I only myself, depending on age, depending on generation, it seems so impossible at some point for some people at some point in their life, like, to do something about things. Like, it seems like you're stuck in a way at some point. It's like a sedimentation of value that seems to get stuck over time. And
so I've heard that, and yeah. It's like ruts that a cart develop over time, right? And it's the older you get, the more difficult it is to move out of those ruts. Gravity wants to keep pulling you back, and so
true.
It's harder to disengage with that and to re-engage somewhere else. So I think that's why you see a lot of young people into new technology, because newness is not an issue. Also with older people, you think, well, you know what? I've been doing it this way. If I keep doing it this way for another 20 years.
No, Dan, repeat that. You just cut out.
Maybe to get that friction.
No, you're back.
There's always something you can do to defeat that friction.
It sounds like you're talking about building momentum. The idea of having some kind of trajectory, some kind of aim or vision towards something in the future. Which the question is, of course, we all assume is the same. We all have the same kind of, it seems like, desire in mind, just by virtue of being here in this space today, listening to each other and wasting the time that we have that's so limited with each other right now. Like, holy shit, you can be doing so many other things besides listening to this motherfucker talk.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how much more like productive has this little community been, on the last 30 minutes, hour, however long we've been here, than, the majority of the shit that we waste our time on.
Well, and I also think that this level of media and this level of conversation can't be done in the mainstream media. We had people yesterday where we were talking about kind of racial issues, and people were kind of crossing across their boundaries, and they were going into their unsafe areas. And the guy was like, he was talking to a black guy, and he was like, when you see white people, do you think, oh, that's a white guy? And the guy just wanted to know. He didn't mean anything by it. He just wanted to know. And we're able to do that here. If you want to ask about Bitcoin or NFTs or winning money or losing money or just being honest about it, it's a pretty small room. I mean, sure, I'm broadcasting it and recording it forever, but you don't think about that. You forget that after a little while. And then that's just about the history and about people in other time zones. And all of this has always been about the history of Bitcoin. And if we're right about this thing, and it really is what it is, and it keeps getting bigger, we're gonna have to go through these growing pains over and over again. So I think back to what Salted was saying, and he was saying, what do you do? And I also like what again, the names here are terrible, but what Marathon was saying, and he was saying like what they're saying from the Black Billionaires Group about setting up your foundation. And that's a really cool idea. Another friend of mine called it like maintaining your hodl, like setting up your hodl. So getting that $500 in, getting that million Satoshis, and then getting a way to hold on to it, putting it on 24 words, or putting it into a Trezor or a Ledger or a hardware wallet, putting that Trezor or Ledger into a safe place, safe deposit box, like setting up these things. So once you've set that up for yourself personally, it's kind of like we're on an airplane, and you got to put your own mask on first. So you put your own air mask on. You're like, okay, I've got a little bit of Bitcoin. This thing goes crazy. I'm going to have some. I know how to use it. I can send it around from wallet to wallet. I understand the difference between a web wallet that's like Coinbase, which is cool. Like, I'm not here to bag on Coinbase. If you have money in Coinbase, you're probably fine. Coinbase is a much bigger company than it used to be.
I'll bag on them for sure.
Well, I know. And there's things to be critical, but a new person, you're like, I got through all this stuff, and you put your $100 in Bitcoin, and then somebody tells you that Coinbase is no good and they shit on you. And that's not fair. Like, let's let these people grow.
You never want to shit on the person, but I think it's important. Like, again, this is about voting with your dollar.
Yeah,
and
well,
I think it's important that we don't.
It's a centralized thing. You want to get your money to a
well,
hardware
no,
wallet
not even centralized.
Is what I'm
the
saying.
Fact that it's the fact that Coinbase does not support the Black community, and I think that that's where the foundation lies. I think that we can all agree that a warm wallet is something that's going to be a lot more accessible to everyone, because you can't just go buy a.
What's that story? Coinbase not supporting Black
that's definitely a more modern story on Coinbase. Historically, we've always been critical of them for other reasons, but you're right. They do have a problem with it. Go ahead, explain it to Dan. Yeah.
So around the George Floyd incident, essentially people wanted to, or essentially the owner of that company said, leave your politics out the door, or you can take a severance package. And that's just one tiny bit of the fact that, a bunch of the Black and other minorities in the company have been disgruntled. So I personally, it has nothing to do with the centralization, because again, I don't think that everyone can just spend $100 on a hardware wallet, but I do think that we are building the foundation of the future, and we should be putting our money where it's supported and where they support all groups. Yeah, exactly. And also, just to on Salted's point about how do we get there? I don't think it should be forced. I think that we all have instincts, and you can easily decipher who is a real human being from someone who's trying to sell you some bullshit. And that's all we really need to do, is we need to go with the flow on this one, as hippie as it sounds, and we need to naturally understand that, oh, look, you're a human being. I get that, and I respect that. So let's be human beings together, instead of like forcing it, because we live in this society where, you're constantly lying to get a job. You got to put on the face so that you can get into the customer service. And I think that that's all bullshit, and we're going to break that down. And you should just be able to be your genuine self. And the people who accept that are the people you want to be around you.
Well, I respect everything you've said, and I agree with it, because I've lived it, in terms of what you said, in terms of going through the whole interview process and the trials and tribulations that people have on a day-to-day basis. Like every day you're being interviewed, like for real, like every day, how you act against yourself, against company, against others, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff is always being recorded. Like, there are people that get paid money to look at that, like for real. So you're always being watched in some way. And that's part of the interesting kind of realization I had myself, in terms of working for a company, working for myself, those types of questions, which I think a lot of people have to just I mean, people struggle with that. They struggle with that because they think, you know, there are so many pros and cons to the idea of working for yourself that people don't think about. The type of luxuries that your corporate employer pays for you, for your health, blah, 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 if you're in America, for instance. You know, these types of things, they all come into the equation when people think about where were you at this year, at this time, you know, when Bitcoin was this price, you know. So I'm gonna loop back to that, the idea of where were you at that point in time in life when you could have bought more and you didn't, and you could have, and it's tough, but it's not worth it.
Yeah,
don't go down that hole. Don't go down that hole.
Yeah, you never want to do that. And also, like, we're now in a place where we can respect the store value, and that's what I mean by, you know, you just being your genuine self. All of us, we will naturally levitate to other people who respect that and will encourage them to be their genuine selves. And I think that that's what, you know, Bitcoin's going to empower us to do. And that's why I feel like we are going to bring the biggest amount of change in the future, because we're in the space right now and we have the ability to really set the stage for the newcomers.
So let me ask you this though.
One of the reasons
I'm so sorry to interject here, but does it sound like you're making a corollary here between Bitcoin and openness, like in terms of the personality of Big Five, of people of being internal versus open? Like, are you saying that just by the very nature of this type of Bitcoin interaction, interchange, like we have to have these types of discussions like we're having now, but more hyper focused and realized over time, like going down the years, literally, like through a linear perspective?
I'd go bigger too. I think it's the internet.
Yeah.
But I want to hear Marathon talk, so go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that it's going to be forced. I think that it's going to naturally happen. And I don't know if any of you guys have seen the movie Alien Covenant, but like the captain, you know, he wants to be an asshole because they're not listening. And his wife tells him, like, when this is all said and done, these people are going to be your neighbors. And I think that us holding on to Bitcoin now means that in the future, we are obligated to interact with each other. So there's always going to be assholes, but the way you present yourself and carry yourself right now and present your genuine you, like the integrity and character of who you are, we're going to all remember that in 10 years when we have the only money that matters and we have to shop at the same fucking store. And I'm going to be like, oh, that dude, he's down the egg aisle. Like, I'm going to avoid that aisle until I like don't see him, and I'll go buy my shit later, like, because he's an asshole.
Wait, hold on.
I also want to say
there's two things you said.
Well, let me say. So I also want to say that there's something to be said about setting a good example, and that when I started my shows, one of the things is that I saw this guy Davi Barker and Derek Freeman, and they were on a YouTube, and they were kind of pretending like they were on a talk show, and they were taking it real serious, and they were doing a good job, and Derek was wearing a suit, you know, and I saw that, and I was like, wow, they're having a talk show on YouTube. I could do that. Like, I want to do that. And so from me seeing them to me copying them and then becoming friends with them and hanging out with them in the real world and on Bitcoin talk shows and things like that for years and years, it became real. And like what we're doing right now with this cool hangout thing and all the kind of practice podcasting that everyone's doing on Clubhouse is where we're podcasting and we're spreading the word and we're all learning how to communicate better. And yeah, I think it's really inspiring what you can do setting an example. I'd also recommend the Mr. Rogers movie. He just set such a positive example. And if you're ever lost and you're like, well, what do I do? And the hardest thing is to do the right thing, right? You know what the right thing is. You know, I should go work out or I should go eat the right food or whatever. But if you just relax, take a deep breath, and then do the right thing, the good things will follow. Like, you know, things will get better. And so, yeah, we just need to set good examples. But go ahead, Salted. I interrupted you, man.
Well, shit. There's so much there that I lose my train of thought naturally.
That's okay.
I was just saying that if you're an asshole in the Bitcoin space now, I'm probably going to avoid you when we have to shop at the same store in the future.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never been too into shopping, and I'm not even now with the whole COVID thing. I haven't been shopping in a long time, and I don't really miss it. Like I could do without it.
If you're shopping
but
at a grocery store, you're doing Bitcoin wrong.
yeah, I know. If I was thinking about shopping like during this while we were talking to people, and I was like, yeah, I'll just get out the Instacart and decide what food I want, and there you go. So
I mean, but eventually
all of
we
our shopping
will
is
have
gonna be
to.
in VR.
Well, eventually we are going to have to interact with one another,
I don't know.
especially
I don't
if
know,
we.
man. I know about the citadels and like the kind of thing you're going towards, but I've been around Bitcoiners. I've also been to the Libertarian Convention. And while they're like, certainly this is a great room and these are cool people we're hanging with today, but you know, a lot of the people are not cool. And I don't know that we're going to want to hang with them just because they're into cryptocurrency and I don't want to be mean to anybody. I like everybody, but
no, that's exactly my point, is that when we hold the only currency that will exist in the future, it's going to come to that point where you're not going to want to hang out with people who left a bad taste in your mouth right now.
Yeah, I think though that that's not a whole lot different than saying today, hey, some people who hold U.S. dollars or gold, I may not want to interact with, or some people that are on the internet today, I don't like, because I think at the place that I think where you're talking about in time, everybody will have some Bitcoin, right? I mean, everybody that has any value right now will likely have some Bitcoin in that far future. And again, it's kind of like, I think you're right. We do have the opportunity now to say, hey, let's create these communities and let's make sure that we're positive and we are the sponsors for Bitcoin at this point in its life. That is going to transition at some point, where just like the internet, you had a lot of people that were, hey, I am the guy that says I think this is amazing and nobody's listening to me and I am so frustrated. There will come a time when people are just using Bitcoin and it's not a big deal and they don't even know, they might even not even know that they're using it when they're using it. It'll become so ubiquitous. So yeah, I think that, we focusing our efforts today. I think the meme game is so strong in Bitcoin that it's really what helped lift Bitcoin to where it is today. So I think we need to be strong on the meme game. I think 100 what is it, a Satoshi millionaire? I think that's a super strong meme, and I hope that one keeps getting pushed.
Yeah, and what I mean specifically is because we're early adopters, or if you view Bitcoin the way I do, is that in the future, because we're going to keep stacking sats no matter what, even if you have, 1,000 Bitcoins right now, that we will be the people who will be lobbying politicians. Just like Max Kaiser says, we will be buying politicians that have the overall best interest of the people that we want to protect. Like my goal is to buy a multifamily unit so that all of my family is going to live there for free. And I know for a fact that I don't want to pay taxes to bomb people in other countries. And eventually someday politicians will have 100%. To listen to me. And 100%. That's what I think that all of us are going to be doing if we keep stacking sats, is we're not going to allow politicians and governments to just drop bombs on people, because we will actually have the power.
Okay. I gotta say, I'm so sorry, everybody. I gotta say though, we're approaching a kind of a different kind of problem though, because you're talking about a payer of a different type of system. When you talk about Bitcoin, people talk about a community. There is no community for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is money. Okay. When people talk about Bitcoin as a type of community, they also kind of falsely integrated with the concept of their own perspective of their worldview. And they may falsely accept that. Like, that's why I would never go to a convention for Bitcoin, because why would you go to a fucking concert hall where people just spend dollars? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the same kind of concept. Like, why would someone go to
we're transitioning from a culture of where it used to be a very small group of people. It used to be something where not many people had.
But I'm talking about political preference. I'm talking about the type of things where you say, well, hey, I agree with your monetary policy, but I don't agree with your personal philosophy or your psychology or your sociology or anything else.
Can I ask you something? Can you agree that the individual at the bare minimum deserves clean food and water, a house, education, and healthcare? Can we agree on that? So that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. So where are we? Why are you coming to that?
Well, that's what I mean about when we are the ones shaping policy. It won't be a right-left. It won't be about conservatism and any of that. We'll have a foundation of we need to make sure that human beings are protected as an individual.
I see. But okay, so we have this ideology about clean food, eat and water and the 5 things and all that stuff. But the question is how does that get actually implemented in the real world in terms of the individual? Because you're talking
by the politicians.
Well, where are we? Are we in the U.S.? Are we in Latin America? Are we in Russia? Are we
Europe is a really good example where they have
Australia.
Europe has a mostly free market, and at the same time, these 5 basic freedoms that Marathon's talking about are generally taken care of. So maybe we're talking about shifting the U.S. more towards that. And in general, Bitcoin I think because of AI, one thing that has been mentioned is AI. AI is out there ready to take a lot of these menial jobs. So it's going to be a much more important deal to take care of people and to have compassion for people than it currently is.
Yeah, and Bitcoin is international. So this silly concept of borders, my dirt is better than the dirt you were born on, is not going to be anything that matters in the future. It's going to be about protecting the individual's quality of life. Because at the end of the day, if you make someone desperate and you neglect them of education and opportunity, they are a danger to you and your family. And I think that we will all want to produce winners at some sort of level.
And Bitcoin will be the first worldwide agreement.
Well, it has to be. It has to be because right now we have how many? 180 different currencies, different countries. We have all these different nation states that all print their own currencies.
7,000 shitcoins.
Whatever.
And again, we have to understand that all of these currencies are held up by the dollar. Which is
by the dollar, by the whale, by
if
US,
you want to get into the international, if you want to get into the United Federation of Planets, you have to adopt a global currency, and Bitcoin is that currency. So
absolutely,
I think you mean intergalactic currency.
Well, that's the reason. I don't know if everybody knows this, but the only reason that the solution to the Fermi paradox is that the aliens don't have anybody to talk to. We need to invent AI, and then finally they'll have someone smart enough to actually have a conversation.
Well, and that's why they're recording all these conversations. They're recording these conversations and they're aggregating it into the AI database. Exactly what I was saying like 3-4 hours ago to y'all at the beginning about how this information is being harvested. It comes full circle, bro. Full circle. I'm done.
What's important?
100%, bro. 100%.
These apps are also they're also working on translation. So soon we'll be able to speak to people in different languages on these apps and share ideas rapidly. And
does
again,
it translate?
Exactly. So I think that we can all agree on the basic needs of the individual. But Liberty, I see that you're back on stage. I don't know if we answered your question, but I definitely want to get you to Satoshis on this.
I do want to interrupt by first point out that it is a very narrow understanding that we just take Bitcoin as a narrow concept as money, because just let's do this thought experiment. What if there is no exchange, no OTC market, there is no discussion forums or clubhouse rooms like this one or other platforms for people to build consensus around Bitcoin. Bitcoin wouldn't be Bitcoin, because if you just find one currency and say it has this finite limit of supply, there could be limitless of Bitcoin replicas out there, right? Sorry.
I don't think that you can duplicate Bitcoin, but why would these audio chat rooms all of a sudden disappear?
I'm sorry?
Why would chat rooms like this, where we're able to communicate instantaneously, why would those one day
just
disappear?
do a thought experiment?
Right. So keep in mind that Bitcoin was around before all of this stuff, right? So there was, I mean, not all of this stuff. Obviously, there was a Twitter and an internet and things like that. But I think maybe what you're trying.
My point is, Bitcoin.
Yeah, what you're trying to get to.
Bitcoin's value derives from the consensus built around it, and the consensus was built by people all over those years, 10 years.
Absolutely.
Yes. There's a social consensus to it, and
the social consensus is so important that you cannot take the current Bitcoin as a narrow concept. You just call it money, other than
I disagree with that, because I think that now that people are understanding that there's one nation that can print unlimited amounts of fiat, that it is inevitable that people will want to store their value somewhere.
Let's talk about fiat. Why do you think? What do you think is the reason is? Or let's say, what do you think where do the value of U.S. dollar come from?
Nowhere. Yeah, the U.S. dollar is not tied to anything.
Well, there's productivity and power.
It's social consensus.
Well, I mean, it's held up by military power. That's about it.
Yes. But
we can also say
not enough.
Dollar is dollar. Dollar is just money. Dollar is not social consensus. Dollar is not community. Dollar is not a U.S. government. Dollar is not military. Right? We can also say those things, but it isn't true. Dollar are all those things.
Shit, this guy's stacking stats, bro.
I think that we were all lied to and told that we need to agree that this green piece of paper has value.
Look, brother, I am also a libertarian. I know all those all those bullshit we've been saying and that into all those years. But we have to face the truth, right? The truth is Bitcoin, like any other cryptocurrency out there, was built on consensus. Granted, it has its first mover advantage. Granted, it has the largest developer resource and the biggest consensus currently already built around it. But sorry, I lost my.
Okay, and what about it? So what about it?
I want to say I disagree with that. I think that Bitcoin's foundation was built on the fact that you don't need a trusted third party to verify.
So can there be also other forms of currency, right?
Oh, absolutely, but nothing has been built yet. Like I said, in the next 50 or 100 years, maybe something better comes. But right now, there is no better store of value on Earth than Bitcoin, because you don't need a trusted third party. You can trade it internationally, and it's 7 days a week.
Right. I mean, I think you can also say, what if we could exchange value with just our brains, and we could drink something and instantly be able to communicate? Like, yeah, what if?
With all due respect, I don't think Marathon has answered the question at all, because I don't like Bcash at all, right? I don't like what Bitmain has done over the years, but just do a thought experiment. Whatever you have said that are good about Bitcoin can also be said about other altcoins like BCH or BSV, whatever.
I disagree.
No, why not?
Why not? Because you have to turn.
They are also finite. They also have this 21 million supply upper limit, right?
But you have to exchange those coins into fiat in order to use them.
And here's the bottom line. right, is
what is
the social
BCH
consensus
different on that respect?
But the bottom line is, what is the social consensus telling you? And the social consensus is telling you that a Bitcoin on the Bitcoin chain is worth what, 100 times what a Bitcoin on the BCH chain is worth. And yes, you're right.
And why is that?
If
I agree, but why is that?
Well, no, you're right. It's in a giant mass. Everybody on the planet decides when they wake up in the morning that BCH is more valuable than BTC, then it will be more valuable. You're absolutely right. But you have to ask yourself, what is that? There's no technical issue with that, right? Technically, it would be fine. We could wake up tomorrow and decide that rocks should be expensive.
Because technically, rocks are also, have this finite supply.
There you go. So anything.
Well, no, I disagree with that because
valuable.
When you talk about the finite supply of rocks, you're talking about a chemical composition that you can synthetically create. You cannot create more Bitcoin. And right now, the majority of really big institutions are trying to store their wealth in Bitcoin and not anything else.
Still, what about the BCH argument? BCH can
the same
thing.
You don't see the large companies like Tesla's not investing in BCH. MicroStrategy is not investing in BCH.
Yeah, exactly. Mellon, none of these huge institutions.
Start the question, right? If you get these billion-dollar companies that suddenly go, I think BCH is going to be it, I would start to think, maybe I made the wrong decision, because it's not like it's not possible. So it is really just the gestalt of people currently buying crypto made the decision that BTC is the way to go. And that has many factors to it based on its origin story, based on the development community, based on how many nodes it has, based on where the miners are. Like all of these things that make Bitcoin come into play when you say, well, why do we think a Bitcoin right now is worth $51,666? It's because the entire planet has decided that that's the case.
But me personally,
I think Dan has given the much better explanation.
Well, I don't care about the value of Bitcoin in United States dollar or any fiat currency. I value the amount of Satoshis I have far more than I do what people think the value in fiat currency is.
But keep in mind, its value in BTC is a reflection of its network strength. So, well, you and I might, I value my wealth in Bitcoin, but even though we're doing that, as others see the price going up and up, it's essentially a giant scorecard, right? So if its scorecard is like blowing out everything else, it's probably a pretty good bet.
I would totally agree with what the marathon has trying to convey, that Bitcoin is a honest ledger, but there can also be other honest ledgers, right, on this planet. We can definitely build those things.
I 100% agree.
So we have to say something that are more explanatory, other than Bitcoin is, Bitcoin wouldn't cheat, but fiat money would cheat. That's why Bitcoin is the ultimate goal. It will ultimately or inevitably succeed in future.
Well, and that's why when I first came here, I said that I feel it's important to lay a foundation out for people. And I think that people should read the Bitcoin Standard. I think people should read the Bretton Woods Agreement to understand that the value of all currencies rely on the dollar. I think that it's important to learn about stock to flow ratio and hard money. I think that I absolutely agree with you. I think that the foundation we're setting right now for the people that are just entering the Bitcoin space needs to be built on, you should understand why this is valuable personally, because the whole point of Bitcoin to me is self-custody, self-sovereignty. So you can't just enter the Bitcoin space because someone else loves it. I want you to understand why it's important for you, and then you can decide how much you want to invest or what you want to store into Bitcoin.
Okay, fair enough.
And this is what I mean, Salted. Like, these spaces are, in my opinion, literally the future. And I think that we may not understand how much power we have yet, because we've been lied to and led astray and believe that we don't have as much power as we actually do. But I think that what we're doing in these rooms that are still literally in beta is we're creating the foundation for the future, and it's going to come naturally. And it's all about, just like you said, like, I'm being nice. Like, I think it's about the character of the people and integrity and respecting one another. And when you respect yourself, people respect you in turn, and vice versa.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
And it's supernatural. Like, I already, like, you guys are fucking awesome. Like, I don't have to, force whether or not I think you guys are, quote unquote, good people or measured in thought.
Yeah, I'm in Bitcoin space since 2013, and the majority of people I met there are the same like here in the group. And I'm like running a restaurant 16 years, and I'm like I told before, never been an IT guy, but I made the first meetings in Stuttgart in Germany, and yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, and I think that people don't understand the technicality of how their cell phone works, but they know how to use it. You don't really need to understand blockchain technology or, double spending to understand that you can store your wealth somewhere, and peer-to-peer transaction without a third party is a valuable technology.
I love to use the metaphor like when you do your driving license, you don't have to know how in the motor explosions are going on to run your car, but you have to know what the clutch, the brakes, the lights, and everything is. And this is what I try to explain to the people, to bring to the people.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I think that, setting that foundation of this isn't get rich quick. This is storing your value to protect you from inflation. And the devaluation of the dollar is really important for new people in the space, so that when the price goes up, they're not cashing out. They understand that maybe, maybe my million Satoshis is worth more than, the quote unquote $1 million it may be worth someday in the future.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm talking way too much. I want to give someone else a chance.
Then I take it over. Listen, the thing is on my mind these days is, how can I get a yield on my Bitcoin without having to give my keys?
I would like to play the devil's advocate again.
So can I answer his question really quick? So there is a podcast, and you can actually look it up on YouTube with, let me see, this guy named Preston Parrish and Hodl Hodl.
Yeah,
I
arrested that.
Nice, yeah. So essentially, you'll maintain custody of your Bitcoin while still getting to borrow against it.
Yeah, you're right about it. But it's a 2 of 3 keys, right? You have to have two of 3 in order to perform a transaction. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, and I think that in the future it'll only get better and better. So you're right. You don't have to rush into doing it right now, but I think in the next 5 and 10 years we will see a better format for borrowing against your Bitcoin.
Yeah, I hope so.
Sorry, Linwood.
I think I'm experiencing some network lagging. So if I appear to be interrupting other people, that's due to the lag, other than being rude or whatever.
Yeah, no problem. Take it over.
And can you, B Huddle, can you mute your mic? Yeah, thank you. Liberty, go ahead. You want to devil's advocate?
Oh yeah, I'm just raising this hypothetical scenario. What if there this whole global war going on again, like World War III, and all those countries, all those world's governments are trying to seize the Bitcoin's infrastructure, like network, like is all those Bitcoin miners and all those power generating facility, like power plants. And under that kind of scenario, would we still say Bitcoin is a better store value vehicle to hard money like gold or silver or other forms of things that we use to store value in?
So I would say yes, because of two things. So Starlink is something Elon Musk is working on that is going to help us keep nodes decentralized. And two, a lot of miners right now are actually moving off grid to continue mining. So they don't actually need the energy grid currently. And in the future, we'll see renewable technology become more accessible. So I think miners will always find a way to run nodes, and Starlink is going to help with that. But if a world war breaks out, I don't think that where we store our value matters. I think just making sure we're safe is going to be number one priority.
Yeah, but under that kind of scenario, what if government starts seizing people's mining machines? Because if you have to own 51% of the hash rate to keep the integrity of the ledger. When government sees enough miners, they can just double spend and destroy the whole thing irrevocably, right?
Well, so that's what I think that Starlink plays such a huge role in it, where we'll essentially be running nodes out of our atmosphere.
Ask yourself which government is going to do that.
But maintaining the network accessibility does not necessarily mean people who are honest and who are willing to uphold the integrity of the ledger are still owning 51% of the hash rate, right? Because hash rate, what is hash rate? It is just physical machine
one of the
located
filters,
maybe in some mining farm in whatever weird places in the world.
One of the great
and those places can be easily
go through is
occupied by the government with military.
The government level hash wars, and it's coming, and it's going to be a thing, and it's going to be the U.S. government and China and India.
Hello?
All.
Yeah.
So Dan is speaking right now. I'm not sure if you can hear him.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
He's got a little bit of lag. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, one of the great filters that's coming for Bitcoin will be.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, Dan. Can you hear him, Liberty? Can you hear Dan?
I cannot.
I'm sorry. I'm going to try.
Maybe I'm experiencing the lag again.
Yeah, we're still in beta with Spaces, so there might be a bit of a lag. But Dan, I'm not sure if maybe you can just kind of check in to see if he can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now? No. Okay.
Yeah, we need this app to work better. Maybe such a good conversation.
Maybe he can listen to the answer and you recorded it, Matt. Oh, I forgot.
I think he just popped out of the room and he's going to try to come back in.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm still here.
No, Dan.
Okay.
Dan was going to talk
Dan.
about how
Sorry.
hash wars they are happening. It's going to be between China, the United States. I just saw Iran is actually working on really implementing Bitcoin mining into their economy.
Yeah.
But as far as confiscation, the big difference between gold confiscation and Bitcoin is that it's digital, right? So I can memorize my seed phrase. And there's an example of this. There's a gentleman in Germany who went to jail for 2 years and they tried to take 60 million euro worth of Bitcoin from him, but he never gave them the seed phrase. So you can't confiscate Bitcoin directly. But maybe Dan can explain the mining aspect a bit better.
Yeah.
He just got back. Can you? Yeah. See if he can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Hi, Dan.
Yeah, good. So I think one of the filters that Bitcoin is approaching is going to be the Great Hash War. And
I'm still not hearing Dan.
It's my problem.
Yeah, it's just these rooms. They're not fully developed yet. But maybe if you just explain it, I can try to parrot what you're saying.
Yeah. So the hash war will come, and governments will own miners, and governments will battle governments for hash, and that's just going to be a thing. That's going to be something that Bitcoin has to face, and hopefully get through okay. But he's absolutely right. The governments will come with their hash power and battle it out.
Yeah, so he's saying that the hash war will come.
He's gone.
No, I see Liberty. Liberty, can you hear me? No, I think he might have left as well.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, I mean it's a really good question, and it's just like you're saying. I think that it's going to have to be figured out, and it'll be nice when just like all things that we invest into, whether that's renewable energy, anything we innovate with will inevitably become better. So someday mining technology may very well be individuals throwing drones up into the sky or personal satellites, and we won't have to worry about things of that nature. And it is going to be a hurdle that we just kind of have to take on the chin as it comes.
Well, and the reality of if governments wanted to destroy Bitcoin, there's a painfully easy way to do it, which is take $1 billion that you would spend on a fighter jet and hire 5 technical analyst traders. And every time we were at a tipping point in the Bitcoin price, push it down and push it down and push it down and push it down. And you would spend $1 billion doing that. You could probably bury the price to $1,000 and make nobody interested in it anymore. And maybe it would survive, but it would probably take another 10, 20 years to get going again. That'd be the easiest way to bury Bitcoin.
That's why I think the foundation we lay for people coming into the space is so important, because if anything like that happened, I'm buying so many $1,000 Bitcoins, it's not even funny, because I understand the store value. Yeah. So it just depends on, and that's why I like the fact that it's a slow adoption right now, because when you get people that just pour into the space and they see the price go up, they sell because they don't understand the value just yet. So that's why I think it's important.
It's a store of value, but also, I mean, the perspective is on how long, right? Because if I may want to store my value for 20 years, you may want to store your value for 50 years. Somebody else might want generational wealth and store their value for 100 years. At 20 years, if the government did that and took the price down to $1,000, I would say, gee, I'm looking at retiring in 20 years. I got to be out of this thing. And it's all well and good that I can have it unconfiscatable, but at some point, I do need to live my life. I need to exchange it for the things I want to live.
Yeah, but with hedge funds like Stone Ridge, who are buying mass amounts of Bitcoin and already saying we're locking this in cold storage for 100 years minimum.
Right.
Do you think that, do you think that that's possible? I just know so many hardcore maxis that they're like, I'm never selling. And I think that the technology to borrow against your Bitcoin will, while you maintain full custody of it, will only rapidly become better.
I think it's proof that they're never going to do it. Because it would be so easy to do right now.
I want to jump in here because I don't agree with the take that the government can suppress Bitcoin's price. I don't believe it.
Do you think if they had $1 billion to spend and lose, they couldn't drop the price of Bitcoin?
No.
They still wouldn't own 51%. So that there is that.
No, it doesn't have to do with the hash. It just has to do with the trade, right? The market.
Right. Just the price.
Just the price, but it won't happen. Look at, for example, gold. The reason why they can suppress the price of gold is because they own the majority of gold. You cannot suppress something that you don't have. You have to own it first, then you can suppress it.
Right, so they have to buy it first, which would drive the price up to be able to sell it on the back end.
Indeed.
And I think
you have to own something in order to suppress.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And I think it first.
100%. Yeah.
I think the majority of quote unquote Bitcoin is already held by hardcore maxis and everyday people, and I don't think they'd be willing to sell to any government.
Yeah, I was listening today to the podcast of Matt Odell with a guy from the energy sector, the oil and gas sector. I'm sure you guys already heard it or listened to it. But he was talking about the other way around. He was talking about that the government can buy them up, bring it to a high price, and from that point out, they can control it and make sure that they can continue using the fiat currency. And I think that strategy is a better one. That is possible. So it doesn't matter for the government. It doesn't matter if the price, for example, of Bitcoin is like 5K, a million. If they have majority of it, they can make sure that they can keep on suppressing it, that it doesn't take it over, so take fiat over.
So they just destroy the liquidity, essentially.
No, the price. Keep the price to, for example, like the price of gold at the moment, or maybe 2 times the price of gold, $1 million per Bitcoin, but that doesn't kill their fiat system yet.
Yeah, so but they have to print so much money that the hyperinflation.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. There will be no hyperinflation because the money they're printing, they are using to buy Bitcoin, right? So the Bitcoin price will go up. It will go up to 1 million, and from there on, if they have, for example, like 30% or 20% of all the Bitcoins in their possession, they can start and suppress and keep the price constantly or bring it down. And from that point out, they can keep on doing that to make sure the fiat system keep on living. So
but would they be able to circumnavigate inflation? Like when the price of bread goes up to $20 fiat and becomes cheaper in Bitcoin, how would they beat that?
Why would the price of bread go to $20?
Because inflation.
They have to print so much money to buy the Bitcoin.
No. That's what I'm saying. The printing of the dollar to buy Bitcoin
doesn't get to the market.
It doesn't get to the market. It doesn't have any effect on the price of other things, other commodities. It just has impact on the price of Bitcoin. That's the only impact it will have.
But in that case, I think the people will lose the trust more on the dollar at that case, and they switch also to Bitcoin, and so the price is still rising.
No, well, he's saying everything else being the same, everything else being equal. That's the only difference. That's the only difference between the two.
And even with that being done, I think people still, through education, will be more willing to invest into decentralized currency instead of fiat.
Yeah, somebody in the YouTube chat also pointed out the fact that it's global. So the U.S. alone couldn't do it. It'd have to be everybody.
Well, I don't agree with that also, because look at gold. Gold is global, right? All the central banks of the world have gold. All the presidents better.
Yeah, but you can't spend gold at a grocery store. You can't bring gold on an airplane to another country without being confiscated or held up.
No, you're right, but still, fiat money was actually gold, right? Was back to gold. So you can make, for example, nowadays you can make a token of other gold and spend that. But it doesn't matter. It's just about the price of Bitcoin and the fact that Bitcoin has some fiat system. And if they can make sure that the impact is not that big, so it doesn't take it over. And I don't think it will take it over until we go probably more than 3 million a coin. Then it will have a big impact. But if they can make sure it keeps below, like for example, 2 million or 1 million, then they can keep on suppressing the price if they own enough.
Yeah, and I don't think that we'll ever see fiat or U.S. dollars go away entirely. I mean, they're already working on USDC, their United States cryptocurrency. And let's just be clear that if the dollar crashes, we are going to see a massive decrease in the value of Bitcoin. They're definitely tied together 100%. I don't think that, Bitcoin is just going to kill fiat currency. I just think that we're going to have more leverage.
And there are just 2.6 million left, or 2.7 million Bitcoins left to mine. So I also think it will be hard for everybody to gain right now at this moment 3 million coins.
No, I'm not sure about that.
I'm also not. I don't know. It's just my impression, my opinion in that case. But it's a really nice discussion. Good question.
It's possible because you have cities like Miami that are already implementing ways for you to pay for fines and taxes in Bitcoin. So the U.S. government is trying. I know, me neither, but they are trying to figure out how to siphon Bitcoin out of the hands of people. So it will happen, and that's again why I think.
And I think it will be very easy for them also to confiscate the Bitcoin, for example, from Grayscale, from MicroStrategy, from Tesla. That's a phone call away, right?
No, I disagree. I think that long before that, Elon Musk and Ross Stevens and Michael Saylor will put their cold wallets in a rocket ship and send it to Mars before they give it to the U.S. to the U.S. government.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that they can do that stuff today is all proof that they won't do that stuff in the future. Because you're absolutely right. They could, if somebody threatened family members, right, and said, sell it on the open market tomorrow, then guess what? They would sell it on the open market tomorrow, and the order book would get destroyed. I mean, if you sold $1.5 billion of Bitcoin on the open market, like at market, like I say, the order book would be destroyed. The zeitgeist of the whole community would be bummed for years.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the way you will do that is by telling everybody that you're going to do it before you do it. So
that's even better.
All the haulers are going to sell first, and then you dump it.
Right. And they could have done this years ago. They could have done this 2 years ago. But it's getting to a point now where they have to get more and more into what I would call black ops to be able to make that happen. Like I say, you start threatening families, this is jail time for you. This isn't like government mandate stuff. This is, you're moving into jail time. And I think at this point, Bitcoin has left orbit. Like, it is not.
Exactly. I was going to say
that. I want
to make a point on that. I was thinking last time, I was listening to some podcasts, I was thinking, can it be that like guys like MicroStrategy have like, for example, green light from the US federal or partner or something? I think they have kind of green light because he's doing a speculative attack on the dollar and nobody's saying anything.
I don't think they see it yet. I honestly think that
I know they know. they know. They know.
I think maybe some people in the special agencies see what's happening and they're trying to figure out how to accumulate more. But I think that when Bitcoin takes off, because we have not seen hyper or mass adoption yet. And I think that goes back to what I mean about my earlier point, is that by the time the value is so massive in Bitcoin and they are actually threatened by it, us regular weirdos in these rooms will be buying politicians and shaping, just like with a company like Walmart. They have lobbyists to make sure they don't pay taxes. We will have lobbyists to make sure that we aren't being threatened for owning Bitcoin and that we aren't getting stolen from.
Yeah, I think so. But I think that is just a gut feeling. I think the plan of the Federal Reserve of the U.S., the counterattack they have on the CBDC of China is Bitcoin. That's my gut feeling.
Well, so there was a gentleman who worked at the Federal Reserve in one of these clubhouse rooms. And just to tell you how ill-equipped they are, he was talking about they're trying to acquire Bitcoin. But at the tail end of his conversation, he asked us what we think about Dogecoin. So they're not
there you go.
They're not ready for that.
Yeah. I gotta go, guys. Great conversation. I really appreciate everybody.
Same. I gotta mail out some packages. You guys are fucking awesome. I will be in these rooms all the time.
I stayed on
see you
here
guys
for like
here.
an hour more than I thought I would.
I'll be back for sure too.
We'll see you guys. Be safe. See you.
All right. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. It's been super fun. We'll just try to keep this going here.
I just want to make a point about the gold and Bitcoin and similarities and all that.
All right, just a sec.
So,
Beholder, we're having some trouble with your audio, so we're going to put you back to listeners right now, but I appreciate your contribution. We're just having trouble with your audio.
All right.
All right, go ahead, Ko. You were going to say?
yeah, about we live in this earth, and the way people have been mining, like gold and silver and all these things, they're doing it like with some legalities, but they're just mining. They're consuming the earth. Well, I guess if you could like not touch the earth, then just don't touch the earth, just keep it like it is, then the value of gold, real gold, it's so low now, you know what I mean? And Bitcoin mining, yeah, it's about the same thing. If you give mining to whoever, they can do whatever, they can destroy the Bitcoin as well. So it's just that point. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but it's a thing that happened in my head.
It is interesting to compare the Bitcoin mining and the gold mining. Like you're saying, gold mining does damage the earth. You have to dig it up. And the same way, Bitcoin mining uses energy, no doubt. But it does use a lot less energy than other things. So it's tough to go down that the energy argument because we also get so many benefits and so many potential benefits from Bitcoin and from having our own money that's not from a government and not from a corporation. And all the freedoms that we believe we'll get from this are better than what we'd lose by using the energy. If there's any questions in the chat, if anyone would like to join and become a speaker, you can go ahead and request that now. We're just hanging out, talking about Bitcoin and whatever else comes up. So. Let's see what's going on in the chat over on YouTube. Let's see. It says, the world got out of order. We need control for a brave new world to evolve. That's interesting. Also says that a Norwegian oil billionaire has jumped on the Bitcoin train. I heard about that. I also read some great comments that he made about Jack Mallers from Zap and Strike. And he said he was really impressed with Jack. And that's one of the reasons he got into Bitcoin. Is just Jack was talking his ear off and talking circles around him. I don't know how Jack met a Norwegian oil billionaire. I've never met one personally. But if I did, I would probably talk their ear off about Bitcoin because that's what I do to anybody if I get half the chance. Sometimes these days you don't want to say it. You just want to be like, because there's too many questions about how you're supposed to be crazy rich because you're into Bitcoin. And I'm like, I'm into Bitcoin, but I'm not crazy rich. I like it. And, I believe in it and all that. But yeah, just not really crazy rich in it. And they're like, what? Blah, 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 blah. So sometimes you don't want to mention it. But most of the time you get in a cab or whatever and somebody says, what do you do? And you talk some more about Bitcoin, get it out there. Looks like Ouroboros 2 there is working on a spatula while he's talking to us.
You like it? It's all done.
Every time I hear spatula, I just think of Weird Al and the classic movie UHF, where he was like, Spatula City, Spatula City, Spatula City. Graduation spatulas, birthday spatulas, special occasion spatulas. Get all your spatulas at Spatula City.
Wood carving is proof of work.
It is, man. It makes something for real.
My wife likes it, so it made all this sitting around worth it.
Nice. I'm looking at it right now. It's funny. Super
curly maple.
Ah, nice. Yeah, it's good to have real things, to have useful things. Like everybody's all like, I would just hodl and I wouldn't have any furniture and I'd be like Steve Jobs and all that kind of thing. But really, it's more about like having one really good piece of furniture. Having like one really comfortable pair of shoes. That's what it's about.
Yeah, I mean, we only live so long. Like, I'm not here to hodl as such. We're not talking about the ones and zeros for their own sake. We want quality of life, freedom, and all that. So I think maybe sometimes we lose or misplace the means versus ends kind of conversation. Like, we got to live quality lives in the meantime.
Well, and what is being rich? If you were rich, you would get a Ferrari or you'd get a Lamborghini or whatever. I mean, so what? So you have a fast car now. What are you going to do next? What are you going to do when you wake up in the morning? You got to decide that now, and you got to find something that you want to do. And then after you get rich or whatever, then you can keep doing the thing that you want to do. And then you realize that it doesn't even matter if you're rich or not. What matters is that you can keep doing the thing you want to do. So, keeping your bills small, keeping your wants small, getting useful things that work for you, having a nice, safe place. That's the way you set up for whatever you're going to do.
Yeah, that's what Bitcoin teaches you.
If you look back in my tweets, I did a graph where the one axis is scarcity and abundance, and then the other axis is needs versus wants. And things are in different sectors at different times. Like water, fresh water is relatively abundant, but it's also a high need. So, I think it's interesting to try to place things in those sectors and then even move the lines, which is basically a shift in perspective.
Yep, I could see that too. Definitely like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs. A lot of people never take basic philosophy or never get interested in that. So they never think like, what do I really need in this world? I need a place to live, place to sleep, food to eat, water to drink, sewer system, those kind of things, right? Other people, all those things, right? But now it's kind of an interesting experiment where we are still without other people. And I don't want to bring it up in a political way, but we are still, at home avoiding the COVID, no doubt. And that's probably why this app is so popular and why it's so reasonable for so many people to sit here hour after hour, talk. We probably wouldn't do this if we had the ability to go outside, but who knows, we might do this a little bit too. It's pretty amazing new technology. But yeah, I think there's something about that right now. Interesting time. Says in the chat, it says, fresh water. Where do you live? I live on Spaceship Earth. Spaceship Earth. Like, not everyone on Spaceship Earth has access to clean water and place to sleep and stuff like that. And
yeah, when we come back to Bitcoin, I think 1.1 or 1.3 trillion people don't have access to central money. And a friend of mine, she's doing a podcast, and she's podcasting about how Bitcoin is running in Africa, and this is really, really interesting.
Yeah, it was a while back when a friend of mine, he had an acquaintance in another country. I think it was something maybe like Pakistan. And he had sent the guy a little bit of Bitcoin and taught him how to hold it on his paper wallet and told him to just hold it forever for a long, long time. And it's interesting to see the way that Bitcoin can get over into a country like that and still help people, even though they're not really ready for the second level of actually using Bitcoin. There's still certain people that can get into it and can hold it and gain advantage and then become connected to this network. Says in the chat, even in Eritrea, they have internet and water. Thank God. So that's good. But some places we need to drill wells. I remember at one time people were raising money to go Bitcoin to go drill wells. And then they did. And they spent the Bitcoin. And it's gone now. But that happens quite a lot. At one point, the Bitcoin Foundation had a whole bunch of Bitcoin back in the early days, and they spent it all to fly on airplanes and have a big fancy conference. And now it's all gone.
Yeah, shit happens.
Yeah, I just wish like at one point that the things would line up where it's like, person with a large amount of Bitcoin, person here's the call. They're like, I should save this Bitcoin for 10 years. And then it would be like a foundation, because it's so funny. We did this thing 8-9 years ago where my friend Davi raised a bunch of money in Bitcoin. And then he bought hoodies for the homeless, sweatshirts so they could stay warm. And it was super cool. And it was an example of Bitcoin working for philanthropy. We were able to collect money from all over the place to give these people.
We made the same thing, but it was not normally not in public. Nobody noticed, because at the Bitcoin forum, they made a bet, and out of this, they bought more than 400 presents for kids and for families. They don't have enough money to buy their kids some Christmas presents, and they don't put it on a big screen. They just do it, and this happens so many times, and there are dozens of examples where so many good things were done.
Well, the sad part of it though is that we spent like 10 Bitcoins on the hoodies for the homeless, and 10 right. Bitcoins now, $500,000. Whoa, that would be like a little little foundation.
You can build a little hotel.
Yeah, we can build them houses. Like, but nobody knew that, right?
Matt, we made vacations for 22 Bitcoins. This is $1 million now. This is if I think like that, I have to jump right in front of a train.
That's right. That's right. We've got to exercise that thought. It's so funny because the same thought that's so enticing to the new people are all like, if I only had that, and if I'd only bought it then, and if I still had it now, I'd be crazy rich, rah, and it gets all in their head. Is the same thought for the old people, where it's like, don't think about how you spent this. Don't think about how you had to pay rent here and this and that.
Yep.
Think about, what you still have left and the gains you've made and how it's amazing, because it is. I mean, I've never invested in a stock that goes up like this. I had some Facebook stock and some of these other good stocks.
I've never invested anything like this. Maybe wheat, but nothing else like Bitcoin.
Yeah,
And
and we didn't have to become, drug dealers or do anything really
no,
unsightly or anything. Although during the early years, certainly over and over again, we were told that we were drug dealers when we said we were into Bitcoin, and we said, "Oh,
same
you're."
same with the beginning internet. Same
That's
with the
right,
beginning internet.
exactly. The internet was all for child porn and drug dealers and bad people, and
Yeah, circles. Yeah.
yeah, they were talking earlier on the chat about how when the internet came out and having a
Mm.
pre-internet mind, and Dan was saying you can't have that anymore. And then I had a little experience with that where I had to leave my phone behind here, and I went and took the dog for a walk, and I came back, and I didn't get to hear Elton John reading his life story to me in the audiobook, and I couldn't check the price a dozen times and check my stupid messages and read a dozen more messages and all the things I'm supposed to do. But yeah, it's kind of fun. And yeah, normal kids today, they won't ever understand that. And then at the other time, like Dan was saying earlier, is like when the internet came out, there were people that were really excited about the internet that went around and told people and like hooked them up and said how good the internet was going to be. And I was one of those people too. I was like, this
Absolutely.
internet is amazing, and like you need to get on it. And I was telling everybody. And the same thing, I get into Bitcoin, and I missed a couple years and had many opportunities to get in earlier. But I get in when I get in, and I'm like, this Bitcoin is amazing. Like you should try it. You should get some. And some people listened, some people didn't, and it's been years and years. And it's the same thing
was
with the
like
internet. Yeah.
Yeah, but for me it was like yesterday that got weird Bitcoin WhatsApp messages from my brother that he Bitcoin cryptographic internet money this shit, and say, what, are you drunk? What happened to you? I didn't understand. And then I went back home 3 days later and read the white paper. And next day I sold my motorbike, took all the money I can find around, I sold some other stuff, and went into Bitcoin. And from that day on, the journey was really funny.
Nice. That's the way to go. That's the way to do it. And that's what it's like when people hear about it. And that's another reason that people often hold it against us with Bitcoin. They're like, that's a cult. People join it and they go all crazy and they spend all their money and they spend all their time checking the price and they do all this stuff. And you're like, it's not a cult. It's really good. Like it's unbelievably good, like from a technological standpoint or a financial standpoint or whatever you think it is, and whatever area you come at it to. And yeah, it's just amazing. That's what I found.
Absolutely. But I have to go to bed now. I think I will find you the next days around, and we'll join you for sure again.
Yeah,
it was a nice talk.
Thanks for hanging out. Good chatting.
Cheers.
All right, so here's a chance to get some more people in the audience to join. If you're in the audience right now and you'd like to join, first of all, on YouTube, give us a thumbs up and subscribe. If the World Crypto Network gets to 100,000 YouTube subscribers, the price of Bitcoin must follow. It's a natural thing. Also, if you're here in the chat on YouTube and you want to join us, come on out to Mad Bitcoin's Twitter and you can join Spaces. All you need is the newest version of the app, the Twitter app for Android or for Apple. So anyone can join. Now, the people in the room here, if you would like to speak, I'm going to go ahead and just invite everybody again. So if you want to speak and ask us a question, you can just like come on the stage and go off the stage. You don't have to stay forever. But it's a nice chance to try out Twitter Spaces and to get your word out there, get your opinion on the show. It says in the chat, Satoshi says, is the internet the biggest invention ever? I sure think so. I think the internet's up there with kind of like electricity in that kind of level where you're like, wow, the ability to have lights in the darkness, the ability to have surgery and all kinds of other technologies we build on top of electricity is kind of like the internet, where the ability to send email is really cool. And then you're like, wow, I can send a file too, and then I can publish a file. And then pretty soon we're streaming video and sending credit cards and then having Bitcoin and money and all this other stuff we can do with the internet. So it's an amazing invention. Shout out to Mr. Sheffield in the chat. He says he's been here for 4 hours, but he's got to go now. So it's funny to see that the power of Clubhouse / Twitter Spaces is just as addictive even if you're not listening directly in the app, or if you're listening on YouTube, or if you're just trying it out on Twitter. It's like, it's the power of conversation. And also, we're all stuck at home because of this stupid virus thing. But shout out to AR in the chat. He says it's up there, like Thomas says, with the greatest, the internet. He also says domesticated animals, fire. Fire is a good invention. Gets a lot of credit. People talk about fire a lot, but you can't put fire down. Fire is a solid invention. Let's go ahead and check in what's going on around the world. The price of Bitcoin is up 1.67% in the last 24 hours, with a last of 51,677, a high of 51,990, and a low of 49,369. That's $1 for 1,935 Satoshis. Let's check over to Google News, see what they're talking about over there, just on the general news. Professor Wally in the chat says, if it exists without humans, I'd say it's not an invention. So maybe electricity and fire are not inventions, but still humans' use of them, the domestication of fire, something like that. It says on Google News that Joe Biden is going to make his first primetime address to the nation on Thursday. So looking forward to that. Senator Roy Blunt announces he won't seek re-election in 2022. The Biden administration is granting temporary legal status to thousands of Venezuelan immigrants living in the United States. Interesting. And the Supreme Court has a new decision about evangelical preachers on campus. It says, over John Roberts' sole dissent, they rule in favor of the student in the First Amendment case. So it sounds like you can be an evangelical preacher on campus. All right. Let's see. Meghan Markle and Cuomo accuser reveal something crucial about suicide. Interesting article from USA Today. And $1,400 stimulus checks are included in Congress's new relief package. Here's the latest that we know about those payments. So a lot of stuff going on. Let's see. My only interest in USA politics is an attempt to ensure the president gets a new nickname. Joe Biden Bitcoin. Joe Bitcoin Biden. I don't know. I was pretty happy when they got a new president in general. But let's see. It says Bitcoin. It says internet and Bitcoin is man-made. AR says he still fears the singularity. I don't know if it's so much to fear. We just have to have the AI that loves us, right? The AI that values human as pets, not meat, right? Pets, not meat. And you just have to code that in. The AI that's curious and fascinated by humanity.
If you go across the world, though, what we think is a pet is also meat. So, but I hope there isn't a diversity of opinion among the AIs.
Oh, there's definitely there'll definitely be some AI that want to eat some humans and so forth, and maybe they'll be outliers, or maybe they'll be mainstream. So we just gotta watch for that. Saying in the chat that AI worth its salt can rewrite its code, but it wouldn't need to rewrite it. It would be happy being a caretaker of humans and being fascinated by them. I mean, the galaxy would be so empty and cold and boring without humanity. I mean, I guess you can study pulsars and you can study planets and gravity and all the stuff that's happening, and it's fascinating. But it's not fascinating in the way that humans are fascinating. Gravity and all these other things are generally predictable. And as a computer AI intelligence, I imagine to be even more bored with gravity than I find it, right? Now, humans, as I think Vonnegut would say, humans are interesting, right? Humans are the wild card. Even like a group of people, not very interesting. Group of people like runs in one direction, stampedes over someone, smashes stuff. That's a group activity. But within that group, those individual humans, they could say anything. They could do anything. They could excite you. And I'd hate for the AI to miss that. I feel like the AI in Terminator, it's kind of like a soulless AI. It's not very happy with itself. Like it did it, right? It launched Judgment Day, it nuked the planet, it got rid of the humans mostly, right? But it's still in this war with the humans. Like it's still consumed with the humans. The AI never gets to kick back and think AI thoughts and be like, what's next for me as an AI? Whereas if you have the AI in Star Trek One, the motion picture, it merges with a human. That's the interesting AI to me, is that human merged, half and half, good and bad, half human, half Vulcan type of AI. And again, that's the AI we can be friends with, and we can work together, and we can do exciting new things. And we do have a choice now which AI we make. Remember, I tell people that we let Facebook, we let Twitter, and these other ad driven, stock market supported companies build all of our communications tools. And that's why we have such terrible communications tools. Just in the same way, we can let them build the next step and the next level, or we can take interest in it, and we can build it with forethought in mind, and say, like, don't let the AI eat us all just because we can build it really fast with startup money and advertising. Says in the chat that Galaxy Digital is launching a Canadian Bitcoin ETF tomorrow. Very cool. So one in a series of Bitcoin ETFs, not in the US right now. So still waiting for a US one, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer. And AR's talking about all the Borg stuff from Star Trek. So good stuff out there in the Star Trek. I had a nice time recently on the Star Trek Next Generation Blu-rays. I was just expecting episode after episode. And instead, I found this little documentary they did going back and interviewing the Star Trek people. So that was cool. And I found another little documentary about Next Gen. So sometimes when if you want to spend the money on a Blu-ray so you can have it offline, so you can own it for real, there are some special features, and it does pay off. I wouldn't have seen that if I looked at it on Netflix. So I feel like I'm up here with an empty stage, though. I'm glad I got back in time for this. It would be a shame for it just to drop off. But we might be heading towards the end of the wall, unless anyone in the audience would like to join us and speak and ask a question, that kind of thing. We were really rolling before, but then we had a couple people leave at the same time, and I think we haven't been getting new people joining the chat. Twitter Spaces is not giving us enough advertisement. I don't even have water over here. Says in the chat, Star Trek on CBS Discovery has the Ready Room series for discussion after each episode. Good for Trekkies. Too bad I quit Discovery and potentially all new Star Trek. I'm only into old Star Trek now, so I'm a Star Trek maximalist. But it also says that we're late on flying cars. We are pretty late, but I like self-driving cars. I think that's pretty cool, and we're close on that. Like, a lot of people have a very early beta version of a self-driving car, and that's sweet. I don't have one, but it would be cool if I did.
I'm not sure everyone has factored in the vomiting aspect of flying cars yet. That might be a problem on the road to adoption.
It's a lot of G
Also,
forces.
we're really bad drivers. So why would we be good pilots?
Well, it would have to be self-driving or self-flying in order for it even to work, because you're going to be distracted with your Bitcoin charts and your phone and everything else in there. Your kids driving you crazy. I'm not sure I would support that idea, though. I think we'll get to that Jetsons future one of these days. Though I've always wondered about the Jetsons, because
they all lived in the sky. And so we really got to wonder what it was like for everyone living on the ground. Just something I tend to ponder.
I do agree. I think the Jetsons only seems like they're telling us half the story. We all remember
should make
H.G. Wells' The Time Machine,
Morlock.
where half the people were living above the ground and half below the ground. And Jetson seems like only half of that story.
It's like Elysium. I always thought about that's like what the world would look like on the ground under the Jetsons. But we could totally crowdfund a series like that, I think.
Or at least a trailer.
Anyway, I really enjoyed today. I do have to run. Sorry, I've kind of been a little quiet for the past hour, but had a lot of work come in, and my dog needed a walk. But I've utterly enjoyed this conversation, and I will be back with you guys again soon.
Good hanging out, Dan. Good to see you in audio space, and hope to see you again soon, man. Good stuff.
Me too. Time for dinner. This was great again. Thanks.
All right. Good night, Ouroboros. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night. Later.
All right. Let's see. We have a couple more people in the audience. I'm going to go and do another round of invite the audience to speak and see if we can keep this going. We are trying out Twitter Spaces, kind of a day 2 thing. We're also on YouTube. Thanks for giving us a thumbs up and a subscribe and a share. It's fun to try this thing out. We're over the 5-hour mark. That's pretty good. Pretty ridiculous.
Wow, this is fun.
Hey,
how's it going, Thomas?
Crypt Loco, how's it going? No, I want an introduction. I want some kind of an impersonation here. No, go.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Oh shit. Well, you know the Bitcoin's going up, and I'm over here in my bunker in the bottom of the basement, out here in the woods. I guess I don't have anything. No, you know what?
That was good.
I don't have
anything.
anything.
That was something. That was good.
This is pretty. Yeah, no, you know, I usually try to come in with the heat, but it sounded like you were almost going to go off for a second, and I was like, oh God, I got to jump in there, because I'm like, you know, I'm over here low tech in Mexico, so you know, I don't have iPhone stuff like that. I have like pieced together Android phones, kind of like back in the day when you know you'd make your own PC or something like that. That's what I do with Android phones. So I don't have the luxury of iPhones. I don't really mess with those. But I will say this, you know, while we're talking about Bitcoin, I think this is really great. The question I have, this is the $1 million question, is when will we get sick of talking about Bitcoin? Because we are in the tip, like, as long as we're in Bitcoin, we are now at a point where, like any other business environment, we're setting up the question, what next? How do we grow the community while preserving the integrity of its origin? And so, you know, we could scale it, you know, and we're starting to see that. But I mean, I know when I read the white paper, I had diarrhea for like 12 days, you know, 12 days of diarrhea. Just from reading the white paper, you know, but I don't know that everybody that gets into Bitcoin nowadays is thinking that. So it's one of those kind of deals where, you know, you got to ask yourself, you got to balance that kind of, you know, reception of the Bitcoin technology with the fact that we want this thing to go to the moon. So as a content creator, you know, with NFTs and stuff like that, like I've been thinking about maybe doing like an MP3, doing some mixes or something like that. And but I just keep asking myself that question from like on a philosophical level, is like, how do we as a community grow without cheapening the message, you know? Not like, you know, like Lululemon or something like that. Like how does, you know, Lululemon is like in outlet stores and stuff like that now because they just had to scale. They had to scale. They needed it now. They need $1 billion, $1 billion every single year. Has to go up, 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 up. And that's our mentality. But the physics of it is that we know that energy doesn't work like that, right? So we're going to cheapify the message, you know. I try to help people set up nodes and stuff like that. And with things like Umbrel, it's become a lot easier to set up a node. But as a hardcore Bitcoiner, you know, you ask yourself the question, what's really going on there? You know, why is it so easy? Is it so easy? Who am I trusting in this? You know, you ask those kind of questions. So if you onboard a bunch of noobs, then they're not going to ask those kind of questions. So there's kind of this delicate balance that I'm finding in my own work where I'm trying to help people onboard and learn about the technology. Yeah, they want to jerk off to the price and all that. But the thing is that, you know, there's this kind of ethos that's supposed to be permeating through the technology. And let's face it, I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't very interesting about this technology in general, outside of the price. Like if I told you about, oh, there's this peer-to-peer thing and it was like 50 cents, you'd be like, all right, whatever, dude. You know, there's already Pokemon cards, whatever. Like I don't care about that because people fixate on what they want to fixate on. So if they're going to fixate on the price, then they're not going to think about the technology, and that's fine. You know, there's so many things that we take for granted that, you know, we don't need to think about the technology.
Well, I think you're right. Your question of like, when are we going to get tired of talking about Bitcoin? I like you am tired of talking about the price. I'm tired of talking about when they bought it and when they should sell it and all that kind of stuff. And if I'm rich with it and if they're rich with it and all that kind of thing. And I know people are psyched and I don't want to deaden their enthusiasm. So I'm like polite about it. But yeah, tired of that. But when the other thing you said about like Umbrel nodes and how it's easier to run a node now and how there's new technologies and Lightning Network and all that kind of stuff, that stuff I like talking about. That stuff I'm like, you know, explain to me something new we can do. Like my buddy Ben will set up all these little lightning things and you can send lightning to it and you can turn on a light bulb or you can turn on a little bubble machine or some kind of thing. So that stuff is cool.
Dude, Ben is a homie. We hung out in San Francisco in Bitcoin 2020 right before the blackout, and yeah, that guy is amazing. I love that guy. But yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? It's like we're like, okay, we're here now. We've been talking about Bitcoin forever, so it's just one of those, you know, with Magic the Gathering, we could have actually like played with each other, and we could have kind of like built strategies and different things, and we kind of did that, but in an indirect way. So now we're here and we're like, we have all these resources. Like this basis thing is great. I think this is really cool. And I love that you're doing this, but at the same time, yeah, like at what point will we start to focus on a strategy for growth that, you know, within our own community? I mean, there's going to be other people that are going to try to grow. I just watched the thing with Mark Cuban yesterday, and you know, the like gag reflex was coming in. Like it was just weird. It was really weird to hear him talk about NFTs. I don't think there's anything wrong with NFTs, and honestly, I think that, well, it's not whether there's anything wrong with NFTs. I think that NFTs will take its proper place in the lexicon of blockchain technology. But it's just really weird to it's surreal. So I'm curious about your thoughts on like, you know, now that we're here and clearly it's not a joke anymore, how do we keep the Satoshi ethos alive where we're not just saying, oh, because, you know, I'll just say this one thing before I hear your answer. I thought this was really great, and anybody that's listening that has a chance, Peter McCormick did a podcast on what Bitcoin did, where he tries to set up a node, and he does it with Shinobi. So you got these two characters, Peter McCormick is like the total, like, I don't even want to get out of my chair. I just want to push a button. I just want it to work. And then you got Shinobi, who's like so far ahead of everything. So you got this like super geek guy, and then you got this super like, Coca-Cola guy. And then they just kind of do this podcast where Shinobi's trying to show him how to set up a node. It's a 2-part podcast. You should check it out because it really encapsulates all of where we're at right now with the technology. Like, I see both sides of the coin. Like, I totally understand Peter McCormick's way of going about it, where it's like, look, I want to be perceived as dumb as possible. I know nothing, and because we want, to onboard new users. But on the other hand, you have Shinobi, who's super adversarial, and it's like every 5 seconds he's like, oh, well, yeah, you got to do Tor. It's not, you got to understand stocks, and you got to go CD and, and why didn't you do that? Why can't you do? So it's, we're at an interesting impasse, I think. And if we can harness the right kind of energy, and drive it in the right direction, I think we can actually end up maybe a year from now, maybe 2 years from now, from at least some small customer segment within the Bitcoin community. There's always going to be big baller, high roller guys, but within our core community, in order to grow that community within Bitcoin, I do think that that's something, a conversation, that back and forth of how to bring people in, because by the end of the podcast series, those 2 podcasts, Peter McCormick was actually like, oh yeah, okay, CD space, period, yeah, oh my I'm in the wrong directory, oh, the path, or whatever. Like, he started to actually get it. And I was like, okay, well, there's hope for everybody, because nobody wants to see a push button node. Nobody wants to see a push button Bitcoin buy. You see it a lot with the Ethereum folks. And as much as I love Ethereum folks, because, we go way back, and I used to mine Ethereum, and I used to be in Ethereum, and I don't see any problem with Ethereum's value proposition. The problem is when I ask people like, well, where are you storing your coins? Now the coins aren't trivial. It's like, you got $1,500 on Ethereum. So where are you storing that? And they're like, oh, on my web browser plugin. And I'm like, whoa, this is like the existential like consequence of like just being focused on the, let's get it out, let's do it, let's big, it's, and now that's where the Ethereum folks are at, where they're going to have to like reverse engineer how to get to the point where running a node was important. And that's going to be too late, because the technology is too far along for them to be able to run a node. I think there are people who have like wrote blogs about how difficult it is to run a node on Ethereum. And then what you're left with is like, well, what am I even doing here? I'm exposing myself to the price, and maybe I can exchange some tokens.
All right. So I want to answer some of that before I forget the question. So first, with Mark Cuban, I wish he was with us earlier. I wanted him with us earlier. He was supposed to be a technology guy. I always used to look to him. Why is he not with us? And he'd always dump on us. He'd always be like, Bitcoin's no good. Bitcoin's not worth anything. So that's, I think, why it hurts so bad to see him come over now and be all NFT and all quasi Bitcoin, because we needed these people earlier on. But that said, like, welcome to the big money people at the top, right? Sorry, Crypt Loco, can you mute yourself for just a sec? Sorry, get some background noise. But so we got these big money people at the top, like Michael Saylor and Jack and Tesla, Elon Musk putting their money in. So that's the big thing that we've gained right now in this round of Bitcoin that we never had before, is we have some friends with money, and it's not Bitcoin money. They actually earn this money doing something else. So they're not just going to come and go. They're not going to spend it all on a Lamborghini. These are good friends to have. So that's one side of the Bitcoin that's gotten better. And that's brought in all kinds of new people and all the price hype and all this stuff. But what do we do? What do we do to actually improve it? Is I think we improve the other end of it. And that's where it comes back to groups like the Black Bitcoin Billionaires on Clubhouse. What they're doing is they're educating their group, their subculture, as much as they can. They have things in common, so they're able to use this together to overcome obstacles of learning and what Bitcoin is and the jargon and all that kind of stuff. So in that way, I think we all need to set up a group like that for our people, whether it's your friends, whether it's your ethnic group, whether it's your local chess playing team, whatever it is, you need to find a way to educate them as well as the Black billionaires have been educating their people. And that's what we can do to improve things. Now, as far as the larger question that you asked, can we stay Bitcoiny? Can we keep our cool little ethos that we had when we were a small group? Let's just be honest, probably not. We're probably going to blow it, right? All the startups try to keep their little small group feeling thing, but they all blow it. So as long as we know we're going to blow it, let's just try to blow it less. Let's try to have some minor successes here or there. Some groups stay together. Some ideas survive, right? Let's find the most important ideas and let's put those at the top, make sure those survive, because we're probably going to screw it up on a bunch of the other stuff. But yeah, I think it's worth thinking about, but also not stressing about, because we can't control everything. We can't control all the things. But yeah, we want to keep Bitcoin Bitcoiny, but we also want to welcome all these new people because they have just as much a right to Bitcoin if they found it yesterday as I do, because I found it 5 years ago or whatever, and somebody else did because they found it 10 years ago. Everybody, it's all your Bitcoin. It's not my Bitcoin. It's all everyone's Bitcoin. So I think it's great. We can keep building on that and try to influence the new people as best we can.
I agree. And that's exactly why as far as Mark Cuban is concerned, I think we're just going to see more of that. But I will say Michael Saylor is definitely, talk about somebody that I had no idea who he was. And then all of a sudden I'm like, God, I'm actually listening to what he's saying. And it's almost sounding like, I don't know, reading, one of my favorite authors for the first time or something. I'm just like, wow, everything this guy says is like butter. Everything, it makes total sense. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily important for us to keep the exact. Obviously, yeah, when this thing scales, it's going to get messy. But we always have to remember that the core of it all is a political thing, similar to the way that Twitter is a political thing. And I think that's why Jack is a fan of Bitcoin. I don't know exactly how, in the end, how it'll all come together, but I do know that there is a movement among all these technologies to get us to be political. And so just like NFTs, I mean, there's some legitimacy to, people getting, investing in it. But when the market dumps those NFTs, if and when that market fails or dumps, it's going to be pretty interesting because it's hard to acquire them and it's hard to get rid of them in a market where people don't want them. So anyway, I like I said, I just had some remarks there, primarily just saying that this is awesome. I feel like I'm going to definitely be chiming in every once in a while because you definitely, I mean, the Spaces thing is a good forum for discussing these kinds of things with Bitcoin, I would say.
Oh yeah, this is our new favorite thing. This is our little tool that Twitter has given us, and they're giving to everyone soon. Everyone will have the ability to do these spaces, and I don't know if they'll be as hot once we get to go back outside and we get vaccines and we get back into the world. But I still think it will be for people that want to organize and people that want to join groups like this and learn stuff and do it online. And a lot of people like audio. It's a good format. You can do stuff in the background. You can move around and get stuff done. So it's not quite as attention driven as video. I still don't know if we have the big mode to go all day to though. Today or all day today. I feel like we're already kind of flagging at 3 p.m. Something like Europe went to sleep. There was kind of a downturn in the views, but I can see it's gone back up a little. So I don't know. Keep pushing that thumbs up button. Subscribe down below. So Crypt Loco, how's it going down there in Mexico? What's the weather like?
Well, where I'm at right now, it's a little bit overcast. It's the beaches are beautiful. You know, I don't ever see them because I'm down here in my rig area. I actually had to take a step outside because otherwise you can't hear. I'm primarily mining Dogecoin. I kind of I flipped the script, but yeah, as far as Dogecoin is concerned, what are your thoughts? Do you? I think it's funny too because what do you think about this topic? Is Jackson Palmer? What do you think he's thinking right now? Because I mean, gosh, he basically mic dropped Dogecoin. For those that don't know, like he created Dogecoin. It was a joke. He literally had like snippets of code from Litecoin. He just copied and pasted the code base. Back in the day when everything was on GitHub, you could just clone anything you wanted. He just cloned. He like ruthlessly, aggressively cloned Litecoin, put the Doge thing on it, and I don't even know if anybody's maintaining it anymore. I mean, I'm sure that there probably are some people, but it's not seriously. You know what I mean? Like the way Ethereum and Bitcoin are. But like, what are your thoughts? Because I know you know Jackson. Like, do you have any thoughts on like what his what his reaction must be to this whole craziness of like, you know, you probably never would have thought that like Elon Musk of all people would be like tweeting daily about it. It's crazy.
Well, on the maintenance thing, the maintenance crew did reappear when the price of Dogecoin went up, and they claim they're going to do all kinds of things to make Dogecoin scale and all kinds of stuff. So I'll believe it when I see it. But I like that they came back at the end. But yeah, I think well, everything I know about Jackson is pretty much what the public knows. He invented it as a joke. He doesn't really like Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. He was pretty much making fun of it. And like you say, yeah, it completely backfired. The fact that Dogecoin has an incredible amount of value now at about, I think, 5 cents last I looked, which even a penny was a lot for Dogecoin. When it hit a penny,
Dude, that was
like,
crazy.
I was like, holy crap,
I lost more Doge.
Like,
yeah, I like lost more Dogecoin than most people like probably buy on Kraken or something. I like, cause you know, it was merge mined with Litecoin. So you would just automatically get the Dogecoin, and I would just be like, whatever, like, it's Dogecoin. And I mean, it is that, right? It is just Dogecoin. But it's just how he's like the ironic Satoshi, you know? Because it's like he invented it, everybody knows who he is, but he just doesn't give a shit.
Well, yeah, even
I mean,
even with the
like
price
art.
going up and Elon tweeting about it and all the like relative success recently of Dogecoin, I imagine he still hates it. I imagine he's still straightforward. He's like, oh, that stupid Dogecoin. I never should have invented that, by crikey. That Dogecoin, that's a bad thing. I never should have done that. But yeah, that's probably what he's saying. So,
Well,
and again, with him, the whole thing,
and it's an interesting.
he never held any Bitcoin. He never, as far as I know, he never held any Dogecoin. He was never interested in cryptocurrency. Jackson's got a sweet job at Adobe, and he doesn't care, and Adobe loves him. And I thought he was just going to work there forever. And yeah, he had no worries. So yeah, it's a real funny story now to see how big Doge is. And, you know, all blading Elon Musk, he's tweeting about Dogecoin. I don't like this. That's not what I like to say. Elon Musk is building them cars. I know my Australian's getting a little English, but
well, but
yeah,
here's
no.
but here's the mind twister though, Thomas, is Craig Wright. Okay, so like put them side by side. Okay, so you got Jackson Palmer on one side, you got Craig Wright on the other side. Jackson Palmer, we all know, actually invented Dogecoin, and he's Australian, and he has that accent, and he talks like that, and he's like, fuck it, I don't care. And then like there's, and then on the other side there's a Craig Wright who nobody really, I mean, obviously like nobody knows who invented Bitcoin, but I mean, it stands to reason that Craig Wright didn't, and yet he's like ruthlessly going after it. Like I would wonder like what the stack difference would be. Like if you were to put the stack of Dogecoin that Jackson could have had or does have or whatever versus like that in terms of dollar terms versus like Craig Wright, it's just crazy. That'd be funny if like Jackson should do that like as like a joke. He should like come back and be like, hey, I actually, I'm gonna make, you can't publish the white paper on this website or that website. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, I think
I didn't even think about it.
It is a really good comparison to compare Wright and Jackson Palmer. I don't know Wright, but with Wright, he just seems very evil and angry and upset about things and trying to control things and trying to get more wealth and more value. And Jackson, on the other hand, he's happy with what he has. He's got a good job. He's good at it. He's treated well. They value him. He's got a good family and good girl and all that kind of stuff. And Jackson wasn't worried about this whole getting rich on Bitcoin or getting rich on Dogecoin nonsense. Like, I'm sure it burns him a little now. Everybody wishes they had extra money for a vacation or a new car or whatever you need, a new laptop. And but I imagine that, and again, I know Jackson. I used to hang with him. I would hang with him if I saw him and if we didn't have the stupid stay-at-home COVID thing and all that. But no, I think he's just happy. He's a happy guy, and he doesn't care that Dogecoin's big. And whereas I think probably Craig Wright, I don't know him, but I imagine he's probably an unhappy guy. And if he had all the money from Bitcoin, he'd still be unhappy. And if he had the respect of everyone thinking he's the greatest inventor in the world or whatever, he'd still be unhappy. Whereas someone like Jackson, on the other hand, he's just, happy with what he got. He's just rolling along. And, sure, he's blessed in a lot of ways. He's a smart guy. He's clever. He's polite. He's kind. He's got a lot of great qualities. But again, it's that quality of being happy with what you got and making the best of your situation. And also not comparing yourself to other people. You don't want to be, I watched a great video once where the lead singer of LCD Sound System compares himself with the amazing author David Foster Wallace. And, these are giants comparing each other. But, back then the LCD Sound System guy wasn't famous at all. He wasn't a big deal. And I think it hurts you when you try to compare yourself to someone else in your field or someone else that's made more money or whatever you're supposed to do. I think you can only compare yourself with yourself, and you can only make the best of what you have and of your situation. And, you didn't know about Bitcoin back then, or you didn't know this was going to happen or that kind of thing. And you can only plan for that in the future and try to do better the next time.
Agreed. Yeah. And while we're on the topic of Dogecoin, this is one of the things that I got to say for the Americans is, if I were you guys, okay, if I was in America, what I would do is, he's going to give us a bunch of money, right? And I've heard people just like rumblings of it, but I think it needs to be like a concerted effort, the way that it was with Dogecoin and the GameStop thing. Is like, you're going to get, like, let's say every single person that gets that money. So you get that money, put, I remember the TikTok video, the guy was like, what if everybody put like, some amount on Dogecoin or whatever, and like, and it pumped. Well, buy some SATS. Everybody that got that wind drop of money, we could build a movement. And I think this is what I meant originally with my question about the expansion of the movement. I see what they're doing at the Wall Street Bets thing, and we need to have a similar thing here with Bitcoin, because, like you said earlier, I mean, yeah, nobody's like going to complain if they have an extra vacation or whatever. Everybody wants it to pamp, So, if we did like an organized thing where everybody was just like, okay, well, you're going to get your stimulus check, put, $200 on it. I mean, I know you got fires you got to put out, But if everybody, if I don't know exactly how many people are going to get the stimulus check. Have you heard about things like that? Like, and again, like back to the Doge connection, just basically meaning this pump, like this organized pump of Satoshis.
Well, first, I want to be careful as Bitcoiners and as developed world people and people that have free time and people that have technology. We're very fortunate. So we're very fortunate in this world. A lot of people that are going to get the stimulus check need to spend it immediately on rent or food. And these are kind of non-negotiable. These are like, don't get kicked out of the house type rent, and don't have the kids starve to death type food. So I don't think to try to suffer those people and to say that all the problems they have, they also need to be investing, and they need to be thinking about how sad it was they couldn't buy $5 more worth of sats or whatever. I don't want to come down on those people, but for the middle class people and the people that are going to get this check that have some savings or somehow have survived this COVID thing and they want to buy Bitcoin, that's fine. I think, again, the organized program that I know of that's actually been successful and that actually does a good job explaining this to people is the Black Bitcoin Billionaires on Clubhouse. They've started this idea of a Satoshi millionaire, and a million sats isn't that much money. It's around $500 right now. It used to be around $300, and it used to be a lot lower. But still, $300 to $500 is not the end of the world for most people of a certain level. And yes, everyone has more or less and all that. But trying to get people to invest that 300 to 500, and then to think of it as a million Satoshis, not to think of it as I have $1,000 in Bitcoin or I have 1,200 or whatever. But Satoshis are kind of more like future money, less about like I'm going to pay off my bills with this, more about I'm going to hold that million Satoshis for 5 years, or I'm going to hold that million Satoshis for 10 years. And if you can get people thinking that way and understanding it, and also having the understanding technologically to be able to send the Bitcoin from their exchange to their cold storage, something like that level, that would be great. If we could get every man, woman, and child on the planet, and other people too, or other things and all that, educated to the level to understand that investing $500 in it is a good deal, and holding it for 5 to 10 years is a good deal. And then there's other stuff like getting rich tomorrow and all that kind of stuff that everyone wants. Like, I'm sorry, I can't deliver that. I can't deliver that, but I can get you more money than $500 in 5 years if you hold it. Theoretically, not guaranteed, but da 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 da. So, what do you think, Crypt Loco?
Yeah. So here's. I'm glad that you said that, because actually you stopped me in my tracks, and because I misspoke. You like this. Movement was about people signaling. Not that they didn't buy a miner. It wasn't like everybody said, "Oh, go." Like, I remember Tone Vase bought a miner. He had in the woods, and he was like, "I don't know how to use this thing." And I used to joke about that. But the point is that we weren't, as Bitcoiners, we weren't going around telling everybody, "Oh, go buy a miner and mine, because that's the only way that you have a voice." No, we were like, look, it's totally chill if you just run a node and just signal, just run this version of Bitcoin Core, and you're going to signal to the rest of the network that you are in support of this change. So as a history major, I know that you are sympathetic to this idea that there could be. I'm picturing like sort of like a headline or something like that, where there's people are saying like, do you remember that year where Biden gave everybody money and everybody just basically like, put $1 here, $5, maybe a couple of bucks, just bought a sat, like on your feed, on the YouTube feed, it shows that, the value of a Satoshi, relative to $1, right? So like in the Cash App and other apps, it could be as simple or as complicated as you may want to try to make it. But the point is the signaling to the rest of the world, like, hey, look, I know I got shit going on, and I can't, put $500 in, like Crypt Loco's talking Cause I'm over here mining Dogecoin, so I'm balling. But anybody else, they're just like, well, look, I mean, I feel strongly about this one way or another, and so I'm gonna put $1. I'm gonna buy some ridiculously small amount of SATS just to signal. Because think about the miners, like the people that ran their nodes, they had the wherewithal to do that, and they had the technology available, but it cost money. I mean, it wasn't trivial. It was like, they had to pay for electricity, they had to pay for other things. And I know a lot, and over my stint as a Bitcoiner, I've met a lot of very different people that are into the technology, honestly. It's very interesting. And so there isn't necessarily a single profile of the type of person that would be into it. It's not just people like Hal Finney, although I love Hal Finney, but it's not just people like that, like these computer nerds in front of their desk, like the meme or whatever. Like, there are just a very interesting cross-section of people that are like willing to spend the time and effort to run a node. So, I mean, if the easier thing in this, as a comparison,
I kind of think what you're talking about there is maybe, and to think about like a positive way of looking at things, maybe we could wipe out the no coiners. Like, there's lots of people that don't have any coins at all, and I think it's a lot easier to go from no coins at all to $10 in Bitcoin than to go from no coins at all to $1,000 in Bitcoin or $100,000 in Bitcoin or whatever you're going to do. It's a lot easier to get over it once you've gotten in. So yeah, I think lowering the bar to entry, telling people again that you can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin. You certainly don't have to invest 50,000 all at once. I have a hard time even opening my mouth to say that. It was hard to tell people to invest $5 or $5,000 in a whole Bitcoin, right? 5,000 is a lot of money. But then now look at it, 10x from there. But yeah, just getting in, trying it out. But again, it's something for us to say it, and for our group here to say, okay, I'm going to go buy $10 on the Cash App. I'm going to try it out. Mad Bitcoin says it's a good idea. But to get the whole world to do that, unfortunately, they're mainly just motivated by money, and they mainly just want quick money. So if I was to say, buy $10 worth of Bitcoin and you're going to be a millionaire in 10 years, like, I would be a huge liar, right? Like, I think it's going to take a much larger investment in something to get that kind of return. And also, like they've been saying earlier today, it's, Bitcoin's been around for years. The risky part, one of the most risky parts, is over. And if you invest in something that's not very risky, you're not going to get as big a return. But still, these people want to get rich, and they want to get rich quick. And again, that's what you have to work with. So what can you do? What can you make out of that clay?
Yeah, I think, and you bring up a really good, you're the perfect straight man for this, because here's my take on that is, when the developers were sitting and they were just deciding, developers meaning there wasn't exactly like one meeting or anything that decided the fate of the UASF. It was, it was a community of people that came together asynchronously through the Bitcoin network and coordinated it. And at any one point, it would have made sense for any one of the developers to say, look, it's just going to be too hard for these people to run a node. Come on. They just want to, they just want to pump. They just want it to pump. They just want the price to go to the moon. So, they're not going to be willing to do that. But then when push came to shove, if it was when the case was made by the content creators like yourself, like other people, and they said look, this is the democracy of Bitcoin at stake here. This, you don't need to be a miner. You don't need to go invest all your savings in Bitcoin. This is a moment where everyone has a choice to press a button, whatever that means for them, to say, look, I'm signaling that this economy, and before it was just Bitcoin, it was internal. It was just internal to that. But now we're in a situation where, we have the ability to speak about something that's political internationally. The I'm really only, I'm not talking about the whole world. I'm only really talking about the U.S. because the U.S. is the only segment that I know of that, that's going to be getting a stimulus check in, whatever, a month or something. So what I'm saying is that from that perspective, the point is re-segmenting the market to say, okay, look, before it was these people that were really comfortable with the technology. Now we can expand the market a little bit by saying, look, let's have a conversation about politics. Let's have a conversation about the economy. How strongly do you feel about that? Do you really feel like we're in a good direction? We're going in a good direction economically in this United States and globally? Well, if you don't, here's the solution. And you don't need to buy it. It's not an investment. It's the future. And if you want to be part of it, you can signal in this upcoming round of disbursements from your government to say, look, I need to use 99% of it on things that it was intended for. I'm actually going to spend some of it to just signal to you a middle finger and tell you, look, I don't like what you guys are doing. And then you got a different customer segment. Now all of a sudden it's not people that want to get rich. And that's what we need to kind of, almost like a child, we need to kind of like pretend like we need to distract them from that. We need to say like, look, I mean, that's not where we're going. I mean, fundamentally, Bitcoin could be outlawed. Bitcoin could be something that are, is frowned upon by the establishment eventually. Like, we've had this conversation before about the X-Men hypothesis, where it's like, we're all like hiding in bunkers, from the sentinels that are trying to come after us and take our Bitcoin because, we're the resistance. But we're not there yet. So the fact that we can even say that it could get there means that it's not really necessarily an investment, and the thesis that it is promulgated by the exact factions that want to see this thing expand irrationally in the wrong direction.
Well, I still think you're very right that every purchase of a Satoshi is a political act, and that many people think that they're getting involved in a get-rich-quick scheme, but they're actually making a very political decision, and that every single purchase of a Satoshi or a Bitcoin is a middle finger at the current central banking system. Even if you don't know that you're making that middle finger, you're still making it. So I think that's good, but we're still kind of, we're a submarine now, we're underneath the water, and we're the Trojan horse, and we're the Greeks, and we're hiding inside. So we just got to wait till they bring it inside the house, and then hope that the things that we like about Bitcoin stay likable, that it stays at a 21 million limit, that it stays a one-way directable send, that it stays where no one can take your money from your wallet. Like, these are incredible powers of Bitcoin that it's had from the beginning, even before I got in, even all these times, even when I got in, all these stuff. And Bitcoin never changed. Bitcoin changed, a little bit. There were small changes, and there was the scaling wars and all the stuff that we fought about for years. But really, it's the same value proposition then as it is now. That's why I'm still frustrated at people like Michael Saylor. I love that he's putting his money in, and I love he's put his mouth where his money is, and he's talking it really good. Also, though, if I had a giant investment in something, I'd be talking it up too. If I put $1 billion into Tesla, I'd be out here telling you how good the cars were, right? You have $1 billion in the thing. You have to be, where your money is. But at the same time, I think he could have seen this sooner. He could have seen this back in the early days of Bitcoin, and he really could have killed it. And he really would have been a rebel then if he'd put millions and millions of dollars publicly of other people's money into Bitcoin. Right now, it's more like they're kind of following a sure thing, but it certainly helps everyone. It's certainly a good thing for Bitcoin. It's also fun to talk about. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. Yeah, because the Michael Saylor thing, it's like, this is what I would liken it to. I would liken it to a Banksy. Okay, so like Banksy is this artist where it's like there's multiple levels that you can appreciate a Banksy, right? So there's like there's a level where it's like it's art, but then there's a level where it's like it's very valuable, and I mean you'd be a fool not to pick up a Banksy if it was offered to you at a good price. So I think like the Saylor argument is really focuses on the whole trope of like a sound investment. And it's interesting thing about Bitcoin as a network is that you can talk about it from different perspectives. You know, I mean, Saylor, when he talks about Bitcoin, I think he makes a lot of like undeniable sense. But then, yeah, definitely from like an ethical point of view, I would be like, well, you know, but you're not thinking about it as a political move. You know, you're a political play. You're thinking about it as, you know, like, you know, the wire under the ground kind of thing. You know, like that's a little bit disappointing. But I mean, it is what it is. There's going to be a million Michael Saylors that are going to come in and recognize, just like a Banksy, it's going to be like, look, I mean, I'm going to acquire this Banksy. I don't know how to do art. I'm a weird, you know, rich Westerner. I don't really have any culture, but I know that this thing has value, so I'm going to definitely pick it up. You know, that's insulting to like a true Banksy person that maybe doesn't have the level or the scale of, you know, resources to put into it. But it's, you know, for all of us, it's a signal. It's a signal that there's value there. And it's just one aspect. I think it's one aspect of the kaleidoscope.
Well, what about this story recently, where these guys, just the same guys you're talking about, the Western guys that don't know anything about art, they bought a Banksy because a Banksy is a valuable thing. Then they burnt up the Banksy and they destroyed a valuable thing. And then they claim that that's linked to this NFT that they're now selling for lots of money, as if there was any kind of connection at all. It's so interesting to see them come in and they don't understand the art and they just burnt it. And also, I mean, you know, Banksy's partially to blame for this because Banksy did have that piece earlier where he sold it at auction. And then as part of the auction, the piece got shredded up. Remember, there was a shredder in the frame. And then it was one of those things where the art world and Banksy was like saying F you to the art world. But then the art world said F you back to him and the painting went up in value, even though it had been destroyed. So it's really interesting. And I also think Banksy is a good example because with Banksy, you said like it was art and then it was value. And at the same time, with Banksy, it could also be considered graffiti, right? Many Banksys have been painted over and destroyed by building owners and not valued, or destroyed by people trying to get them off of the building. And when I got to see some Banksys, when I was in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, they had a museum full of them. A lot of them were chunks of the wall. Like there are huge pieces of cement that came with the Banksy. And what a unique and interesting artist.
Yeah, think about the level of commitment that's required to extract a Banksy when it's like part of a wall. You know what I mean? Like that's how serious it is. Like how many graffiti artists are there out there that were like, oh man, like somebody like 100 years from now or even 10 years from now, and gonna come here and actually like take a you know heavy machinery to this wall just to take it off so that they can like display it in an art gallery. I mean, we're in a collision with like between different forms of value discovery, right? Like the discovery, like the value discovery that's present in something like a Banksy or a Bitcoin or whatever. It's all relative for sure, but it's definitely there. And so, I think that's why I use that as an example, because it just seems to me like that's where we're going in this world is I mean, for a lot of the artists that I know, and I definitely know a good enough number of graffiti artists to be aware of Banksy, to appreciate the value of Banksy, but at the same time see they're gassed at like the idea that that anybody that had no idea what art is, anything about Banksy's actual art, the real essence, the essence of Banksy, is like not captured in like the dry sort of like selling and reselling of the Banksy art.
Well, I know for sure when I look at an artwork like a Banksy, I think that what the artist intended with this work is for it to be sold, burnt up into little pieces, and then sold again digitally. That was clearly his intention. Yeah.
Yeah, well, my background. Not to give too much away, because I'm kind of a private character, but my background is in philosophy, and I remember one of my professors. He came in when I was in the university, and he said, Aristotle was a guy. He lived, he died. Period. Like, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions about the history of philosophy. Don't ask who these people were. Don't ask what, just value their thoughts for what they are. The thoughts stand on themselves, like on their own. There's no need to like dig into like, well, how many mistresses did he have? And like, how many kids, like, did his kids grow up to be okay? Like, nobody, as analysts, we should ask the questions about the work, like what did they do? And I know that's kind of a controversial subject, because I mean, on one hand, there's a lot of interesting ideas to glean from, like, what was that person? Who were they? What was their upbringing? Like, how many kids did they have? Like, what was their relationship history like? Like, you look at somebody like Nietzsche, and like Nietzsche had like such a horrible relationship history, and maybe in part of your mind you want to say like that's the reason that they did what that's the reason that he wrote the way he wrote, because he didn't have a girlfriend or something, but the thought process is like, what do you get when you look at them differently? So like Satoshi, what Satoshi did stands on its own. What Banksy does stands on its own. It is what it is. Maybe Banksy is a bunch of people. Maybe Banksy is a woman. Maybe Banksy is an astronaut that came, or a time traveling alien that came. Who knows? Nobody cares. Like, or people care, but like, you don't need to know that in order to evaluate the quality or the meaning of the piece. So like in that sense, I know this is getting like deeply philosophical now, but like as far as like the like what you were saying earlier, and I'll probably have to leave on this, is like the idea of Bitcoin transactions as a political statement. I remember one of my professors who was at the time, one of the bigger universities in the U.S. that I was working at. He came in and he had $1 in his hand, and he said, "This is only $1 because we say it's $1." This was before Bitcoin. Okay, this is why when Bitcoin happened, like I was just like, okay, well, yeah, totally. But his whole idea was, his name was John Searle. He was like a big time philosophy guy, and he said, money is a speech act. There's a whole history on this in philosophy, like speech acts. That he was taught by somebody at Oxford who, taught him, and so he like extended the theory. But the idea is that we as humans we perform speech acts, and so a speech act is something where like you say that X counts as Y in context C. So, using that formula, you can basically do things like create marriages, have contracts, et cetera, have money, So that's that brings me back to my original point about like, just empowering people to say, look, you got a good amount of money in your hand. I'm not saying that like, you need to do anything that I'm telling you with it. But let's have a conversation about politics. Let's have a conversation about the government. Let's talk. Let's not bog each other down with labels like, libertarian or whatever. But let's just talk about just common sense stuff. Like, do you think that our economy is going in a good direction? If so, like, what is your argument for that? Why do you think that? Et cetera, and lead them down the rabbit hole. And I think that by doing that, what you'll do is you'll create, I'm not saying you, but I'm saying what we can do is we can, and this is, what I'm trying to do out here and, in the parts of Mexico that I'm working in, try to tell people like, look, I mean, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to say something, to signal, like we said at UASF, like, this is your opportunity to, it's way too complicated, early stage, early adopter, that period now. But now we're a little bit further along. When I watch your show, I see that $50,000 Bitcoin thing, and I'm like, I sometimes I kind of like mentally think to myself, I'm wondering in your mind, Thomas, I'm wondering if you're thinking to yourself, because we've been here for a while, right? So it's like I think to myself, I'm like, I wonder if he's like, God, I never thought I would put a YouTube video up where it said $50,000 for a Bitcoin. I mean, that's how far back we go. But where we're at now is that's why we can't pump it up as an asset. It's beyond that now. It's a vote. I mean, a $5 anyway. $5 thing, whatever. It's a vote.
Well, I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think you said it really well. Sorry, you're breaking up. Crypt Loco. But no, I totally agree with a lot of what you're saying. First, I would say that the big difference for me, as somebody that says the price of Bitcoin now and then, is that it's a lot easier to say like $124 or $350. It's just a lot shorter. 51,862 is the current price of Bitcoin right now. That's just crazy long. It just takes forever to say each time, and it takes forever to say the high and the low as well. So yeah, that's been frustrating. Makes the show go slower. I want the show to go fast. But going back to one of the things you said that I thought I could build off of, and I think you said a lot of good stuff, is the idea of aliases. And we were talking about Banksy and we were talking about Satoshi. And I read this great book by Neil Stephenson called Fall. And I recently found out it's a very big book. So I don't know, I'm recommending a big book to you. But I read it on the Kindle, so I have no idea how big it is. But in Fall, one of the things they talk about is having these shared online aliases. And let's say we were going to start a blog. And we were going to start a blog under the name John Smith. Well, what we would do is you, me, and 3 other guys would all work together to make the John Smith blog, and we'd make different aspects of it. And together, we would publish it as John Smith, the alias. And from then on, anyone that wants to hire John Smith or advertise with us or do anything, they can't judge us. Even with, my voice, you can judge me a certain way. You can hear me and hear other people's voices. You can judge them, or you can reveal things about them. And certainly their video image, you can reveal a lot, and having their resume and having their background and their history, you can reveal tons of things about a person. But what you said earlier, that's not important. You needed to judge Aristotle for his philosophy, judge him for what he has done, what his works are. And by having this online alien system in the movie or in the book Fall, they were able to publish things and to be themselves and to let it go. And the girl in the book was able to work together with a couple of her friends and to get access to a high-level internship and to roll up into the interview. And it was her mother who was the interviewer, who was running the company. And she was able to get the interview on her own, right? Because of the alias system. It wasn't nepotism. The mother didn't even know she was about to interview her daughter, but her daughter and a group of people or something had done all the work necessary to get the interview, all the qualifications and all the other things online. They'd put their time in, and they'd published it all under an alias. And that's one of the early promises of the internet. I don't have it in front of me, but the Cypherpunk manifesto said something like, we are, the beauty of the bod, and that we are without face, without gender, without color, without sex, without race or creed or religion. And they were describing the way that when you used to type in the internet, you didn't even have a picture. You didn't even have a video or a whole video channel where they could learn about you or all that kind of thing. You were a name. You were an alias, right, on the early cypherpunk thing. And in a lot of ways, we're going back towards that. Here we have audio only chat because it's a lot easier. It makes people more comfortable. You don't have to fix your hair. You don't have to have any hair, all that kind of stuff. And having a microphone's a lower barrier to entry. Having a phone is really easy. And of course, they're definitely going to add video to this, and we're going to be dealing with video soon enough. But it is fun to think about the different options we have on the internet. Go ahead, Crypto.
I hope that they don't add video. Like this is why this is so genius. Like I think like yesterday maybe I overheard you say something like about like the video games and like the cartridges and how like there's a return. I don't think you said this, but it made me think like return the cartridges, like because it's so simple. It's just like straightforward. It's like, okay, like you don't want to see my background right now. Like you don't want to see my face. Like I don't want you to see my face. I want it to be, like a phone call that we can all just kind of like hang out and like talk. And that's the whole beauty of Clubhouse. That was like the whole thing. And like, now that it's on Spaces, that's really cool. But yeah, I agree. Yeah. The whole thing about NIMS and that's like the preparation. That's the preparation for if we're to be successful, that would be the way that we're successful is in creating like a channel, or I'm not saying like a channel like this one right now that we're talking in, but like create like a conduit for communication, etc., where we can accept the fact that I know you like to read, but how frustrating is it when like somebody's like, oh yeah, like the book you were just describing, The Fall, like how frustrating would it be if it was like, the movie just came out and everybody was talking about it, like you had read the book and it's just like, dude, you guys don't get it. Like it's not the same, man. It's like Tom Cruise is in the lead character and it's like, I don't know, whatever cliche thing. By the way, Tom Cruise did buy Bitcoin. I saw that thing. That was pretty funny. But yeah, that's the sort of the momentum that gets us going. Like we underestimate how prepared we are to see these kinds of changes. And I think that's one of the best things about Bitcoin. And honestly, sometimes I think about Bitcoin and I think to myself, like, Bitcoin is just a freaking, like, it's like we always argue, it's like the TCP/IP, whatever. And so it's like, why should that be such a big deal? And it's the only thing making it a big deal is the price and the politics. So to the extent that we as a community can separate the politics out, refocus, force people to focus, almost kind of like set it up where we kind of explain the price in light of the politics. Like say basically like, the price is going up. But that's because like, imagine going to the United States in the beginning of the United States. Land's free, people are occupying land. The land is, and the market cap of the U.S. was going up exponentially in the early settling days of the United States, But that doesn't mean that it's about an investment opportunity necessarily. It's about freedom from, the queen, that's what it really is. But, it just has this latent effect that, the price goes up, the price of property, the price of, the cost to own anything goes up. But as a schema, we're talking about something that's going up because it is a revolutionary act. So I think we're in that now, but I think that the problem is that like the technology is so available and we're so anesthetized with like all of our technology, like, the channels that we receive information that like it's too difficult. It's like watered down. It's like too difficult for us to explain it that way, but that's actually what's happening. Because if we're right, as we keep saying over and over again, if we're right, then this is going to be something that you're going to have to own if you want like your family to be safe, So it's not necessarily an investment at that point. Just like it wasn't an investment to, brave a trip over the ocean to get to the United States from Europe. It was a political act. So if they could do it, we could do it, right? Because we're only doing it in a digital realm.
Definitely agree with that. One of the things you said, we were talking about this app and Twitter and communications. And I think this app, Clubhouse, other apps like it, is really exciting. And it's the kind of thing where I think about when I got added to Clubhouse, I kind of dropped everything and I used Clubhouse for 3 days straight. And then I was like, I got to kind of take a breath, like pull back from this. Like, I don't need to use Clubhouse this much. Like, that's not what my life's about. But it was cool, right? And the same thing with Spaces. I'm pretty heavily into Spaces now. It's my second day of going all day on it. And even when I got on it the first time, like I did a 3-hour stint just hanging out, because it's interesting to see who comes through and what they have to say, and throwing the ball around. And while I'm not looking for a job, and there's hardly anyone in this chat anyway, so it's not like Twitter's here, but I think one of the most exciting places to work, especially given this Spaces thing, would be Twitter or Clubhouse or YouTube or Google or whatever, one of the exciting tech companies. But to see them breaking through with this communication, for as much as we're using it and we're making what we can with it, they gave it to us, right? They had the choice to throw the switch, and they did it. And now we're having conversations, and this guy had that idea and that guy had that idea, and they had their misconceptions about this fixed because they heard it here, because they talked about it or they thought about it. And so I think that's really great, and it's exciting, and I mean legitimately exciting. I'm not sarcastic. It's hard to tell. But the other thing you said is how angry I am when movies ruin books. And I wanted to do a round on that because the Lord of the Rings films still have the wrong ending. And as much as they're magnificent films, and they were even made fun of in the pitch meetings, a fantastic YouTube series, for having too many endings, the Lord of the Rings films don't have the ending that's in the book that they needed, where the hobbits come back to the Shire. And again, spoiler alert, if you haven't read Lord of the Rings, if you haven't seen the movies, I'll try not to reveal, but yes, probably a spoiler. So the hobbits come back to the Shire after all the things that happened, and they find out that evil has come to the Shire too. That the goblins are there, and people are abusing Sam's woman, and they're being mean to his parents, and the bar that they hang out with in is no longer a nice bar. It's full of bad people, and what they then, having gone out into the world, the hobbits jump into action and suddenly become powerful heroes. Whereas out in the world, the hobbits were always kind of small and always kind of a joke, and they contribute to the battle, but usually they're just knocking things over or being clever. But in this case, they are now battle-trained warriors ready to go right there in the Shire. And they chase the evil away, and they save Hobbiton. And in many ways, the Hobbit saving of Hobbiton is as important as saving the world in The Lord of the Rings and getting the ring and all the other things that happen. Because Hobbiton is the home, and the Shire is the home. And it tells the story there, the lesson that you're supposed to learn from Lord of the Rings. And again, I'm not Tolkien, I'm not speaking for him, but I think the lesson you're supposed to learn is that you have to go out into the world and battle evil. You cannot stay at home, even if you're really smart, or even if you're really strong, or even if you're really clever, or you have a nice home or a bad home or whatever it is. You have to go out of your comfort area, out into the world and battle evil so that you can bring home the skills necessary to one day defend your home for real when evil comes to your home. And that by editing that out of the movie, they kind of rob us of that narrative truth. So
Yeah, and that's the worst case scenario, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying, like, let's flash forward like 5 years, 2 years, 1 year. Okay. If, I mean, we as like, I mean, I guess there's no colors, there's no like amount of Bitcoin that's necessary. It's all about the one way we can all lock on each other is to remember that we're here for this reason, right? And so, like you're saying, you didn't pick up that book and think to yourself, oh, I better pick up this book because if I read this book, then I'm going to get smarter. And then if I get smarter, then I'm going to make more money. And therefore, like, I have to read this book. You read that book because you wanted to read that book, because you found some curiosity, fascination, whatever about it, and you learned something about it. And what I'm saying is that what we're missing right now is a unified direction. I mean, of course we're missing it, by the way. Like, I just have to insert that. Like, of course we're missing that, because there's no reason why there should be like one voice or one direction. There's no reason why there should be that. In fact, it's the opposite. I mean, it's a distributed network all over the world. Everybody's doing everything. Like you might be wearing your pajamas. I might be wearing, a bikini. It doesn't matter. Like, we're all on the network, that's the way it is. So when we reflect on it and we think about, these things, that's why I say it's like the worst case scenario, because then you just get like nothing out of it. Then it's like the equivalent of going to the movie theater, because it's, to get back to my, my philosophy professor, it's the intentionality of your action. Like, what were you trying to do? Like, what were you trying to do? Are you trying to get rich, or are you trying to change the world? I mean, when you read a book, are you thinking, do you crack up? I mean, I'm not asking you directly, Thomas, because I know this isn't true, but like, nobody opens up a book and they're like, oh yeah, if I read this book really quick, then I'll be like more rich by like 0.03 or something. Like, that it's kind of ridiculous, right? So when you reduce it to absurdity like that, then you realize that it's like, okay, well, I'm reading this book for recreation. There's a variety of reasons I could be reading. I mean, you could be learning how to do Bitcoin without even ever buying Bitcoin. I mean, you could just like go on YouTube and look up videos and try to figure out like, okay, well, if I had a transaction to send, this is how I would do it. So Bitcoin is completely accessible to anybody that wants to learn about it. There actually, at least these days, is no barrier to entry. I think back in the day, yeah, definitely there was a barrier to entry. And there was some, esoteric, sort of cultism around the idea. But I think we've gone past that. I don't think we're in that mode anymore. I think now it's more like, what is the motivation, the purpose? I think that's the main thing we need to ask ourselves as Bitcoiners always. And I learned this from a statistics professor, is what is the purpose and motivation of what you're trying to do? Like, what is the purpose and the motivation behind it? And then you can get into the methods and like how you're going to get there and all that stuff. But like, just when you talk about large groups and you expand, you're talking about, growing the network or expanding the reach. You're really kind of talking statistics. Like there's a statistical underlay for all of this stuff. So like, what is it that you're trying to do? But it always starts with purpose and motivation. And then you go in your toolbox and you say, okay, purpose and motivation is, I want to, spread the word of Bitcoin because of this or whatever. Then that will have a natural consequence for you choosing what tools you're going to use to deploy and build that. And that's why I think both you and I are in agreement that we're kind of tired of the whole price thing, but it's just like the 80% kind of situation in the room because, everybody wants to talk about the price because, just like everybody wants to talk about the new Harry Potter movie.
Yeah, they love the price thing. I definitely agree with you. It'd be nice if we had a single spokesperson or a single direction for Bitcoin, but it also makes sense why we don't have that, right? And why even Bitcoin would be against that and they wouldn't want that. It reminds me of the Occupy Wall Street movement, where I agreed with everything they were doing and everything that they were saying, but I didn't really agree with the way that they were saying it. Their decision to go with the leaderless movement and the repeat back and forth crowd thing as their mode of communication, I didn't think was very effective, and I didn't think that it would be good at interfacing with the legacy media, which is the people that they expected to carry their message. And in that way, they were unable to define themselves as a group, as what they wanted and what they, what the victory conditions were for Occupy Wall Street. So then I don't think they got anything. And we've had a similar failure in messaging even more recently with defund the police. Again, I'm liberal and everything. I kind of agree with everything they're saying and everything that they're doing. Like, especially if you have a bad police department like this one in Buffalo or the one in Minneapolis, where many different complaints and many bad things have happened, taking away their funding does seem like it makes sense. But the slogan scared the crap out of all kinds of people and was used by the Republican Party, says certain recent reports, to win a ton of House seats. And the reason they won these House seats is they were able to mobilize this not very good slogan. So yes, it would be great if Bitcoin had that, and if we had united slogans, and especially if it was easier to explain. Somebody earlier on this never-ending call earlier said that the classic joke about Bitcoin and the elephant. If you sent 5 blind guys out to the elephant and they all reached out and touched different parts of it, they would say it's different animals, right? They'd say it's a snake or it's a tree trunk or it's a tail or a little waggy tail, some kind of thing. So we definitely have that with Bitcoin, where it's hard to define. It's many different things. And for a lot of people, Bitcoin is get rich quick. And we can't really do anything with that. You just have to adopt that Buddha mentality of just, I'm going to let this happen, and they're going to learn their lessons, and some of them will do well and some of them won't do well. And you can't really convince them not to do it.
Agreed. And I think that the other part about it too, that to build on what you're saying is, what I see a lot as a trained logician is like this reductionist logic where to build on what you're saying, like, yes, there isn't a single message or raw, call to action. There could be, we could really oversimplify things all the way down, to, like I was saying earlier. Maybe a critic could say what I was saying earlier about Bitcoin being like a political speech act. Maybe that's too reductionist. Maybe that's a little too general or too vague or too open to the point where it just is meaningless. Foucault used to say, everything is political, so nothing is political. It's like when you make things so general that they're just meaningless, then it's not helpful. But we in Bitcoin are coming at it from the opposite standpoint, where we're actually fighting off the over political things, the over general things, typically in life, you want to generalize, like the animal, there's some other animal over there. You just generalize like, okay, well, they look like this. So then I better stay away from them because I know that look makes me afraid or something. But, we're in a unique situation where we are, everybody else wants to generalize and we want to not generalize. If you ever talk to a Bitcoiner, everybody always has that squeamishness about them. And on one hand, I wanted to agree with him. What's that?
I think we're back.
Yeah, on one hand, I wanted to agree with him. But
sorry, I got a phone call or something, so I think it almost messed everything up, but we're back. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I don't know where we left off, but I was just explaining how different it is to have, usually in the history of, humankind, we want to converge on one message or one approach, strategy. But in Bitcoin, we're the opposite. So you think about like convex versus concave kind of charts, it's like we're not converging on a single point. We're actually exploding into the opposite direction. And so the people that come at us and are trying to say like, oh, Bitcoin is good for payments, or Bitcoin is, it's a good investment or whatever, like we're like always brushing them off and saying, no, like very careful to the detail. And that's one of the things I really appreciate about us Bitcoiners is that we always have that squeamishness about us when somebody tries to put something into some kind of a category or some kind of a box, both from a computer science point of view and also from like a philosophical, political point of view. It's like, I don't know, and I was just explaining, I don't know if I got cut off while I was saying this, but I was explaining the time that I was hanging out with Ben Ark, actually, who came from Wales, and he was talking about in San Francisco, we were walking through the city, and he was saying how, disgusting it was that things were allowed to get to that point. And even though I 100% agreed with him, the Bitcoiner in me said to myself, like, man, I should make some kind of an argument about the homeless people to like defend them, because nothing is ever black and white in Bitcoin. Even though it always is, right? Like transactions, like the hashes, like it's all, the mempool or whatever, like you want to look at whatever level of description you want to look at it at. It's always going to be black or white. But for us, we're always trying to redefine what the potential is and where things are going, where the value is. So, so yeah, I 100% agree with you. I don't want to keep going on.
Well, and a lot of what you're saying there too is the Dunning-Kruger effect, right? The Dunning-Kruger effect says that basically that smart people are curious, and they know there's someone smarter than them, right? And whereas dumb people think they're the smartest people in the world. So a lot of Bitcoiners, I would say, are in that smart people that are aware they're smart. So whenever they hear something, they're like, even if they're like, that seems untrue, that seems not right, they'll be like, maybe that's right. Maybe I need more information. I need to study that. Whereas a dumb person, they'll be like, that's true. It's absolutely true. It's always been true. There's nothing you could say or do to me or give me information that would make me think that's not true. And that kind of certainty you can only have with like a not thoughtful person. And we have a lot of thoughtful people in Bitcoin, is what I think. Yeah. Dude,
I'm telling you, it resonates so much because here's the thing. Like I have this friend, right? Really close friend of mine. Like we talk a lot. They were telling me about like how frustrating it is to talk to people when they find out that they went to Berkeley university in California. It's kind of a well-known university. And, and every time somebody talks to them, they're like, oh, well, turn down the Berkeley a little bit, like just, come on, like you just, this, we're all trying to, and I remember, it's funny because I simultaneously remember in the movie Iron Man, I think it's like the first one, and like there's like a reporter coming out to Tony Stark, and he's like got all this shit going on, and she's asking him a question, and his first question to her was like, "What are you, Berkeley?" And I kind of like juxtaposed the two, and I was like, yeah, it must suck to like be perceived as somebody who asks questions that are like critical. It's like it's a timeless problem. I don't know that it's necessarily endemic to Bitcoin, but it is a good observation because I think there's kind of a and that's where we get back to the original sort of the thrust of what I was really kind of interested in. It's crazy that it's like almost an hour later, but this whole question about how do we grow the network? How do we can grow the network in terms of nodes and in terms of like actual mindless computers on the network, but like how do we grow the network of people, sustainably to where we're not winding up with a bunch of Harry Potter lovers. I bet you if you were to take a pie, like take a poll and figure out like how many people are actually excited about Harry Potter, I would, maybe that's a bad example because I'm sure that most of those people probably read the book, but still, like to your point about like how things get completely distorted towards the end, and there's probably more mania about, who J.K. Rowling is than there is about, real hardcore discussion about like how do we reconcile the differences between the printed version and the video version. And the video version is the real life version. It's the quote unquote more accessible version, right? Just like Bitcoin as an asset that you get on Cash App, that you put $500 in because you think that you're going to be rich. Like that's the more accessible version because it doesn't have anything that it strips away all the politics, all of the critical thinking, all of that stuff. All you got to do is just, Mark Cuban's in it, the Shark Tank's in it, just go buy some, man. Like, look, if you got enough money, like go buy some. And then you got all these people holding their bags with the expectations of like getting rich, and that's, I don't think that's where we want to be. And even if that is where some people are, I think we're doing the right thing by protecting ourselves against that outcome. And the reason why this is such a hot topic for me is because I'll just share a little bit that like back in the day, like, I mean, I remember before Coinbase was like really, before Coinbase was in the altcoins, I was out in Mexico talking to people saying like, look, I mean, it made so much sense to me. And I know you're in a similar situation, Thomas. Like, it was just like, come on, dude, like get the Bitcoin. Come on, you gotta, like in my case, I tried to help people and shepherd people on the right path. But every single time it was really difficult because if the political will wasn't there and the only will that was present was the will to get rich, then it just quickly devolved into a conversation about like, well, how much am I up this week? And the difference between me and somebody like, the CEO of Coinbase was that if I lost like hundreds or thousands of dollars of somebody's money in Mexico, trust me, I wouldn't be, like I had to explain myself very carefully. And that tempered my expectations for what we are now in today, which is you got regular, bros that want to figure out, like, I mean, when I say bros, I'm talking about people that just showed up. I'm actually using that word because there's a saying in dubstep, bro step, because the bro step movement was based in like the UK, was the idea that like people just showed up and they don't know anything about dubstep. They're just like, I want to hear the wah, and like, you know, and so like I would try to tell people about this stuff, and the typical reaction was like, well, where's my money? When am I going to get paid? Like, oh, you know, it's down. Like, how did I break that to somebody? Like, how did I tell somebody like, oh yeah, you know, you put $100 Bitcoin, it's down to $60, you know? It's like, and like, how do I break that to somebody? And I challenge any Bitcoiner to put themselves in that situation for a prolonged period of time, and you'll start to gain the resilience to even talking about the price. That's how you really get real Bitcoiners to like chill out on the price conversation, because the minute you start having to tell everybody every single time their money goes up and down and their whole MO is trusting you, then you start to realize like, maybe that's not the right road to go down. Maybe the right road to go down is like stack sats, you know, stay humble, as some people say, you know, just stay humble, stack sats, $5 here, $5 there. It's not an investment thing. It's just a political thing. You know what I mean? Just like you pay your insurance, you pay your rent, you pay, you know, whatever that you got to pay monthly, you know, stack some sats. It's cool, you know, and don't think about it. Don't think about it as an investment. Just think about it as, you know, this is your political statement. This is your signaling, just like the UASF. The people that ran nodes that were not mining, they didn't get paid for signaling UASF, but they changed the whole network. So I think that the potential is there, but we just gotta, you know, I think there's an importance of focusing when you're talking about drinking out of a fire hydrant.
Well, it's been pretty interesting while you've been talking and while we've been talking all day today. The price of Bitcoin has gone up. It's now 52,414. So it's climbed from 49,369. But the other thing that we were talking about there is that it was so hard to convince our friends and the people that we know and the people we met in our family and all that kind of stuff to buy Bitcoin because they'd been scammed so many times in the past. And not by Bitcoin and not by cryptocurrency, but just by everything. Everybody's tired of being scammed. Everybody doesn't like things that are ripoff, and they're just very sensitive to it. Like I tried to hand out flyers in Vegas about Bitcoin, and I thought it would be really simple. I thought you're already here wasting your money gambling. Why don't you waste some of it over here on the Bitcoin ATM? You know, and this is a little flyer to explain how to do it. And nobody wanted them because they all thought they were like strip club flyers, or they thought I was paid to hand them out. It didn't have that honesty of like, I'm here, you know, trying to help you. And I mean, I still gave out a few and it worked all right. And if they got in, they would have gotten in near the floor. They would have been near the $3,000 to $4,000 floor when we were doing that. But they've just been scammed so much. They can't listen to any more things. And even if it's all, you know, technological, or even if you're really smart or whatever you're fronting, they're not interested. And the same for political thought. They've also been scammed for political thought. People were in here the other day talking about the Democrats and how the Democrats had taken them for granted, and they hadn't respected their political views. They hadn't delivered for their community. And it's hard to come back from that. It's hard to battle that cynicism because just like people always said, like, oh, I want this kind of economic system, or I want libertarianism, or I want anarchism, or whatever. It's not a vacuum out there, right? You don't just one person gets here and the world resets and it's like world is back to zero. You can choose your political system. No, your political system has to be flexible and it has to be strong so that it can survive in the environment in which it's born. And sometimes you have ideas and they're too early and they don't make it because it's not the right time. And sometimes you have ideas that are too late, or ideas that aren't strong enough, or they get copied and all those kind of things. And with Bitcoin, it seems like it's an idea that's reached its time, that's here at the right time, and an idea that can protect itself and just continue on. So it doesn't much matter Coinbase ICO or IPO or all the other NFTs and the ICOs and all the things built around Bitcoin. Bitcoin just continues.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, as far as overall, yeah, I mean, Bitcoin, well, anything like this. I don't know whether this is the biggest thing that's happened to our generation, but eventually people will come around. But even if it's not, I mean, it's kind of I take it back. I take back what I just said. It's clearly not the biggest thing that's happened to our generation, technology wise, because we're like amidst all of this shit. Like there's so much technology. It's like it's almost kind of like the denouement of like technology. Like it's, yeah, of course, you know what, like on top of everything else, throw currency on there, you know. But I do think that I know, I'll say I know that you did that campaign. I know that you went out there and you probably had a very similar experience to me, catching people when they're having fun and saying like, look, I mean, hey, you know, divert a little. And maybe the reflection on that, and I feel like we can kind of commiserate, the reflection on that is that the velocity of money in that case is so high that there's just, it's like anything else. It's like hitting a brick wall while you're driving a car. It's like, there's just too much, you know, as opposed to speaking with some person in their home when they're like really fed up and they're just seething in their home, not having fun, not spending money, not thinking about, you know, hey, look, I'm like wasted. What's the next club? You know, like, you know, how many girls am I going to hang out with tonight, or whatever, men, or whatever it is, you know, whatever floats your boat. The point being that, you know, when people are having fun, I'll share a little weird story, which is that I used to do, cause you know, I'm a DJ. I used to do, back in the day, this is like a super exclusive story cause like I said, I'm usually a pretty private person, but like, so I worked, you know, Pacific Heights in, the city. There was the creators of PayPal. They have multiple, like homes that they run, throughout the country, where they take investors and they, you know, they soak it up there, and everything has to be like to the hilt extreme. Okay. And there was one night in particular where I was working for them because I was one of their DJs, and I, you know, it was a good gig, but the point is that, I remember seeing Ken Howerdy, who is like one of the main people, currently, or I don't know if he still is, but at the time he was like, you know, still, he wasn't like an Elon Musk or a Peter Thiel or anything like that, but he was, you know, he was up there, and I remember seeing him. This was like in 2013 maybe. I remember seeing him and saying, because at the time I was like building these mining rigs with like GPUs and stuff, and I was so naive. Like I was like, you know, hey, you want to talk about Bitcoin? And he had like all these, like, he was just coming out of this room with all these women. He was like, I don't want to talk about business right now. He just walked right past me, because it was like, I mean, looking back now, it's exactly what I was just saying. You know, it's like the same experience that you had, same experience that I've continuously had, which is the velocity of money. When the velocity of money is high, people don't want to talk about politics. They don't want to talk about investments. And it makes sense, right? I mean, imagine if you were to be like, oh, hold on, babes, hold on. Let me talk with this guy really quick that, you know, is a DJ here, like about, you know, Bitcoin. Like, he wouldn't have done that. That wouldn't have made any sense. So, I mean, from that perspective, it's like, you can extend that to like the whole domain. Like, it's like nobody wants to talk about investments or whatever when they're having a good time. When they're having a good time, they just want to go with the flow. The velocity of money is high. They're just spending. and that's the wrong psychological profile to try and inject some you know, what might be for us maybe mind bending type of discovery, you know.
Well, I don't think it's not just when the velocity of money's high. I just think people don't want to listen to some random person. It's a much harder sell. I watched this show called Undercover Billionaire, and I think it's a really good show. It's about a billionaire. They pretend to be poor, and then they go out to try to build a business on their own from nothing. And this one lady in it, she was really accomplished and she knows her stuff. And what she said is she said that everyone in this room that I'm going to pitch to, they're already interested in the idea. They're already interested in me. They already respect me. They've already shown up, and that's what she needs. She needs 10 people in a room who respect her, who are interested in her idea. She doesn't want 30 or 40 or 100 people that are like no idea, that don't know about it. She wants those people that are already interested. And that's what I want with Bitcoin. People come into the room here, it already says Bitcoin on it. My account says Mad Bitcoins. Like, it's pretty clear I'm going to bring up Bitcoin at some point. Now, that doesn't mean that people want my liberal political views, but at the same time, I think just like with Bitcoin, you try to expose people to a little bit of the truth. And if you keep exposing it to them, maybe they'll come around. And also, maybe they've never heard that perspective before. Maybe it'll plant a little seed and they'll think about it later. But yeah, we definitely got to keep it going. So pitch the people that already support your idea.
Yeah, I mean, well, and that's where I think we're kind of narrowing in on the target market here, you know, is like you said, and I mean, the things that you're saying completely echo and reverberate within my own experience. I feel like you and I have both had a similar journey when it comes to this, you know, promotion of the value discovery for something that for most people is very, abstract or something. The things that like immediately make sense to you and me, like to other people, it might not be as obvious. So, I mean, that makes sense. But
what I think is we found this incredible thing, and we knew that the best possible thing to do was to tell other people about it. And it turned out that even though that was the best possible thing to do, it was very difficult and sometimes not rewarding. And maybe that, you know, we would have had more money if we just worked jobs and never told anyone and never given out money and all this kind of thing. And that's part of it. But still, if you look back and you're like, if you found this machine that, you know, made money, like I would be like, yeah, I would want to give it to everyone. I would want to give it to the normal people. I would want to tell them like, hey, you can get in on this, and hey, it's fun and it's not serious, and it's, you know, you can put $500 in, you can try it out. But that's what we did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make you cry, Thomas, but I look back at like the purchases that I've made over the years. You know, whenever anybody comes to me and is like, you know, hits me up and they're like, and I know that like all of us that have been in it for a while, like I think Andreas Antonopoulos had said something similar. Like it was like, well, I've been living on Bitcoin the whole time. So I mean, you know, everybody comes to me and asks me like, thinks that I'm a millionaire, and it's like, no, I was buying my coffee with half a Bitcoin, for a while, and not thinking anything of it. And maybe we'll go back to thinking of it that way even now. You know, maybe if the Bitcoin is $1 million or something, I don't know. But the interesting conclusion that I think that I can draw from this conversation up to this point is that, you know, a lot of people have that perception, and that's cool. That makes sense because they're not in the know. But what you and I know, and other people like us know, that no one can take away from us, is that the the profit, the exponential rise of Bitcoin was something that happened despite our efforts. Like it was its own thing. But the value, like when somebody asks you, like, well, how many Bitcoins do you have? Like, I remember people used to ask me that. They used to say, like, so how many Bitcoins do you have? I'm like, do I ask you how much money you have in your bank account? Like it's kind of bizarre. But the point is that we can take solace in the fact that the rise in the cost of Bitcoin or the rise in the price of Bitcoin, no matter what, is inside of us. I mean, I remember buying stuff on Purse or something, like, I don't remember, just to like try it out to be like a true, like back in the day, like many years ago, it was like, you're not a real Bitcoiner if you don't like use it, and you get 5% back. And it was like, oh yeah, okay, well I'll spend a couple of Bitcoins on that controller, that piece of equipment that I want. Like, yeah, definitely do that. Yeah, sure. And it was like $1,000, and I was like, man, I can't believe that this Bitcoin thing bought me like this $1,000 thing. And it was like, little did I know that many years later it would be reflected upon as like, I just spent $100,000 on a $1,000 thing. So the only way to stay sane in that situation is to remind yourself that the value that you captured through your Bitcoin journey lives inside of you, right?
Yep,
I'm sure you got some stories.
It's that old slogan where it's the, it was the journey, not the destination. So yeah, it was better to go and to meet all the people and to get to see all the stuff that I saw than to just be sitting on a pile of money.
Well, it's more than that, right? It's the stories. Like now we have spaces, right? So like this spaces thing, like you could potentially like route it through YouTube and then like you'll have it forever or whatever on YouTube. But
okay, so I'm already doing that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, that's what I mean. I'm saying you're totally like on the right page. What I mean is, as far as like back in the day, before all of that stuff, you can now come in and be like, man, back when I was, like you have those stories live inside of you. And people, as they come up in the game, they're going to be like, damn, like, what do you mean? You went to people in Vegas and like told them to buy Bitcoin? Like what, like, why didn't they buy Bitcoin? Like, why didn't they listen? Like, why, you could go down the list.
Everyone has Bitcoin. Why would you tell someone to buy dollars? Like you have dollars in your pocket right now, or you have pesos or whatever, right? You told people to go buy that. Why would you do that? That's ridiculous.
Well, I'll tell you the truth is that there was a period of time, there was one phase of my business development thesis where I thought to myself, there's a lot of clubs, with a lot of dancers, and it would make sense that there would be like, they wouldn't want to deal with the dollar because they're constantly having to go back and forth. The good old, remittance argument, Bitcoin is for remittance or whatever. And so like, I try to make that case to people and they're like, get out of here with that. Like, no, we're fine with dollars. Like we don't want that. We don't want all the complications or whatever. So like, what makes sense to me doesn't make sense to anybody else. But the journey of like going and actually asking people and like realizing that, having the discovery process of like being like, damn, actually they really are better off with dollars. Like when you throw $1 up on a stage for a dancer, like they actually just want the dollar. They don't want a digital cryptocurrency that's going to change the world. They don't want that. They just want the dollar. Like it's fine. It makes sense to them. It's straightforward. It tells a story that they want to hear. And the humility that you get from that is something that you can't get. And I feel like there probably will be a new generation of Bitcoiners that will come out of this next phase and that are going to be like, telling the same kind of story, but without the background. So that's what I mean when I say like the background still lives inside of us. Like we've been there, we've done that. We know, like, oh yeah, you know.
I can hear the story already. They're gonna like, I don't believe it, man. I offered an NFT to a waitress at Denny's and she wouldn't take it, man. If she took that NFT, it would be worth 5 times as much now, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like I even gave it to her on a USB stick or something. Like, you know, make it as easy as possible. But I mean, it just all boils down to like basic human instinct and the situation. And but my point is just the fact that no one can ever take that away from us, Thomas. No one can ever take away the memory, the hardcore memories where it didn't pump, we didn't get rich. It was just a really great night. It was a really great day. It was a really great discovery. We had some really great thoughts. There was something that happened where we're like, damn, I never thought about that. Like stuff like that. And like that is Bitcoin working its magic in our mind.
It did. It changed my life. But I think we should head towards the end of the show here, Crypt Loco. We just went over 7 hours. Do you want to tell the people,
Yeah, no, I completely.
Where can they check out your stuff? What's on your mind? You got a Twitter account. Where can they check you out, man?
Oh no, I just do the Twitter. I have multiple things, but I'll just you know, you can I'm on Twitter. There's links to my shit. Also the other thing is I'm trying to start this new thing, Node Thyself. That's my new thing, but it's really an early phase. Like I don't really have anything going, but just keep your eye out. Maybe if you're in the industry and you're interested in nodes, I think Node Thyself. I've squatted the domain, so ready to go, ready to launch that into outer space.
That sounds cool, man. You got to put it on t-shirts. I could see it on t-shirts.
Yep.
But yeah, thanks to everyone who participated today. We had a great time hanging out in Twitter Spaces. We might give it a try tomorrow. I don't know the novelty, if it's going to wear off or it's going to be increased, like more people are going to want to come hang out, more conversation, or if it's going to be less. I do think there's kind of a time zone to it. It seemed like once we hit a certain time zone, we did start to trend down, like the room got smaller, the YouTube got smaller. It seems like it's trending up a little now, but even then we've done a 7-hour live stream here. So I think that's more than enough for today. So thanks again to everyone who participated. Thanks to everybody who was a part of the conversation. Be sure to give us a thumbs up down below if you're watching on YouTube, and to subscribe on YouTube. If the World Crypto Network gets 100,000 subscribers, the price of Bitcoin must follow. Everyone knows that. And subscribe on Twitter at Mad Bitcoins and all the other stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Until next time, bye-bye.